The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I love the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta. It's a beautiful day here on the regatta course. Quiet at the moment, but everything's beginning to kick off. The spectators are here. They're in the deck chairs already and they're keen to watch. We've got 17 out of the 20 events on the water today and the excitement will be building. We're at three-quarter stage. I'm Sarah Winkless and I'm joined today to bring the lead to Alex with Alex Partridge, 3 times Henley medalist and double Olympic medalist. Welcome, Alex.
Good morning, Sarah. Thanks very much. It's great to be here. What a fantastic day.
And as we're looking at these pictures, the athletes getting ready for the first race, the Thames Cup, and we're looking at Thames quite confusingly with Leander against Leander Club. Sitting easy at the moment, these very tense moments as you're getting your crews ready to race. First race of the day. And this is race 1 of day 3. It's the Thames Challenge Cup.
Leander.
Thames Rowing Club versus Leander.
Thames. When I see that you are both straight and ready, I will
It's the
start
tense
you out
moment on the
this.
start here, Sarah. This is actually my favourite bit of the race.
Go.
And there they are, they're practicing the rollover. The athletes will come call for to rear Alex, and in a couple of minutes, they'll be starting their Challenge Cup.
It's where you're controlling your heart rate, trying to stay calm, just thinking about the first stroke.
Attention! Go!
And an explosive start there in the Thames Challenge Cup for the 8. You've got Leander on the left-hand side against Thames Rowing Club on the right-hand side. And these are absolutely key moments in these boats, these 8-man boats, Cox boats, and they're heavy boats, they're fast boats, and they have to get out fast. And it looks like it's Leander there. They've just got a slightly better start. Thames Rowing Club coming into slightly in the middle of the race. But there they are. We're looking at the concentration on these athletes' faces. Thames Rowing Club against Leander in the Thames Challenge Cup.
And it's a good start here, Sarah. It looks like both crews got up to a pretty good start. Thames over here on the bark station, they're a little bit less clean, and it looks like Leander's slightly moving away there. This is crucial in the 8. You really want to get ahead in the race at this point in time. And so everything you're doing at the moment is trying to get that extra inch, that extra bit of speed, so you can start to move away. And we've got Leander now starting a breakaway.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just see Lavine Sheriff there. She's on her bicycle next to the Leander boat, and she's going to be cheering them on. They're absolutely on home water, this Leander Club, and they're making the most of this home advantage. They really have shot out the blocks, Alex.
They have done. I mean, this Thames crew here on this side, they're more of a development group at Thames Rowing Club. as are the Leander athletes. They're the young guys in the club who are looking to kind of make their start to break into the international team. So they're very well matched, and it seems like Leander really got the grip between their teeth and moving away actually quite nicely now.
Yeah.
If I'd be in that Leander boat right now, I'd be getting pretty confident, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We should be clear, this is Thames Rowing Club B. There are 4 Thames boats in this event. C and D, they've gone out of the regatta at this stage. We've got Thames A and Thames B. And what depth in that squad. I mean, we're looking at the moment, Leander are leading this Thames Rowing Club B boat, but to qualify that number of athletes, Alex.
It's a great job. I mean, Ben Lewis, a good friend of mine, is now coaching down at Thames Rowing Club, and he's really brought the club on in the last couple of years. You know, this is their second crew, and they've got a very strong crew who are sitting on the sort of other side of the draw.
And this is a wonderful shot, isn't it? This overhead shot, we can absolutely see how these boats are moving. We've got the Leander crew coming towards us, Thames on the left-hand side, the Leander with the pink blades, and look at that, they're really moving the boat well as we come past the Henley scenery on the right-hand side. We've got the Copers Fields on there, the corporate events, they'll be flying later, but right now it's Leander that are flying along this Henley Rowing Club course.
And they look good, and this is where you really want to be pushing away, right in the middle of the race. You want to have your foot on the gas, and when you're in this, like the Leander crew right here, you really want to be pushing away. And you actually want your you don't want to move over too much, but you want to get as close to the margin on their side so they can really feel the puddles that you're pushing down in there underneath their shell and really disturbing how they're rowing. And, you know, they're doing everything right. They're doing absolutely everything right, and it's really, really good to see that they're rowing so well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and they pass the signal box there, and we see that number 2 coming down, signalling that crew has gone past, and it is Leander. They've made all the running this first part of the race. Murray, Webber, Lyons, Redmond, Hugh James, Edwards, Horsley, Gordon's Kay, and their Cox Royston have really gelled together as a crew. They will have trained on this stretch throughout the winter. They'll have watched this Henley Regatta course being built. The excitement for them would have built, and today they've come out here on day 3 and seized their chance.
Absolutely. I mean, I was a member of the Leander Club as well, and you really take a lot of pride in this race. You feel like this is your home turf, and you absolutely know exactly where you are on the course, and that's so important because Henley is so different to international racing. You know, you have no markers like you do in an international course with a typical 2,000 meters. You know, it's a much longer course, but you only have the traditional, you know, barrier, mile and an eighth, and it doesn't really make sense in your mind. So these guys, they'll absolutely know where they are because they've been here every day in, day out, right through the winter, like you said, Sarah. Yeah. And it's a great course. Look at that. That's a stunning, stunning shot. It's so great to be here.
Yes, absolutely, and we've got a length of clear water now as you see the boats going towards the church, towards the finish line, and it's Thames now that are going to have to make the move if they are going to come back onto this Leander crew. Leander have done absolutely what everyone talks about in apes racing. They've gone out, they've had that explosive start, and they'll be looking to control this race. Thames, they need to get back now if they want to really challenge to be competing on Saturday.
Yeah, this is absolutely what you need to do in rowing. You need to push out, get ahead at the start. I mean, I know it sounds obvious, but this is the one sport where actually when you're ahead, you can look behind you and you can just push off everybody behind you. Whereas when you're running in a track race, you're almost like it's simply the rabbit being chased. Whereas in rowing, you really want to get out, and that's what they're doing. You can see Thames are really trying to make an effort to come back now, though. They're doing a good job, but I would say, Sarah, the race may be won now.
Yeah, absolutely, and Leander are making sure, but they're still putting in more strokes a minute just by 2 pips, which is 2 strokes more than Thames are. They're absolutely making sure that they stay away from that other crew. They don't give them a sniff and give them hope, if you like, because once hope is in the athlete's heart, amazing things can happen as you come past the crowds in the regatta enclosures and the members enclosure.
Absolutely. This is actually a very hard part of the race. When you're in the lead like this, you know you're going to win. You feel like you're going to win, but actually this is when you can feel the pain. And so you're fighting this battle in your head that you don't want it to hurt too much, so you then relax a bit, and that's when your foot comes off the gas, and then that's when you let the other crew back in, and that may be what's happening a little bit now, but I'm quite certain they're rowing a very nice long stroke there. They look very confident. And I think they may have this one in the bag. Thames are really going for it now, aren't they, Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. First race of the day here at Henley Royal Regatta, day 3. And we're watching Leander Club in the Thames Challenge Cup. And Leander, they're going to be taking the applause there. Some of the crowds, some of the local crowds will have turned out. They'll have known they had this 8:30 race. And it's Leander who have really made the running. They've taken this race by the scruff of the neck. And it is Leander, I think, that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. Leander Rowing Club there, winning their heat of the Thames Challenge Cup. And here they come, Thames Rowing Club, their B-boat, a fantastic effort by those guys.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when you're in the boat behind, but they did a very good job. And the great thing is, you know, it's just such a privilege to be here at Henley and race.
And this is race 2, the Wyfold Challenge Cup, Tyne against Tideway Scullers School. Men's coxswains fours, key to get off the start straight. Tyne, we've been watching all week, they've had the slower start, and today against Tideway Scullers, it's Tideway Scullers that have come out the blocks fast. Tyne, they're going to be looking again, toughing it out, holding on to Tideway Scullers, but Tideway Scullers really quick in the early part of the regatta, pretty quick today, just a little bit of steering there, but they've had a great start.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. They look like they've really taken the bull by the horns there and trying to move out. And you can see they've slightly got the lead here. This is the hardest bit of the race in the coxswains four. You see where that bit comes off the buoys and next to the barrier. That's actually where you got to be you're very careful, because you're steering the boat with the foot in the bottom of the boat. You haven't got a cox to guide you down the track, and that's the bit where when I was racing, Sarah, I got very nervous, because you just need to make sure you get aligned up with those buoys correctly. But they're really moving away well here, Tideway Scullers, aren't they? Tyne, very aggressive stroke. Tideway Scullers, a bit more relaxed, a bit more loose, which is what you want in this coxswains four.
Yeah, I spoke to their coach, Tom Gale, this Tideway Scullers club's coach, Tom Gale, amazing international oarsman himself, and he's come along. And, you know, this Tideway Scullers, 3 of these guys were in the Henley final last year, and they absolutely did fall foul of their steering. It was Upper Thames who were victorious that day. Tideway Scullers School disqualified. They have been dreaming about this regatta since that moment, and right now they're leading Tyne, Tideway Scullers School on the left-hand side, looking at their blades. They're yellow and they're red. And Tyne, this is familiar ground. Every race they've done so far, they have been down at this stage. Yeah. This is familiar. They'll be holding on. They'll be looking to take their advantage later on in the race.
Yeah, it's interesting, Sarah. You see they've got the slightly different rigs of the boat. You see on the Tideway Scullers, that's the sort of conventional setup of a coxswains four, and where you've got each man, you've got a stroke sider, then a bow sider. But Tyne have this bucket rig where you've got the two together.
And why might they do that, Alex?
Well, it's because it's putting your power in the right places in the boat. And typically, you want your big engines in the middle, and then you want your sort of silky smooth guys on the outside. But there's quite a significant margin opening up here. I think, Tideway Scullers have clearly got the bit between their teeth. They want to do this event. They really want to make the standpoint from last year, and they're really moving away. And Tyne, you can see now moving over to try maybe go for the contact. This is sometimes what crews do here. It's a bit, try and get a bit of a better line and hold on that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Umpire John Hedges there, he just put up his flag and made sure that none of that was going to happen. I don't think that was the case, actually. I think what we saw was two athletes and boats that get a little bit tired. Sometimes when there's this hole in the booms, the wash of the boats can move the boats. But right now, it's Tideway Scullers School. They've moved ahead. There's no chance of contact. As the race stands, you've got a length and a half of clear water there. And that looks absolutely beautiful for the Tideway Scullers School. We're looking at Adam Riddler and Adam Ledusky, Nathan O'Reilly and Stuart Heath, and they're working beautifully as a unit in that conventional rib, sometimes a little bit easier to row, I find, but we've got some great length there. They're using their strength well, and they're moving this boat beautifully. Will Tyne be able to pull another one off and come up at the end?
So you never say never, but I do think this is looking in Tideway Scullers' favour, and they really are rowing well. This is where it hurts, though, the most. This is where the lactate's really starting to build up. The water gets slightly more bouncy here. You're coming to the finish, so the pain becomes more and more prevalent in your mind. But they're rowing it very, very well.
down time, they've had two really close races, 2 feet on the first day, just a third of the lengths yesterday. How will those athletes be feeling, Alex?
You've got, at this point in the race, you just got to get your head down and keep going. You just never give up. I mean, if you give up, then you might as well not be in the sport. And I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but that's the great thing about rowing. It sort of tends to draw these characters who are sort of determined and always want to come back no matter where you are. And that's, I have been in that position, Sarah. You know, you're just fighting all the way. And you've got to keep the motivation. If you're the guy in the bow seat, the guy who's closest to the finish, he's the one who's roaring them on, saying, "Come on, guys, you know, we've got to get on with this. We can do this." But it's very much the tide
absolutely holding the belief to the end. But right now, it's tideway scullers. They're rowing that boat beautifully, pressing it on, lifting it over the finish line, and it'll be tideway scullers that we see tomorrow. Tideway scullers beating Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, not able to do it again. The show ponies, as I called them yesterday, not able to do it today, but fantastic regatta they've had. We'll be seeing them in the tideway scullers in the Wyfolds tomorrow.
Go. Get ready, please.
And this is race 3, a heat of the Prince Albert Nereus v University of California, Berkeley. Nereus on the left-hand side, and they're off a great start here. These guys are coxed, so we should be seeing them going straight off the line, but hard, heavy boats and need to explode out the start on this gladiatorial racing, side-by-side racing. They'll be looking to get the advantage, and at the moment, it's the Dutch that look like they have gone ahead.
Yeah, the Dutch crew, they contain a few of the under-23s for the Dutch squad and junior internationals. The Cal, we've got some very, very strong freshmen. They're coached by Mike Tatey, who was the famous coach of the US team for that Olympic victory back in Athens. So they'll have been training really, really hard for this, and they'll be used to racing. They do a lot of racing in their training. And you can see they're quite comfortable sitting where they are, and they're not going to let it go. Big guy there in the bow seat. He looks very, very, very strong. I believe is Harry Kelly. He looks, he's not going to let him go. But Nereus, very smooth, very, very smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. Taunton Nereus said, but after their race yesterday, they really did think that race against Newcastle University, it was a 3/4 of the length victory, but they felt it was much harder than they thought. They really were impressed the way that Newcastle University crew just kept coming all the way down the course, and they feel like that, you know, the University of California, you know, this is the first time we've seen them at this regatta. They got a bye, they're a selected crew, and we hadn't seen them, and they will have been making sure. The Dutch have said, do you know what, we could have been selected. Perhaps they're saying we should have been selected. This is what we can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dutch will have more background racing in the fours. You tend to see the Americans race a lot more in 8s at the universities. So as we're passing the mile and a quarter there, it looks like Nereus really opened up. I think it may be about 2-3 lengths there, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's look at this once again in the bucket rig. We've talked about that earlier in the day, but two athletes rowing on one side of their blade together. Sometimes that can keep the boat a little bit straighter. It can use the power in the middle of the boat in a slightly different way. And these Dutch, the Nereus crew from Holland, they really are using their power well. And looking at the other side, the University of California, they've come over having had a great season back at home, but they've been selected by the regatta, and they maybe didn't have the advantage of racing yesterday. And the Dutch, they've sharpened up after that tight race against Newcastle University, and they've come out here on Friday absolutely flying.
Yes, sometimes it really helps having done a race the day before. You get the nerves out, you get the body ready, and almost like the engine warmed up, like you see in Formula One. Sometimes, you know, that first race really, really stings. But I think the big difference for me, Sarah, is that the efficiency of what the Dutch are doing. They're the way that they're rowing the boat is just a bit smoother. The Americans look very, very strong, but they're taking fewer strokes a minute. They're making it a bit heavy, a bit sluggish. And the Dutch are just moving loosely, nicely on top of the water.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're looking at is two really different styles of rowing, and as long as the 4 people or the 8 people or the 2 people in the boat do the same thing, actually you can row in several different ways. But I love the way you described that. The Dutch, you can see it, there's a timing that they pick up the boat. Almost it's a silence as that blade goes in, just beautifully loose. You can see the relaxation in the athlete's hands, but the efficiency as they lift their hands up. you know, it's hurting them, but it looks easy.
Absolutely, it may be a little bit more tired there as you get further down the track, and that's where all the training comes into part. You know, you train so that you can take the really good, effective, loose strokes when your body is sort of shutting down, when all the lactate is building up. But they're doing a great job. They're doing a really good job. Cal are still fighting. To be fair, they're fighting all the way back, and that's what Mike Tatey instills in his athletes. These guys will be very, very hard young men, training very, very hard out there in the Bay in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's right. Those Californians, they see on their fronts, they've got a pride about this and a pride about this performance, and they're driving their boat on. They're demanding as much as they possibly can of each other and of themselves. But at the moment, it's the Dutch. They've got the cheers. You can hear their supporters have turned up. There's no mistaking that roar that comes from the Dutch supporters, and they will be pleased with what they say. Well, there we have it. We've got them coming past the deck chairs. We're coming past the stands there. They'll be sniffing the finish at this point. They'll be getting that information from their cockpit. It's just another 3 or 4 strokes to push it through. We've done it. We're going to push it through. We're going to be here tomorrow in the Prince Albert. Nereus there ahead of the University of California. A very, very strong performance, Alex.
Very good win. But it's a great feeling when you cross that line and you're in the lead.
And this is race 4, and the Fawley Challenge Cup. We've got Northwich against Nottingham Rowing Club.
Attention! Go!
Okay, and moving fast off the start there, these quadruple sculls, making sure their boats go straight. These first few strokes, all key, driving the legs, pressing it on. Want both crews coming out the start, looking for the explosion, looking for the advantage. And looking at here now, we've got Nottingham Rowing Club, a little bit of steering there, Alex. They need to get, and here comes the umpire. He's suggesting to them to move over now.
Absolutely, but you're very conscious. You want to stay away from the buoys, from those booms. Those are the sort of area where you can get in a bit of trouble. So it tends to push the crews a little bit closer together. And I have to say, I'm absolutely going up the blocks in that situation. I have been a little bit nervous in my life. I've been a little bit too close sometimes, even when I've not been steering.
Yeah, absolutely, but sorted out now. We've got Nottingham Rowing Club looking at this overhead shot there on the right-hand side of the picture. We've got White Blaze there. We've got Jack Smith, James Moresby, Rowing Law, Tom Harvey, and Harvey Kay. Tom Kay's son there, and that's where the Tom came from, that bow man. He's the man leading the race at the moment. Tom Kay, one of the guys that I watched his technique when I was an athlete, because he was such a technician, and he and his father, I'm sure, have had an input into this crew, and it's making a difference at the moment. Nottingham Rowing Club are leading Northwich Rowing Club here in this heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup.
Yeah, this is I think a first time for Northwich in this boat, in this event. So it's great that they're here and they're in the Friday and they're in the fight. I mean, you really see they're not giving up. They're rowing a bit smoother now. Tom Kay's son, RBK, yeah, real pedigree in that family and real technicians. They did very well over many years at the World Championships as a lightweight sculler, winning in Milan, finishing his career there. And I was there and you were there, so it was a great thing to watch. And I'm sure he'd be very proud dad watching his son right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll probably have him on the launch now. He's probably one of those people following, and you know, of course, the rules of your supporting your crews, perhaps you're the closest people to them. You may be able to win the launch, but you have to be silent, and that can be the toughest thing to do as a pair to support. You have to be silent in that launch. But right now, they'll be liking what they see. You can see Nottingham Rowing Club, the young athletes, under 18 athletes, have to come from one club or one school in this Fawley Challenge Cup.
Yeah, this is really the kind of pinnacle for you when you're a schoolboy. Henley Royal Regatta. I still remember when I came here and how great it felt to just be at the regatta, let alone race. And these guys are in the lead. They're doing a really, really good job. What they're doing is they're putting the blades really very close towards the bows, getting a bit more length per stroke and a bit more efficiency, and that's why they're moving away. You can see though Northwich, they're fighting, you know, they're tough northern club. Northwich Rowing Club, also where from Matt Langridge, the British international's from, but they're a little bit lower on the rate. and they look maybe a little bit heavier in the water.
Yeah, Matt Langridge, will see him later on in the regatta. He's racing in the pairs event, but right now he'll be looking at his old club, I think with pride. You can see the bowman there just looking round. Harry Blake there, he will be asking his crew, asking more of his crew and giving them the information. But at the moment, Nottingham Rowing Club, with that longer stroke, that looser stroke, they really are going away.
Yeah, Sarah, they're moving. Oh, they had a little bit of a hiccup on the stroke there. You see the water's a little bit bouncier now. We're getting a few more boats going down the course. And this is what makes Henley so special, is that it's not a flat course. It's a real live environment. You've got to deal with all the elements, whether it's the wind or the bounce on the water. But they've got it in hand. They're very, very comfortably in the
Yeah, absolutely. It's Nottingham Rowing Club. They've dealt with the conditions. They'll have learnt a lot from that race, but it's Nottingham Rowing Club. Here they come through the finish, and a fantastic fight there by Northwich Rowing Club, but it's Nottingham Rowing Club that progress in the Fawley Challenge Cup. And here at Henley Regatta Day 3, it's a fantastic day. It's a beautiful day, and we've had great racing already. And Nerea's just raced there this earlier on, and we have had a new record time. Broke the record, Alex, by 2 seconds. 2013 was a quick time. Maybe now we're going to be talking about 2015 race conditions.
That's fantastic. They did look very good.
Go! Get ready, please.
Got a race by the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Paskovich and Griffith and Paskovich on the left-hand side, Graves and Graves on the right-hand side. Graves and Graves, brothers, Peter and Thomas. Here they go. They'll know each other well. They've been racing together for maybe many years, and here they come, pressing it out of the start.
Absolutely, so they're two of three brothers who all rowed very well in the US team. Their father is also a very big supporter. He's here as well. In fact, I saw him out very early on Wednesday morning in a single scull. But they're very, very strong, but they're a bit shorter than your typical oarsmen, so they have to be quite punchy with their stroke. And you can see that. They're trying to use a bit more rate and move away.
Yeah, it's Grays and Grays, and there's fluorescent tops on the front of that picture. There'll be a borrowed boat come over from the Crosby Sculling Centre in the USA against Griffiths and Paskovich. City of Bristol Rowing Club had a little bit less far to travel there, but you know, this is a heat of the Diamond Challenge Cup. Only elite event in these small boats, and these guys will be delighted to be part of this regatta.
Absolutely. They actually lived here for a period of time with Graves, for a year when they were younger, so they know the course well, and I think that's what inspired them to row. I was having a conversation with their dad the other day, and they absolutely love rowing in his family. And look at that view. I mean, that's just why Henley's so special. You're rowing down that course and you've got that stunning backdrop behind you. But they've also got a bit more pedigree than the other crews. City of Bristol, they're doing a very, very good job, but I don't think they're quite the sort of international level that the Graves brothers are. And that gives you that extra little bit of leverage that you need in this type of race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at an international standard crew. They've gone out hard, they've made the most of their opportunity, and now they've dropped the rate. They're doing less strokes per minute, and as we look at Griffiths and Paskovich, they are pressing it on still. They're really calling it and making that effort. But Paskovich is racing again in the Diamond Challenge Sculls later, so would you think that at this stage, you know, we might argue they've had their race here, they're not perhaps going to get back on terms with the international crew from the USA. So what would be your challenge or technique?
I think, I mean, what you can see there, the Graves brothers just totally relaxed and chilled out, and they're really rowing a very nice, low, long stroke and still moving ahead. But with Paskovich, I mean, you could argue, yeah, maybe he knocked it on the head and decided to not put the effort in, but it's very uncommon in rowing. Most people, they just keep fighting towards the end. It's very rare that someone knocks it on the head. But you do have to be quite careful with your energy, Sarah. You've doubled up a few times in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a real challenge in between whether you've raced and you've got a race in your legs, you know, having raced yesterday, and what you do. But look at this, that wonderful shot here. But this double, I mean, look at that lead. They have opened it up. They made sure the first part of the course they did everything they could do. And actually, Bristol Rowing Club, they're pressing it on, and You know, they are moving their boat, they're giving it absolutely everything they can, but they cannot match this international crew. Graves and Grays, what a fantastic performance.
Yeah, and Craftsbury Sculling Centre really has great pedigree for sculling in the US, and the training that these guys will be doing is of a phenomenal level. They're really one of the few places in the States now where you can train full-time. I know there's another area in Princeton where the heavyweight men sweep are based, but they're just rowing that boat so well. You can see the bounce on the water there. That's something you have to contend with. And all the time when you're in the lead like this, you're thinking, right, you know, I look good, I'm staying ahead, just don't make a mistake. You know, just keep going.
Yeah, I'm watching them now. They are very much together. You can see the similar morphology of the brothers. It really does help when you're in a boat like that. We've seen twins in doubles before, but right now it's Peter and Thomas that look like they are absolutely joined together. They look like there's a piece of the string between their hands that cannot even make a small inch of difference, and that is translating into fantastic boat speed.
Yeah, and Peter was in the US men's quad at the Olympic Games, so he really does know what he's doing. They're very good pedigree. They've won the head of the trials something like 11 times between them. You know, I do feel sorry for the Sea Bristol guys. You know, they really got their competition when they showed up today. But that's what Henley's all about. You line up on the start, and you might get, the Graves brother, or you might get Steve Redgrave. Who knows?
Yeah, and as a club oarsman, how often do you get the chance to go side by side with an international crew? It is a real opportunity, and you know, you realise the difference in boat speeds for perhaps the club standard to the international standard, and that's what we're watching now. A really class international standard boat here in Graves and Grays, and I'm going to be really interested what happens tomorrow when they progress on in the regatta, meeting other international crews. They're going to have a bit of a tougher race, I think.
Absolutely. You've got the South African world champion lightweight double in the event. You've got the Brits who are running very strong this season. So it's going to be a very competitive event. But this also demonstrates, so you just said, the level of difference in training between international and club rowing. And I remember when I was a club athlete and I was in one of these situations.
Yeah, the full-time athletes, the international Graves and Grains, winning that heat of the Diamond Sculls Challenge Cup, making short work, I'm afraid, of the City of Bristol crew, Griffiths and Paskovich, looking easy there. They'll be pleased with their morning's work. And here they come through. And looking at these wonderful shots, we've got the athletes of Cornell University and University of London A in the Temple Challenge Cup. Looking at University of London, those purple blades coming down, the faces of the athletes at this stage in the competition. These are nervous moments. You're just trying to move your body, get your breathing right, get the air in. Alex Partridge, what are they feeling?
I'll tell you what, you're trying to control that heart rate. I still remember sitting on many starts, trying not to make my hand shake so everybody else could hear the oar rattling in the gate. But you know, also you're focusing, you're thinking about how can I control this. So I used to break it down. A lot of people break it down the first couple of strokes because it's a long way. There's something like 220, 240 odd strokes. So you've got to break it down into small chunks. So you just think of those first three, then you get them right, then the next ones will come right, and the next ones will come right.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at that University of London boat coming down there. And my tip to myself was never turn around. At this Henley Royal Regatta course, you turn around to that vanishing point, and whilst it looks beautiful to us, as me as an athlete, it just looked like it was going to go on forever. Here we are, race 6, Temple Challenge Cup, Cornell University against University of London A.
Cornell University, one of the favourites for the event, over from the US.
Yeah, absolutely a selected crew, but University of London A, they won't be reading that form. They'll be out here today looking to see what they can do.
They're holding their hands up to get straight. Hands are down.
Attention, go!
And now in the A's, this noise is absolutely fantastic, especially when you've got the coxswains there, everybody shouting at their athletes, you've got the blades going in, the riggers, they're clicking on the finish of every crew, And Cornell, they've had a fantastic, look how their blades are going into the water, Alex. That looks so sharp and fast.
They do look sharp. The University of London off very, very hard off the start, very aggressive, but maybe a little bit dirty, or we would say a little bit messy at the finish there, and maybe taking a bit too much water. Cornell moving a bit slicker and a bit higher, but the University of London have had a bit of a resurgence in their form as a university in the last few years, and they'll be here to prove a point, you know, sort of in battle of independence again, maybe, or something.
Yeah, 8 crews left in this Temple Challenge Cup, and just 2 British crews at the moment. University of London A, who here will watch and compete against Cornell University, and Oxford Brookes, who will be taking on the Dutch later on today. And looking here, it is Cornell that have had the faster start. They've really exploded out the blocks, and you can see that explosive way that they do row. They're using their legs, but it's how they open their backs that's lifting that boat up. And as you watch the bow balls, it's just disappearing out of shot. It is being pushed on so far per stroke. London University in the shot here, right in front of us. They need to keep that pressing out. They need to keep their hand in the fire now, Alex.
They do. You have to hold on here. You can't afford in the 8th race to let the other boat get away. If you get clear water in the 8th, especially this early on in the game, as I have experienced a few times, it's game over, really. But Cornell, lots of racing pedigree in America. They have a really, really good university circuit, so they're racing every weekend over the last something like 8-9 weeks, and they have had a little break for Henley. They really know what they're doing when they're getting out of the blocks. University of London, maybe not so much opportunity in this country yet, but I think it's improving. And you can see that. You can see how Cornell is just very confidently now in the lead. And, you know, never say never, but they're looking very strong.
And for me, this part of the race is all about hitting a good rhythm. Yes, you have to hold on to the other crew, but actually holding on in a scratchy rhythm means you have nothing left for the final sprint. This bit is about being efficient, it's being long, it's being strong. And the University of London, I think they're still trying to put pushes in. They're trying to push back onto Cornell. Whereas looking at Cornell, we're looking from above, you can see they're in a rhythm, they're loose, they're long, and their coxswain, just a tiny bit of press as the boat moves on, but it's really smooth. She's not being jiggered around, as sometimes you can see those coxswains when the very explosive, very strong athletes lift their legs against the timing of the boat.
Absolutely, rowing is all about rhythm. And I think sometimes the mistake that we make as athletes is that we forget that, and you can see Cornell really have grasped that. Their coach clearly understands the concept, and they're moving very, very well. Their hands are moving very freely around the back of the stroke, allows them to just glide on the top of the water, whereas you see London there, a little bit more hunched over the stroke at the back end. They're maybe kicking the boat when they're putting the blades in. But you don't have a choice. If you're behind, you've got to fight. You can't give up. You have to keep going.
Yeah, and we've discussed how tough rowers can be and how that mindset is to keep moving every stroke. But looking at this shot, we're looking at Cornell University. They were semi-finalists in this event last year. They've come here on day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta, the first in their round of the Temple Challenge Cup, and they're at the moment leading like University of London A crew, pressing away.
University of London, coached by Phil Gray, is trying to make sure that they stay very competitive on the circuit, on the domestic and international scene. They had a 7th and a 16th in the head of the river this year, so they're much improved. That fell down. Real pedigree though at University of London at the event. They've won the Grand Challenge Cup a few times in the past, which is one of the most prestige 8s events, and a lot of internationals from University of London. So I rode with one of them at the World Championships. Nathaniel Riley O'Donnell, world champion last year. Cornell, also a lot of pedigree. They're one of the premier Ivy League rowing universities in the States. They really know what they're doing. I really like what they're doing there, Sarah. Look at those blades going in the water. There's no splash whatsoever. It's just so smooth, so easy. And I think they'll feel pretty confident right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these crews selected by the stewards, so they were given an easier ride, you might argue, or they were kept apart earlier on in the regatta. But now we're at 8 crews left in this event, and we only have selected crews left. And looking at there, this wonderful shot. We've got the bars that are beginning to fill up on the left-hand side and the bank, the members' enclosures, but right now it's all about the rowers. This is Cornell University putting a fantastic performance in there.
And this is where you're approaching the stewards, you're moving into the last sort of 500 metres, and this is the worst and the best bit of the race, because you know where you are now, having been in that long period where you're going off of markers that you've not been moving the race against. But now you know, and you're looking for the grandstand, and you're looking for the next grandstand, and you're just counting down the stroke to the end of the race.
Yeah, 15, 15, 10, 10, 10 would be the bit going through my head. Just count those 15s out, count that 15 out, 10, 10, 10, and at some points you don't have enough oxygen going to your brain to count to 10. But right now we've got a good race here. We've got the crowds beginning to come in. They're getting to their feet. We've got Cornell University against University of London in the Temple Challenge Cup. Cornell University winning at the moment, leading at the moment, but London Rowing Club, they're pressing it on. Their cox is demanding more of them. What can they do?
This is the greatest thing about Henley, Sarah. You see on the left-hand side of the bank there, you feel like the spectators are right on top of you, and that really pushes you for these last 15, 20 strokes. So special here at Henley. You can see your friends and family when you're running the race.
The closer to the finish line you get, the closer to the spectators you get, and it's Cornell University. They're pressing it on, they're staying ahead, they're holding off London University A. London University driving on, looking for a little bit more of boat speed, but Cornell University, here they come, ahead, winning this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. London University, a fantastic performance. Came back to 3/4 of the length there, I think, Alex.
Very, very good fight to the end. Cornell still looked very controlled, but very good fight to the end. Well
and
done.
Nothing left for those London University athletes. They should be very proud of themselves today. Cornell, we'll see them again tomorrow. And I'm joined by Greg Searle, Olympic champion for this heat of the Wyfold Challenge Cup. We've got Spark Star Club against Petone Rowing Club New Zealand in a Wyfold Challenge Club. Coxless fours, they're off the start.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah, and it's good to see the crew from Petone here and from New Zealand keeping nice and tight to the island in the fluorescent yellow all-in-ones. As we look at the right of the screen, the crew from Star Club on the left have come away from the side, trying to just get straightened up now. And as we see them here coming to this lovely side shot, looks like Star Club got themselves organised and they've got about half a length there.
Yeah, absolutely. Watched the Star Club yesterday racing against Bristol, I think they were, and it was a fantastic race. You could see them very smooth and very long, but actually this morning they look like they've come out a little bit more explosive. They stepped up their game, as you have to as you go through this regatta, and they've got that advantage at the moment on Petone Rowing Club on the left-hand side. Those fluorescent yellows, you can't miss them. And here we have Star. They really are moving well.
Yeah, looks like they've moved well here. We're coming down here towards Fawley, so we've actually moved on to about halfway through the race. They've managed to open up, looks like about a length of clear water there to me. And we see these great shots we're getting today from this camera. Fantastic to see the technique there, the way they're coming out. Interesting to see there they've got a tandem in the boat, so the two oars on the left are together in the middle of the boat, helping the boat to go just a little bit straighter to take any steering issues out. So that the Star Club looking fantastic there out front.
Yeah, and watching this, it's a little bit of steering going on here, Greg. I mean, the Star Club, they've come away from the booms, this unique course, this wooden course. And do you think they're a little bit concerned? If you hit one of those, your race can be over, can't it?
Yeah, I think to be fair, what they might have done here, they've let themselves drift off the boys. So Star Club really going right down the middle of the course. They're sending a little bit of a weight down onto the Petone crew, and the umpire's doing a good job of keeping them trying to move them back onto their own station.
Yeah, absolutely, but that doesn't look fantastic, isn't it? We're looking there at Lloyd Merrikins and Sam Butler. They're the bow pair of this boat, and they look really, really smooth.
And that's Mulkerrins in the bow seat, whose father I actually rowed with back in 1992, also at the Star Club, and he'll be very happy to see his son out there, following his father's footsteps, rowing Coxless fours. I don't think they've made much of a correction here. If you look at their puddles, they're really coming down onto the stroke side of the Petone crew, and they're probably living slightly on the edge. I'm sure the umpire will be having the white flag out. I don't think we'll see a red flag as we see the umpire there just tucking his flag back away, because they have made that correction, and Petone actually have drifted a bit off their station now, as the boat probably gets sucked in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the umpire, John Hedges, there. He's making sure this race stays absolutely apart. And this is one of the skills we've talked about it here at Henley Royal Regatta. It is more lively than any other course that perhaps these rowers will ever have come onto. And it's going to get more and more lively as we go through the regatta. Looking at these wonderful pictures right now, the channel by the side of the close, it's relatively quiet, but coming on later in this regatta, you know, it's going to get really busy, Greg. And what challenges do you notice when you've competed here?
Yeah, well, as the weekend goes on, as we get into the weekend, it gets busier and busier, more and more boats appear, and the conditions get more difficult. These guys are lucky to be on the course right now, and we see Star Club are really having to put it in to hold off the Petone crew. The Petone crew actually came through yesterday. They were behind the barrier, they're behind at Fawley, and they rode through Sydney Rowing Club. They're hoping they might be able to do the same thing again today, but they're into the enclosures. I think Star Club have done enough, but the fight is still on here.
Yeah, absolutely. You can never say never in this race. And, you know, this is going over 2,000 metres at the moment. They'll be going to that 2,000 metre point, where most rowers are happy to stop and hear that bell at the finish. But here at Henley Royal Regatta, you know, the sprint to the line really has only just begun at that point, and you have to dig deep again. And Star Club, they'll be able to see the Petone crew on the left-hand side there. They'll be watching them carefully, but, you know, this is a very honest race. This is a very tough race. You can tell we're here at quarter-final stage.
That's right, at this stage of the regatta there's not going to be too many easy races, and we've got Star Club still here going about 38 strokes a minute, needing to pick it up, needing to keep themselves ahead, because Petone have come all the way from New Zealand. They're not going to go out without a big fight as the crews come down here towards the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see a little bit of tension now in this Star Club. They really are giving it everything. It's gone up into the shoulders. You know, you want to keep it in the legs as much as you can for as long as you can, but, you know, I think they're going to be all right there. We've got Star Club. They'll be very, very grateful to hear that bell as we go through. And Petone Rowing Club, New Zealand will be proud of them. They've had a good regatta, a non-selected crew. They've come over here, done themselves proud, but it's Star we'll be seeing on Saturday in the semi-finals. And it's race number 8, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. We've got Exeter University against Durham University.
Go!
Clocks for in this, and here they come. Slow boats in the first few strokes. You have to really draw them off the start line, but now they're up and running, and it's Durham University in their bucket rig and their tandem rig. They're moving off well. Similar rig there over on Exeter. Both boats going beautifully straight. It's going to be a great race. I think this is one that's going to go all the way, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. We'd expect the coxes. We can see them lying down there inside the boats to keep them straight. They've done a nice job there coming up the island, and now we can see them pretty much bowball to bowball. You can see Wade Hall-Craggs on his bicycle on the far side there, watching his Durham crew. He'll be keeping a good eye on them, trying to keep some encouragement going to them as they come out there, getting out past the quarter mile. In the umpires launch, we'll probably have Richard Tinkler, who coaches the University of Exeter crew, probably sporting the nicest beard I've seen in Henley so far this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Rich Tickler, you know, a fantastic technician, a fantastic coach, and we've got two real technicians there in those two coaches. And you're seeing in the athletes, so you've got beautiful rowing and very, very good matching here in the boat speed. Durham University just up at the moment on Exeter University, but this is going to be a great race. And what they need to do now, Greg, is really get into their rhythm and push on.
Yeah, this is time where it really starts to hurt. I always think you come out towards the barrier and you're closer to the bank, you feel like you're in your own private world, then you get out into this sort of area, the middle of the course, coming down towards Fawley. I always refer to it as the Badlands, and there's this bit where it seems a little bit quieter, it's a bit more lonely. The University of Exeter crew at the top of the screen as we're looking there are really trying to hang in there as they're coming down past Upper Thames and towards Remenham. To try and hang in, see if they can do it when it comes to final sprints. To me, Durham still look a little bit more dynamic around the pickup, around the catch. Those Exeter blades just look like they're in the air just slightly longer before they disappear. And I think it's that dynamism which might just keep Durham going.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm noticing in that Durham boat is that return, that little point where you get that time just before the blade disappears into the water, and it's almost like the boat is drawing those athletes out, and it allows that boat to move 2 or 3 inches further per stroke. If you put your blades in a little bit sooner, it can feel heavy, it can feel strong, but the boat doesn't return in the same way, and then you have to make the work rather than the boat working for you. Here in Exeter, though, they are absolutely looking on the left-hand side. They're looking like they're keeping it really well together, but at the moment, Durham University leading Exeter in this heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup.
Yeah, and they're just coming through that empty phase of the race. They've got some trees beside them now, and then they'll be coming down towards the enclosures. And like you say, they'll know there's not that much further to go. They're getting into the final pickup and counting out the strokes. The cocks will be getting ready to make those calls. As we see here, this Durham crew really moving quite nicely together. This is just how parallel the blades are and how well the bodies are coming through, and just keeping the boat moving along nicely together.
Yeah, this Durham crew, first time out of the regatta today, raced selected, so didn't race yesterday, and then we had Exeter, who had that tight race against the University of Virginia yesterday. How do you think they'll feel?
Yeah, well, I guess they only won by a length, didn't they, yesterday against the University of Virginia, so they've got a tough race already in the legs, whereas, like you say, that's where the stewards hopefully have done a good job to recognise the Durham crew and put them in the position, and they're now taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, we're looking here, we can see the cocks there, the face of Teddy Previte as he's looking there, looking forward. Not a great view, I don't think you've ever probably sat in a cox's seat, neither have I, Greg.
Yeah, not the stern. I've sat in the stern of an 8, but never sat laying down inside the boat. It's a pretty small space, these guys. Of course, no weight limit at Henley, but generally tend to be around 55 kilos, 7, 8, 9 stone.
Yeah, absolutely, and they will be in there. It's nice and tug. I think would get stuck forever, but it is at the moment the Durham crew pressing on. Beautiful synchronicity there, very loose, and the crowds have begun to turn up and cheer on their crews. It gets really exciting at this point, does it? Quarterfinals stage, and paint etched on the face of Ed there, Ed Clandell in the Durham University boat, but he will be pleased with his day's work, because Durham University leading Exeter Rowing Club. We'll be seeing Durham tomorrow. Exeter came through round yesterday. Great rowing, heads drop, but it's Durham that won that heat of the Prince Albert Cup.
Attention! Go!
Race 9, the Fawley Challenge Cup, and off they are. Frankfurter against Leander Club in the schoolboy quads event, and they're faster than furious, but it's the German crew, the Frankfurters, who have pressed on, and the blue tops, you can see that higher stroke rate is really making a return. They're a length up already on the Leander Rowing Club.
Yeah, I expect this to be a really good race here in the schoolboy quads. I think it's a fantastic race. Interesting steering. Look at this with the Leander quad. Look like they're moving really in towards the Frankfurter quad. I think the umpire will have his flag up if we get a picture to try to get these two apart. And there it goes. It's the Leander crew who's trying to steer them back towards their station as Leander look to, I think, come back. And I suspect they will have a lot. And I would expect they should come back at the Frankfurter crew, who made that really rapid start, as you said, with a high stroke rate, and really piling it in to try and see if they could open up some water.
Yeah, absolutely. That Frankfurter boat has gone out really, really bravely. But at the Leander Cup, they've got into their rhythm, and there's been no more distance. And in fact, you could say the Leander Club was coming back on them. But we have a problem here, Greg. Both crews are right in the middle of that water, and we're going to have a blade clash unless the umpire can get them to come apart. And both crews responding to his calls now. That's a good sign. Leander in the right place, I'd say, at the moment. The Frankfurter Club are moving over to the left-hand side, as we see on these overhead pictures, and it looks a bit safer to me now.
It's a bit safer now, as we see them there. We've moved, we're down through into the second half of the race. They're coming down towards Upper Thames, and the crews are still very, very close. And fantastic work from Leander that they've hung in, and they've hung in. The Frankfurt boys went out very, very hard. Let's see what they're able to do, as Leander are going to look to turn up the pressure as they come past the Remenham club there, and get into that final sprint then towards the enclosures. But I think this one, they've got themselves back on stations, but it's definitely still not done.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these crews in very high rating. You can see the Frankfurters at 38, the Leander Boat Club at 39, and it's Leander looking to stay in touch, but the Frankfurt, that early advantage, they're holding it, but both crews still quite in the centre of the river. You can see the puddles and the wash and the blades very, very close. If Leander are going to get back on terms, they need to move back to their station.
Yeah, but the Frankfurter boys are being warned again to get back onto their station. The flag's up. Oh no, Leander being moved apart. So the umpires really having to work hard in this one today. The Leander boys are some pretty big lads in there. They're all under 18, but the two in the middle are both over 14 stone. That might help them today as they work their way down here coming into the enclosures.
Yeah, George Hammond there, the umpire, he's been doing a great job keeping these two crews apart. The boats don't have a cox on there, so it's up to the athletes to keep their feet on, keep the boat straight through a rudder on their feet. And once again, his flag is out. It's time for the Frankfurter crew. It is a tough race, but still half a length separating these crews. And you know, the Germans were up a length. Leander have come back to within half a length. How are they thinking now, Greg?
Oh, I think they're not thinking of much at all. For me, the Frankfurter boys there, we can see the heads have started to go. The heads are beginning to nod. The Leander crew still looking strong, holding their form a little bit better, keeping it up in those upper bodies, the arms staying out longer, staying straight and really trying to hang the body weight behind it. The Frankfurter boys trying to get the strokes in. They don't necessarily look as tidy, but they look like they're holding that distance. And it looks like to me they're still holding off the strong finishing looking Leander club.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the crews come together again, this is going to be a really tight finish. I saw Tom Mortimer, the Leander stroke, he looked over his right shoulder looking for that boat, but you know, they'll be able to feel the boat at the moment because they're crossing over each other. Umpire George Hammond again has got them apart, but these Frankfurters, they've really taken this race. They went out hard, really brave racing, and coming through the enclosures, they've got strong again. Those heads are back up, Greg.
Well, their heads are back up, they're keeping it going, they're coming down to the line. George Hammond, as you say, has had the white flag out a number of times. I don't think there's been enough trouble that he'll need to get the red flag out as they come here down towards the line. I think this is going to be a clean race and it's going to be a win for the Frankfurter boys.
Absolutely, all the way. Frankfurter come through, just a length ahead of Leander. You can hear the cheers of the athletes, they're delighted. The arms are in the air, that fingers are up. Leander, as they come past, you can see their heads are dropped. A beautiful row there, gave everything they got, but it's the Germans that won that race.
Go! Get ready, please.
And here we have the Heat 10, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. We've got Keane and Pitara against Collins and Walton. The GB boat on the right-hand side against Team Keane Sculling School. Let's see what we have here, Greg.
Yeah, well, I suspect we've got the GB double here on the right of the screen. I expect them to be the stronger crew. John Collins and Johnny Walton, they've been representing Great Britain at the European Championships and at the World Cups. So I suspect they'll be looking to stamp their authority upon the race. But we've got the boys from Team Keane. They look like they've gone out as strongly as they can as they come up here. And they've managed to keep an overlap coming out the top of the island.
And Paul Keane, he set up his sculling school in 2009 and now he's in the boat with Pitikari there. He'll be really pleased to be lining up against this international crew. This is one of the unique things about these small boat events at Henley. You can end up next to a world champion. You can end up next to an Olympic champion when perhaps that's not an experience you've had before. And this is what they're getting now. Team Keane Sculling School, essentially against Great Britain. Leander Club here at Henley Royal Regatta. And it is Leander Club. You can see it clearly emblazoned across their backs. See how they move beautifully together. Haven't had the smoothest season internationally, I would say. But here on Friday, day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta. Look at that, Greg.
Now, as you say, there's not that many sports where you get the national team up against a club team like this. And in the double sculls, of course, there's only the one men's double sculls event. So everyone has to enter the same competition. So in these early rounds, you potentially get these kind of races, which you could call a mismatch, but I think it's what makes the sport pretty special. Get the same sort of thing in the diamond sculls, although now the qualification for that is so tight. As opposed to the eights races or some of the fours races we're watching, where there's a competition at every level from international right down through to school.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 10 boats started in this event. We're down to 8 today. We're about to be down to 6 because we watched the Graves brothers USA race earlier. Similar example, if you like, where USA International Union Light was against City of Bristol Rowing Club, and I think you can call it a mishatch or you can call it an opportunity. I think if you're an aspiring young rower, to really sit next to one of your heroes and understand where you could get to, where you want to get to. What was it like for you? Were there inspiring opportunities when you were growing up?
I always found Henley a fantastic race to come to and to watch the very best. And for me, we've got them on the course, you get to race against them. But to me, it's actually the boat tent enclosure as well. That behind the finish line, you've got the boat tents where all the equipment's stored. And we would put our boat on a rack, and there we would see the internationals, the guys at the time, people like your co-commentator Martin Cross will be hearing on here, would be storing his boat alongside us, and we got to then take the water with them. And even this morning I was able to go out training on the course just with a group of friends. Some people might call us veterans, we like to call ourselves legends. But to go for a spin on the course, and there we were with the German 8 alongside us, with James Fode and Matt Langridge, the Great Britain pair, alongside us. And Henley is one of these events where everyone really is in together, and that's in and around the event, in the social areas as well as in the competition, as we're seeing here, where we've got the Great Britain double scull up against the Keane sculling school set up by Mr. Keane himself.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking there at John Collins and Johnny Walton. They've been training together for several years now, and they've come here at Henley Royal Regatta. They'll be having their eye on the prize, but they're going to have some tough racing later on. But today they've made a good work of their first round at the event. They were a selected crew. Keane and Pitikari, their first round today as well also. But it is Johnny Walton and John Collins who are pressing their boat away, really using their legs well, even at this lower rate, to be efficient and stay ahead of the Team Keane sculling school.
Yeah, when you row in these smaller boats, it's still good to get to go out and have a practice, to row over the course, have the experience of steering, particularly steering coming through the island and then having to come onto the course and make sure you don't hit the wooden booms. And it's one of those things that it always looks and feels very, very tight when you're practicing, and then when it comes to race day, it's something you want to be able to try to put out of your mind and really focus on your rowing rather than focus on your steering. So for John Collins and Johnny Walton, they'll be pleased to have had an outing, to have had a trip over the course, and be able to get out there and get used to all of the conditions, get this one out of the way nice and early in the morning so they're ready for what'll probably be a tougher race tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. This double pipped by the French last year. They had problems with the steering on that occasion, but no problems here today. We've got John Collins and Johnny Walton representing Leander here at Henley Royal Regatta. Day 3, tick. They will be coming through. We'll see them tomorrow, day 4. Great to see them here. And Team Keane Sculling School, Paul Keane himself and Pitikari with him there have fought it all the way. They'll be proud of their performance. And what we can see there is the next race coming down, a Leander Club there. This is race 11, the Temple Challenge Cup. We've got Oxford Brookes University A against Nereus, Netherlands. This is the top boat from the Dutch, I think, and here they are out in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Yeah, both of these two had a good... Sorry, go on.
Listen, this is the moved race. This is Princeton University B against Leander Rowing Club. It's moved because I think one of the athletes is racing doubling up, and it's been put here on the programme, and it is Leander. They've come out there fast against Princeton.
Yeah, so we know this is a change to the programme, that as there's an injury within the Princeton setup, they've had to share a rower between Princeton University A and Princeton University B. So the stewards have moved things around to allow them to race further apart. And so we see here, coming down the course in the ladies' plate, this extra event that's been put in. We've got the Leander Club crew, and they're looking to me like they've moved strongly away from the Princeton University B, who are now looking like they're about a length behind as we're coming down past Remenham Club and in past the mile with about another couple of minutes to go in the race.
Yeah, absolutely joining it live at the moment. We've got the mile post that you go past there. You can see number 2 indicating that it is Leander Rowing Club, coached by Beachy, one of their development crews here in the ladies. You know, they are the second level up, if you like, for club boats, and he'll be pretty pleased with what he's seeing at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are, I suppose, aspiring Olympians. Probably not going to be ready for Rio, but they'll be having a mind onto Tokyo, and training within that Leander Club setup. The crew from Princeton B, as we can see, are still hanging right in there, trying to see if they can up it as we come down towards the stewards' enclosure. I see the Princeton crew are at about 40 strokes a minute. Leander having to work pretty hard to hold them off, as we're coming in here with, what, 30 strokes left?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are, we're pushing it on, and, you know, lots of experience. And these Leander guys, you know, they'll be dealing with part-time training, if you like, and part-time work. They've got jobs such as in the Regal Picture House. You can see people have got a rowing coach in Shiplake College, in the two-man in George Roshko. I bet his Shiplake athletes will be here cheering him on, and they'll be pleased with what they see. Their school went out yesterday, but George, he's stayed in here this morning. We've got George Roshko in the two-seat there, pressing it away, and Princeton absolutely pushing it on. They want looking to lift it. We're looking at race 49. It's been moved this morning. Ladies Challenge Cup, Princeton University B against Leander Club. And it's Leander Club that get that victory. Princeton, their regatta is over, Greg. Race 11, this is the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup, Oxford Brookes University against Nereus from the Holland. And Nereus on the right-hand side, you can see them with their blue, their maroon oars. Oxford Brookes coming out on the left-hand side. They're also wearing maroon, but on their strip, and off they go as fast and hard as they can. But it is the Dutch, that's the top boat from Nereus. We watched their 4 earlier win, but the Dutch, they're taking it on against Oxford Brookes, one of 2 remaining crews from the Brits in this event. And I'm joined by Martin Unsworth. Martin, welcome to the commentary box.
Good morning, Sarah. How are you? Well, look at this. I was around town last night, as you do, talking to a few people, and they reckon this could be the race of the regatta. Shame they weren't drawn together in the final. Big support for Brookes. You can bet your life that Alex Partridge, Steve Williams will be on the bank cheering these lads on. Massive race, this. So what's happening? We've got Brookes. Oh, Brookes are behind, are they? Is that what it's telling us?
What we're looking here at Brookes on the right-hand side. We've got Nereus with the big pictures here, and Nereus there just leading Oxford's Brookes at the moment in this beautiful overhead shot, Martin. Brookes, they're coached by Henley Webb. We've got a fantastic strength and depth in this squad. We saw many boats qualifying, and this is their top boat here in the Temple. But they've met the top boat from Nereus, the student club in Holland. And at the moment, Nereus, we watched them go out very hard earlier in the 4. They've gone very hard earlier in the out again in the 8. And they've got into that beautiful rhythm, Martin.
They have indeed, but looks to me as if Brookes might be having a push here. Absolutely amazing photographs, images here on the screen. Absolutely beautiful. What do you reckon, Sarah? Are they having a push?
Yeah, this overhead shot here, you can absolutely see that the crews, how they're moving, how they're putting their blade in. And I think, you know, the Brookes, the way they do race is really hard and really aggressive, and they're looking to make that aggression and this hardness make a difference. And at the moment, you can see that the bowman of the Brookes boat, they're sort of aligned to the stern of the Nereus boat. And what that means is they'll be feeling the puddles of the Dutch boat. They won't be, the athletes won't be able to see the other boat. They'll be able to feel them. But they're beginning to move through a little bit. The bowman is now on the cocks. Let's see how this race pans out.
You are getting the impression here we're in for one heck of a finish. The puddles are just closing up on the centre there. You can see that the puddles being made by the Dutch crew and Oxford Brookes. They're just getting closer. Wow, absolutely brilliant. Now, how do they respond?
Yeah.
Do they go for a bit of a squeeze? And it looks like, yep, Brookes are gaining.
I think we have here, if we look at it on the 3/4 mile signal, we've got the number 2 telling us that Nereus is up. We'll look and see if we can see on these pictures number 1. But I think, again, we watched that bowman. He was on the cocks. He's now on the he's still on the Cox if we look on the photos. They have made an attempt, but the Dutch are pressing away, and you can see the concentration, that little glance over by the stroke man. He'll be wondering where that Dutch boat is, but right now he won't be able to see it, Martin. The Dutch are leading Oxford Brookes in this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup.
Talking to Martin Cross yesterday about this, do you go with your race plan or do you race the crew alongside you? You're side by side, you've really got to have a go, and they will keep attacking. They'll respond, the other crew will attack, the other respond. It's all about tactics. They know how much they've got in the tank, and what is crucial, it's 2,000 metres normally. This is that little bit extra. It's about a dozen strokes extra. Do Brookes realise that? Have they prepared for it? We know they train at Wallingford, they train on the Thames. Henry, I know, will be in the umpire launch, absolutely doing his pieces here. Here we go. We're coming up towards the enclosures now.
Looking at this, though, you know, Brookes will have absolutely prepared for it. They won this event last year, Martin. You know, Henry has a huge amount of data, and he will be looking at those athletes and really training the 2,000 metres. But the Dutch are no strangers to this event either, and absolutely pressing it on. You know, they are being in control. Now we're looking at Bowman again. He was on the Cox, and I'm looking on the overhead shot. He's still on that Cox. They are not making any impact into this Dutch crew, but the pains on the faces. This is a fantastic race for Nereus.
Coming then towards the finish of this race, and if Brookes are going to go, they've really got to go now. Let's have a look at these images and see if we can see Brookes there. There's Brookes now. They will up the rating and have a go at them.
And looking at this now, Nereus, their Cox's 4 got the record today, and this Nereus boat, they've gone out fantastic where they've equalled the record at the barrier and at the mile signal. Brookes are against a really class crew. Look at the pain on their faces. Push it on, Brookes. Push it on. Nereus are going to be moving towards the finish, but it is there, this fantastic crew from the Dutch.
Brookes.
They're keeping it flat, they're keeping it long, and they're keeping it strong. We've got the Dutch, they're staying ahead just about. Brookes, they're responding to the crowd, and they're going to be coming through here. We've got another 10 strokes, guys. What are you going to do? How are you going to find it? The bowman of the Brookes crew is looking over. The Dutch are keeping the concentration in the boat. Here they come, the crazy crew. The Dutch there, staying ahead. Oh just about a second and a half there. The Dutch, and they will know they're in a race, but that was scorcho. Be interesting to hear the time of the finish. The Dutch delighted by that win. A record-breaking coup. 2015, we're going to be talking about the times, we're going to be talking about the Dutch. And looking there, the Cox is just looking over her line. Brookes, despondent. The two-man there, the Dutch, looking for that line, praying for it coming, but doing his work. Here they go. Nereus just ahead there. Oxford Brookes gave it everything, but their regatta is over.
It was predicted that would be the race, and that was one heck of a race. Well,
an absolutely fantastic race. The times, world record times, brilliant day. It's going to be a scorcho day here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Go. Get ready, please.
Race 12, heat of the Princess Grace Challenge Cup. Leander Club against Molesey Boat Club.
Go!
And here we've got in the Leander boat, looking over there, the familiar face of Debbie Flood. She'll be calling her crew over, pressing it on. Princess Grace, fantastic event. Molesey on the right-hand side. Lots of experience in that boat also. Let's see what they can do today.
Well, here they are heading towards the top of the island. Obviously the home bit of water here for the Leander quad, coached by Ian Rootsy down there at Leander, and at the top of the island it looks like Molesey there have a lead sail of what, just over a canvas?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great start by the Molesey. They're in those black blades, and we're looking at Fowler, Jonkers, Robertson, Rodriguez against Griffiths, the famous Debbie Flood, Richardson and Francesca Rawlings in the so recent Leander Cup. But Molesey, they've been training. They're a high-performance centre, and they've been pushing it on, Martin.
Yeah, Molesey have now taken the lead, and they're trying to just break away and try and get a little bit of clear water between them and Leander Club. The bank's starting to fill up here a little bit as they pass the signal. Now Leander just need to keep in touch. They don't want to let any clear water appear between them. And we can see here that Leander have had a bit of a push here. So again, this one's not over.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a really great racing here. We're at that stage. The Princess Grace, it's the first time we've seen them competing today. These are the event for the international quads. We're expecting to win this. We're looking at two very good club quads here. We've got Leander Club on the top of your picture. Some great international experience in there in Debbie Flood, and bringing on Griffith, Richardson and Rawlings. And then over here, beautifully sculled here by the Molesey Club. Picking it up, pressing it on. We've got Fowler, Jonkers, Roberts and Rodriguez as you go down the boat there. And looking at Rodriguez, the stroke girl, you can really see the dynamic opening of her back, Martin. It is moving this quad on away from Leander.
We can just see the amount of puddles that they're throwing away from the stern of their boat, and they have broken clear here at Remenham Club. They've got clear water. They're looking very, very strong, this Molesey crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And their coach, Paul Bourguignon, will be very pleased. He'll be sitting in that boat and he'll be watching it, because Leander, you know, Molesey, this is one of the old rivalries of rowing.
Well, yes. Lots of GB athletes in the boats together from Molesey and Leander, but you know, where are their roots? Well, back at their clubs. And looks like Molesey are getting the better of them here, going up now to the next marker, and they're going to approach the enclosures shortly. There'll be a good cheer for both of these quads, but it looks to me as if Molesey are in control here.
Yeah, absolutely. Molesey are coming up to the mile signal there, and they're pressing their boat on. Their blades coming down neat to the water. The umpire, he's got his flag down, his megaphone down. He's very happy with what he's seeing. The boats are far apart there on their stations, and just saying that, of course, Leander just twitched their rudder and they come a little bit into the middle of the river, but they've sorted that out now, and it's all about this Molesey boat. You can see those M's on there, all-in-ones, and how they're just moving together. Those girls, they're really pressing it on. You can see on their faces it is hurting. The two girl is asking for more. She's asking for a little bit more from her crowd and from her crew, but they're moving smoothly. And right now it is Molesey that are leading Leander in this heat of the Princess Grace.
Well, that's what they call the curse of the commentators. We were just talking about their steering. It's absolutely perfect. You mentioned it. And right on cue, Leander do a little bit of a right turn, but they're not really making ground here. And Molesey look as if they're going to progress through in this one. Debbie Flood, of course, gee whiz, how many times has she been up and down this reach? Goodness knows. I mean, she's been in the sport for many, many years. Absolute brilliant ambassador. She was captain of Leander Club. And yep, the girls racing with her there, they'll get an awful lot of experience from this race.
Yeah, Debbie Flood, triple Olympian, and you know, done a huge amount of work to give back to rowing, support young athletes, and move Leander Club on. She's been captain in the past of that club, but right now it's Molesey Boat Club that are leading the Leander outfit. Molesey beautifully rowing there together, pressing their crew on, and what you can see here from their coach, he will be delighted how that form has been held with the athletes, pressing their finishes down.
Lovely, lovely blade work here as they're coming towards the finish line now, Sarah.
It is Molesey Rowing Club that are ahead of Leander Boat Club in this heat of the Princess Grace Challenge Cup. Molesey look delighted, two girls slapping the boat. Work done, girls. Back tomorrow. And another record has gone today at Henley Royal Regatta in the Temple. 10 seconds off the record. Nereus, new record holders. Let's see them tomorrow.
The Princess Grace Challenge Cup. Right, we'll start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please.
And race 13, this is the heat of Prince Albert, University of Washington on the left-hand side, Newcastle University B on the right.
And they're off.
Two good university crews, just a little bit of depth in that stroke man on the University Castle B, but it's not slowing his boat down. An aggressive start there. University of Newcastle leading at the moment, I'd say, in these early stages, but it's all to play for in this Cox for student men, the Prince Albert.
Well, they're certainly having a go here at the top of the island. This is sometimes where you can have a All coxswains, you can have a few mishaps, but Newcastle went out there very, very quickly, and in response it looks like they're being overhauled. Coxes sat there at the front and constantly talking to their crews, and after a start they need to really just settle down now into a race rhythm.
Yeah, and Washington University really have got into a race rhythm there. They're pushing on. University of Newcastle B, they get that really explosive start, but I think they could be beginning to pay for it now. Washington, they're moving their boat on. Look at that strength on their finishes. And joining the boat now, you can see that Washington, they have dropped their rate, and they have done their work in their early stages. They have pushed away from Newcastle University B, Sam Casey, Sam Tosk, Alistair Brown, Will Alson, Anselo Wilson and Tommy Reeves. They have done themselves proud. They put themselves in contention, Martin, but it is the University of Washington who've come here at this regatta. You know, they are one of the favoured crews in this event, and that right now they've made sure of their lead, and they have taken their foot off the gas, and they look like they're ready for tomorrow, and they're starting to conserve their energy, Martin.
Well, you can
what
see
do you
why
think
they
about
are.
this?
Yeah, well, you can see why they are favourites for this event. Yeah, big lads. Huskies is going through my head. Is that right? Is that what they're known as? The Huskies, I believe. Somebody was muttering something about Huskies. They, of course, come over here and try and tempt our talent to these American universities now.
And, you know, it's an amazing opportunity for any athletes to go into one of these development programmes. Great to see them coming back here at Henley Royal Regatta. And this is the first time we've seen this selected crew race. We watched the Newcastle University yesterday, and they had a good race yesterday, pressing on, but today they have met a selected crew, and look at the quality of this University of Washington boat.
Yeah, they're a class act, and we'll look forward to see them progress through to tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, these final moments, you can see that, you know, the crowd is a little bit quiet here this morning, but we know it is record-breaking conditions. We've seen 2 records go already this morning. And, you know, we look at this, and this crew is conserving their energy. That's good tactics, but it's a missed opportunity, maybe.
Yep, you're right. I mean, you know, you want to have the blood pumping, don't you? You want a bit of adrenaline. You want to see really just how far you can go. So just to go out for a paddle, maybe that's not the best preparation. We shall see. Well,
we saw them. They sprinted out. They made the most of the first part of this race. They opened up that big lead, and since then they have been controlling the race. It's the University of Washington there, safely on the next round of the Prince Albert. And race 14, this is the race of the Fawley Challenge Cup. We've got Sir William Borlase Grammar School against Pangbourne College. And Sir William Borlase on the right-hand side with that beautifully painted stern of their boat. Pangbourne in the yellow boat, the M Packer on the left-hand side. And, you know, Sir William Borlase, winners last year. Such pedigree in this event. And what can they do this year?
Well, I was fortunate enough to be up at National Schools Regatta commentating on this, the junior quads. I saw these crews. Pangbourne very, very strong. Borlase, has to be said, favourites for this event. Certainly the best of the Brits in this event. And a very, very classy crew. They're moving nicely through the water. I've got to say, this is probably one of my favourite events. I just love the junior quads. You never quite know what's going to happen. There's always a good overseas contention trying to, and here we are, we're picking up the live images now, and it looks very much as if William Borlase have got themselves ahead. They look very, very strong in this event, and as you say, winners of national schools.
Yeah, their coach, Robin Dow, he's been with Sir William Borlase and really developed and built this programme. Developed athletes have gone through to the Youth Olympic Games and gone out and they compete there. And I think the British rowing have now noticed his talent and have brought him into the fold for next year. So this is the last time we might see him involved with Sir William Borlase. But do you know what? He's created a good legacy there. Look at Ben Wright, Chris Laurie, Rufus Biggs and Fraser Russell there in the boat. Chris Laurie is that athlete who is at the Youth Olympic Games and he's back here competing for his school again. He knows what it is like to win this event. He knows what it's like to win at junior world level, and you know it's showing. So William Borlase Grammar School, this looks like a great quad here in the Fawley. And then Pangbourne College, they're there on the right hand side of your picture. They're holding on to this crew. The progress scores tell us that it's just a length difference. It looks a tiny little bit more as we're looking now from this wonderful overhead shot, but Pangbourne, they've given themselves their opportunity. They held on as long as they could, but Martin, Sir William Borlase, don't they look good?
Yeah, well, they were, as I say, they were the winners at national schools. Pangbourne came out with the bronze medal, 13.5 stone average weight of those lads. I mean, that's pretty good size for a schoolboy, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, they've moved Chris Laurie into the stroke seat. I think when you were commentating earlier on the season, he was there further back down the boat, and it has made a difference, has it? That experience he had in the single sculls at the Youth Olympic Games, he's now got 4 trusted colleagues with him. He's part of a team, which I know he does enjoy. And look at it, they're moving that boat beautifully. Legs and back, it's efficient, it's quick, it's quiet, and it's moving fast.
I was looking here at who they are likely to come up against, and that will be the winners of the Glasgow Academy and Sydney rowing clubs. So looks very much as if Borlase is going to progress through and come up either against the Scots or the Australians in the next round. We've got Northwich and Nottingham still in this event, and then as we saw earlier, Frankfurt overcame Leander, so it could well go overseas, this one, but Borlase will take some beating, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we watched the Nottingham Rowing Club win earlier with Tom Kay's son, Harvey Kay, on board on that one. They beat Northwich, and they will be perhaps going on in the draw in this way, but at the moment, here they are. We've got Sir William Borlase coming towards us, sculling beautifully. Those blades flat, they're together. You can just see how the work from all 4 athletes is going on together, and it's lifting that bow ball and moving it on. The Pangbourne College boat, they're well drilled, but sitting behind, they're going to feel the dirty water, the wash of the other boat, and they are starting, I think, a little bit to just really come apart and revert to perhaps their natural technique. Young athletes at this stage, not so well drilled, but drilled today are Sir William Borlase moving together, controlling this race. A fantastic row there, a beautiful quad. Sir William Borlase, they're breathing hard. They've worked pretty hard out there to get that lead. Looking good though. Having a little chat about what they did well and acknowledging the other crew's efforts. Nice to see. And for the first time at the regatta on day 3, we're watching the women's singles, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, and we've got qualifier Hart against the selected athlete Schienaert. Schienaert, she's from Holland. She is on the right-hand side of the picture, and what an opportunity for Hart from Wallingford Rowing Club to line up against this international rower.
Yeah, Louisa Hart, I see, who is 3 times winner at Henley Women's Regatta. She's now up against an international athlete here in the form of Lisa Chenard, top of the island, and I'd say it's the young lady from the Netherlands that has a lead at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Henley Women's Regatta, fantastic event in its own right in its 26th year, but on the 1500 metre course it finishes at Remenham, the racing, same start, finishes earlier, and Louisa Hart, she'll be used to that course, and today she'll have to find the extra 600 metres almost that goes from that Remenham to the finish. But we're looking there, we've got Schienaert. She was 12th in the World Championships last year. She's used to being the 6-lane racing, sitting on an international field. But Louisa Hart, what a great start. Wallingford Rowing Club should be out here cheering for their athlete.
Beautiful conditions, has to be said. Just look at that lovely flat, calm water, blue skies, absolutely perfect. I might take it up myself, you know.
It's a beautiful sport, isn't it? And looking at these pictures, wouldn't you just want to come here to Henley Royal Regatta? It's day 3. We know it's record conditions, you get it right. And what we're seeing there is 2 single sculls. The first time we've seen the women's single. And this is where the best athletes in the world want to come and race. They're here at Henley on their way to the 3rd World Cup regatta. It's going to be an exciting regatta. And one of those best athletes in the world, Lisa Chenard, she's here leading Louisa Hart from Wallingford Rowing Club just down the river. What a moment for Louisa.
It's got to be very different, hasn't it? Because they're generally used to these athletes, multi-lane, some man-made lakes, some are beautiful lakes, but it's still 6-lane, multi-lane. This is a totally different kettle of fish, isn't it, Henley Royal? It's side by side in the most beautiful setting, and then we can look at these images now. Absolutely fantastic. The Dutch sculler there looks to have wound down. What's her rate?
Absolutely. She's still at 30 strokes per minute. She's keeping it honest. You know, that's quite normal for a single sculler. Louisa Hart there, she's pressing on. I'd say she was at 32, 33, slightly higher, putting in more strokes, looking to stay in touch. But yeah, this is a great performance. What an opportunity from a lightweight athlete from Wallingford Rowing Club.
And we're watching the master at work here. She's put this race well under control, coming now through past, as you can see there, the Redgrave bar, formerly the Barn bar, of course. There, no time to stop for an ice cream as they press down the course. Beautiful, beautiful conditions and quality sculling.
Yeah, these women's events at Henley Royal Regatta, we've already seen the women's quads, the girls' quads, we've seen the women's quads, we've got the women's 8s to arrive tomorrow, and the opportunity here for 8 women to be part of the Princess Challenge Cup. Interestingly, there were 9 women that went through qualification, so 3 of them had to go through qualification. Louisa Hart was one of those ones who did qualify on Friday last week at that very busy day here at the Henley Royal Regatta course, and delighted to see her, but it is Lisa Chenard who is ahead here at the moment.
Now you can tell by the look in my eye, I'm going to ask you something here. You've been down this course in many, many boats, haven't you, in many regattas. Have you been in a single scull?
Yeah, do you know, I did race this course in the single scull. It was when I was a very young athlete, and like so many of us in sort of the rowing world, and I was born in Henley, I'd been watching regatta as a young child, and I was an international athlete in other sports, and I never even thought I'd be part of the rowing community. And then I think it was in 1996 I found myself against fellow steward Gwyn Batten, who had just come back or was just on her way to the Olympics, and a bit like we have Louisa Hart there, I had my opportunity to look Gwyn in the eye. I was a hero to the end of the island, and then I'm afraid I was a zero as Gwyn disappeared off into the distance, but it inspired me, Martin. And what I'm hoping is these pictures will be inspiring people. This is beautiful sculling from the Dutch woman. You can see that loose relaxation on her face. You can see the blades pick up. You can see the boat pick up, and she is moving that boat sweetly.
Yeah, she's moving down through Remenham Club, and I'm sure they won't mind us nattering, a bit like Test Match Special here, nattering over the top of them. But you say inspiring. I mean, it wasn't actually that many years ago when they had a round of the World Cup here, which I think Gwyn was probably the first person to go down this course.
Yeah, I think she came across Maria Brand on that point, a Swedish sculler, fantastic legend in the single sculls and in the world of rowing. And, you know, we're going to be looking at this event this year, and we've got Nat Kova here. We've seen her win World Championships, win Olympics. She was an international 1500 metre runner. She turned her hand to sculling, and she has pretty much ruled the world since. It's great to see her here at Henley again. But this race here, looking at that, Louisa Hart, she's holding on, she's making Wallingford Rowing Club proud. You can see she's gone through Remenham. The Henley women's rowing finish is way behind her now, and she's going to drive it all the way to the line. But it is Lisa Chenard, the Dutch sculler. Beautiful sculling here.
You see the logos, don't you, get inspired, and this girl can. And we know with the Henley quad, when they won the junior event, the girls' junior event, and off the back of that, how many young people have got into rowing. You know, and as you say, you hope that these images and these pictures inspire people. But somebody was telling me the other day that girls rowing is the second largest rowing sport in the country.
That's really exciting. And I think if you are watching these pictures and you are inspired, let's retweet them. Let's send them out to people, because Henley Rowing Club, women's rowing, men's rowing, kids rowing, we know what this sport could do. You've seen, as a teacher, so much change in people through this sport. And, you know, what does the discipline give a young person, would you say?
Well, it's everything, isn't it? It's that cohesion, and sport teaches you so much. You just look at the amount of young girls now that have taken up rowing, and you know, any other sort of nonsense that can be a distraction, it goes, because they're so focused on this, which is just a most brilliant thing.
It is a beautiful thing, isn't it? And I think young girls, young guys, anyone who's interested anywhere in the world watching these pictures, get down to a piece of water and try rowing. Or if you can't do that, the first thing that many of us did, and perhaps recognised our talent, was the rowing machine. At the time it was only known as the rowing machine. I think later in our careers perhaps it became the dreaded rowing machine as you do more and more hours on the ergometer. But it is the place where you learn your power, you learn how to push yourself, as well as you have to do in this single sculls out here on the water.
Well, these girls have done hours and hours on that, and you know, to put all that effort in, and now this is the reward. And as we see, she is, well, in fact, they're both paddling their way up towards the finish, getting a round of applause from the enclosures. A beautiful, beautiful morning here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Yeah, and here we are. It's Lisa Sheenard who is winning that heat of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. But Louisa Hart of Wallingford Rowing Club, there she goes. What a performance by her. What an opportunity.
Attention! Go!
Wyfold Challenge Cup, race 16, Molesey against Upper Thames. Morning, everybody. Change in the commentary box. Me, Tim Della, alongside Annie Vernon here at Henley Royal Regatta. Just watching the start of this race, and both boats off pretty cleanly. Molesey against Upper Thames in the Wyfold, and it's Molesey on the Berkshire bank, furthest away in the picture, and nearest to you is Upper Thames. And it looks like Molesey have just taken an early advantage, half a length early advantage here. Annie, good morning to you.
Morning, Tim.
It's cracking flagstones out there, isn't it? Really warm,
yeah.
Already mid-20s.
Indeed, and I think the consequence of that is we're seeing some really quick times today. Already we've seen two course records go, and as the racing gets hotter, this is sure to continue.
One of those records broken by 9 and a bit seconds. Astonishing.
I know, absolutely phenomenal. And you really feel for the Oxford Brookes crew that came second in that race. I think they lost by a few feet in what would have been a new course record themselves, but of course just not quite the right side of the margin. But looking at this race here, I think with this kind of lead, we won't be seeing a record in the Wyfold.
Yeah, Molesey and Upper Thames perhaps with more modest ambitions. Molesey setting a pretty furious pace early on. Upper Thames trying to stay with them, but this is an early margin that you're witnessing here, and that would be decisive. You'd have thought it might turn out otherwise, something disastrous could happen, but looking at it, seems to be already sewn up, and we're only in the early stages of this race.
Yes, I mean, I guess the only thing you would say is Molesey do seem to be hugging the side of the course on the left-hand side, as you can see in your picture there, possibly going a little bit too close to the posts on their right. So we're hoping that they won't. As you can see, they've probably only got a few feet clearance there on their oars on their right-hand side to the wooden post. So we're hoping they're not going to get a little bit closer and possibly have a collision.
Lots of good pedigree in that Molesey boat. Several ex-junior internationals on board. A couple of oarsmen from last year's Thames Cup crew. And arguably the domestic favourites for this event, though time will tell. Certainly, so far in this race, they've looked good for that billing.
You can just see in the background there the Remenham Club, which is the historic club halfway down the course, which is the home of a number of different London-based clubs, including Molesey. And and home clubs that row past there get what is known as the Remenham Roar, with massive support there from their travelling supporters, and I'm sure Molesey are enjoying that at the moment, several lengths in front.
Yes, that roar will only get noisier as the day goes on. Still only 10 a.m. UK time, so the crowd's filling up throughout the day. We'll have big crowds in today. Friday's always a big day for our Henley Royal Regatta attendance, and then on Saturday and Sunday the crowds will get bigger and bigger. Certainly with the weather as it is here in the UK at the moment, that'll attract the crowds. At the moment, it looks very likely that Molesey Boat Club will be entertaining them. The Molesey Boat Club A crew in this Wyfold heat going very well as they approach stewards. You can see stewards in the background and all the landmarks of Henley. Not a breath of air out there really. A couple of flags fluttering just a little bit, but not too much of a wind. Certainly it won't be a wind that'll in any way bother these boats today.
No, I think this slight following breeze, the warm water, the very low stream. Remember, at Henley they race against the stream, so if there's too much rain in the weeks leading up to the regatta, the stream will be higher, the racing will be slower. But it's been very dry here in southeast England, very little movement on the water, so again we're going to see some very quick times today. But this Molesey crew, very strong performance so far. They came through 4 lengths in their first round, 2.5 lengths in their second round, and today they look on course for another comfortable victory.
Good crowds there in front of stewards' enclosure. Those chairs precariously close to the bank. Molesey gritty and looking successful at the moment. Upper Thames Rowing Club chasing them a couple of lengths back, as they have been for most of this race. Still a little way to go, a few more strokes for Molesey Boat Club to see themselves over the finish line, but in truth they've had this one under control pretty much from start to finish, from Temple Island all the way down towards Henley Bridge, which is where they're approaching right now. Molesey Boat Club know their work is done. Liam Tustin in bow, Christopher Ray, Harry Glenister and Alistair Douglas at stroke. And this 4 impressive once again, good for their billing as one of the domestic favourites. Last few strokes, some credit to Upper Thames Rowing Club A, who have worked hard to keep it to just over a length, but it's Molesey Boat Club A who successfully moved through that round of the Wyfold in some style. Always under control, right from Temple Island all the way down the mile and a bit course. So Bayer Leverkusen from Germany is race 17 up against Mercantile, and on the Berkshire Bank the Germans wait under starters orders, and away they go. The power of the 8s off the pontoon, the puddles that they're creating, desperately trying to get the early initiative, the early advantage. The quality of the rowing as the days go by will increase. Very tidy from these coxed 8s there. Past Temple Island very neatly. Mercantile nearest to you in the picture there in the red and white. Bayer Leverkusen in the blue and white. In the background have just taken an early advantage and just creeping up with every stroke, and they look extremely proficient at the moment, the Germans. They've just taken the early lead here, but yeah, that's definitely half a length and growing.
Yes, it looks like the Germans will be possibly taking this all overseas encounter. Of course, the defending champions in the Thames Challenge Cup aren't here to defend their title, but last year it was run by another German club from Frankfurt. Mercantile down in Melbourne in Victoria, Australia. So they've come a heck of a long way to race here. Great rowing club with a very proud history in this all overseas battle. However, looks like it's going to go European way.
Yeah, Mercantile, the semi-finalists in the Thames Challenge Cup last year at Henley, and just having a look at them at this stage, could be the end of their regatta in this particular event, because they're some way down already against Bayer Leverkusen from Germany, who have got several lengths on them. That is a huge gap early on in front of the bars further down the course.
I think really this German crew has got a number of German under-23 internationals. And to my eyes, Tim, they just look a bit more powerful. They just look like every time they put the oars in the water, they can just propel the boat that tiny bit further, which is why you see just a steady move away from Mercantile, who I think just a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, the technique and the physicality at the moment paying off. Just having a look at the race as it unfolds here, and on the Berkshire Bank it's the Germans who are looking very slick indeed. Finalists in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup and the Britannia Challenge Cup last year at Henley, semi-finalists in the Britannia a couple of years back as well, so they've got some pedigree. They know what Henley Royal Regattas are all about. And it's a great shot, isn't it? You can see the communication. They're very talkative boat, aren't they, the Germans, as they head down the course. Plenty of opportunity for communication, and they'll be happy with their race plan at the moment because they can see the gap, and now they just need to maintain the gap, preserve a bit of energy for the weekend.
So this is the third crew, of course, that Leverkusen have raced. In the previous rounds they dispatched Eastbourne Rowing Club from the south coast and the Lee from over in the docks in East London. So this is the first foreign crew they've raced, and I must say they're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty dominant this event, and I'll be very interested to see how far they progress.
I think we can safely say they'll progress through this round and into the weekend. I think they've not put an all wrong so far, have they? And they haven't got too much further to go. They're just getting to the part of the course which is overlooked by the grandstand. You'll see the big white marquees in the background in a few strokes' time.
I think just seeing these two, you know, one of the finest clubs from Australia, one of the finest clubs from Germany, and seeing them fight it out right here in England just reminds us how lucky we are to have an event like Henley. And it really is the magic of the event, is that we can attract some of the best rowers from around the world at every single level, not just the Olympians, but the top club guys, top junior guys, to come here and fight it out right in front of us here on the Thames.
Gone past the mile marker, and the Germans remain in the lead by several lengths against the Australians. Into the final few hundred yards now. Bit of a grimace on the face of the bowman from the German boat, Patrick Stocker. But they do look relaxed, they look fluent, and they've looked completely in control in this particular heat. Bayer Leverkusen of Germany. One last push to the line, with a glance over the shoulder from Fabian Mimberg, ginger-haired in 2. Glance to see where the line is. It's not too far away, Fabian's the answer to that, if you're starting to feel the pain, which no doubt you are after a mile and a bit of rowing here at Henley Royal Regatta. Really impressive from the Germans. A convincing win for Bayer Leverkusen in that Thames heat. Mercantile a couple of lengths down at the end of the heat. Tired limbs, no doubt. Not a record-breaking performance, but emphatic nonetheless, and the Germans progressing through.
Attention, go. Get ready, please.
Back we go down to Temple Island, the Princess Grace Challenge Cup, an open event for women.
Go!
Women's quads, obviously.
I must say I'm very much looking forward to watching this event. This is my event that I raced in at Henley back in 2010. This is the boat that I did most of my international rowing in, so this is certainly an event I'm looking forward to, and this year there's a great lineup. Quite a lot of Americans have come over. We've got the British GB quad taking them on, and of course a few ageing Olympians amongst the British club crews that have entered, so it should be a cracking event this year at the regatta.
Yeah, the odd silver medal in a quad in the Olympic Games back in Beijing, I seem to remember, for you, Annie, wasn't it?
That is correct, when it was probably similar temperatures to what it is here at Henley today. Very warm indeed, and it looks like Quinton and California have got the early lead there over Stanford. Stanford winning here at the Henley Women's Regatta only a few weeks ago. A very close race in the final against the home club Leander, winning by just a canvas. But here they look like, it's hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like Quinton and California are just squeezing ahead there. But Stanford, from over in San Francisco on the west coast of America, rowing in San Francisco Bay, not a crew to write off at all, so we'll see what they can do.
Stanford, who have the work to do at the moment. Quinton and California, as you say, taking the early lead. Just a couple of steering issues there for Quinton, California. Stanford now with a bit of a burst, bit of a push there. Having a look at Stanford on the close-up there on the Berkshire side of the course, and they've just moved up a length now. It was a good section of the race for Stanford.
Yeah, it looks like they really pushed on there from the island up here past, just coming up to Upper Thames and the Remenham Club, just past the halfway mark. So they're looking pretty well drilled, pretty powerful. So we'll see how these two quads can fight it out in the second half.
Hayes, Shields, Trunker and Miles in the Stanford boat. Quinton and California on the Buck side of the course. They had a good first quarter mile in the race, but have since tired a little bit. And I think, Annie, just having a look at the steering, they do seem to be a little bit haphazard on the left of your screen there. Just watching their navigation, they have had a few steering issues in the last half mile.
Yeah, that angle they're rowing at here probably isn't the best one. I mean, I'm guessing they'll stay clear of the booms, but Stanford, they will have practiced racing on this course with the posts at either side only a few weeks ago at Henley Women's Regatta, and they're probably feeling a bit more confident with where they put themselves. These crews will be used to racing 6-lane races with forgiving orange buoys between the lanes, not these very hard, very unforgiving wooden posts that we saw a number of crews come into collision with yesterday.
It's a good race, there's no doubt about it. Both boats are right in this still. A little burst from Quinton and California once again, and Stanford University there. Well, they look fluent and relaxed at the moment, but I don't think they'll be quite as relaxed as they'd like to be at this stage of the race. They'd like to see a little bit more clear water between themselves and the boat on the Buck side of the course, Quinton and California. Just a little burst there. I think they just upped their rate a little bit in the last few strokes, trying to put some clear water. But look, they're still there, Quinton and California.
That's right, you just see the bears on the front of the California rowing kit, the stroke man wearing the California Rowing Club kit there. And this really is a West Coast battle. California and Stanford, all the way over from the west coast of America, fighting it out here at Henley, and it's really going to be down to the wire on this one.
Yeah, they'll know each other so well, won't they, these boats? They'll have spent plenty of time socially together, no doubt, as well as battling it out on the water. And they'll be keen to get the better of each other in these last couple of 100 metres of the race. Stanford University have pushed on again. They did narrow the gap, Quinton in California, but they've pushed on again to keep that length advantage. The applause from the Berkshire bank will be music to their ears, because they'll be hurting at this point as they go past stewards. It's a good moment in the race. Last few strokes then, and they have extended their lead, Stanford University. Good race, that one, in the Princess Grace Challenge Cup. Stanford University haven't had it all their own way by any means. Quinton in California leading early on past Temple Island, but Stanford University stamping some authority on proceedings and go over the finish line a couple of lengths clear of Quinton and California. Let's go to the next race, race 19, the Prince Albert, and on the Berkshire Station, Imperial College London. Go! Oxford Brookes University B. While they get away, Oxford Brookes University B working hard on the right of your picture there. A little bit of a wobble early on, but corrected that. Going past Temple Island, going a little bit central. Oxford Brookes University B. Cutting a cleaner path. Imperial College London, there they are, and that'll be the why they've got an early lead here, Annie. They got out really clean, nice straight line from them, where Oxford Brookes University be a little bit of a slalom off the pontoon.
Yeah, they looked like they really hammered those first few strokes, and possibly the excitement of the start line, the aggression, the adrenaline. I think they probably just overcooked it a tiny bit there, whereas Imperial were just a bit more calm, a bit more composed, and made sure that all of that aggression went into moving the boat properly.
Yeah, controlled's the word, I think, isn't it? They just looked very controlled, Imperial College London. You talk about the excitement at the start. It's exciting to watch. I imagine you've sat there many times. The start of a big race like this for these boats, potentially the biggest race of their summer. The adrenaline will be pumping, won't it? And they'll be coursing through their veins at the Temple Island start pontoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, goodness, sitting there on a Henley start line, it's so iconic. You're looking out the hills behind you. You can hear the people on the bank, and it really is that theatre of dreams. And you know that the next 2,112 metres is not only going to be incredibly painful as you push yourself to your limit, but it could be the chance you have to make to do something really, really special. And I think both of these crews will know that a new course record was set in this event earlier today by the Dutch crew Nereus. So that's going to be something they're going to try and respond to, but at this stage it looks like a pretty comfortable row for Imperial.
Yeah, outrageously comfortable at the moment for Imperial, which would suggest we're not going to have records. How important is it? If you want to set a record, you've got to be pushed, surely, haven't you? And we saw that record-breaking races earlier on. It was a real battle, wasn't it? Whereas here, Imperial College completely bossing it as they went past the three-quarter-mile marker there. They've got a vast lead, and without the motivation of another boat bearing down on you, presumably records are unlikely to be broken.
No, that's right. Although the only records that might go when it's a bit less neck and neck as it is now would be the barrier or the Fawley records. Certainly, when I set I personally. Myself and 3 other people set the barrier record in the Princess Grace in 2010. We were fairly confident we were quicker than the other crew, so we just went out to hammer to the barrier, which was obviously taking more of a risk because we could have blown our doors off at that point. But we were confident that we were going to win comfortably over the course, so we said, well, let's chuck everything at the first 2 minutes and see what happens.
So that was a game plan from the off, which is quite exciting, quite bold. But it worked. So
it did work on that occasion, but yeah, we didn't have much left in the tank after that first 2 minutes, I must say. But we got our record, so that's what we were pleased with.
One way to approach it.
I'm glad the other crew didn't realise that was our plan, because yeah, we were on our knees for the last few hundred metres, but still.
So let's keep watching Imperial College London against Oxford Brookes University here. And this Imperial College London boat, well, they're a class act, top-ranked Imperial College student crew, and arguably strongest domestic crew. They're seeded, and they've had a good 2015 already. Winners of the Elite Cox Fours down the river at Marlow Regatta, and at Metropolitan Regatta as well. Silver medalists in the championship pairs, bronze medalists in the championship 8. So they've got plenty of pedigree, and they've shown once again why they've been so successful this summer, Imperial College. Dropping the rate right off. They know this race is won.
Yeah, they look pretty good there, I must say. Really composed. You can just see they're still powering the boat through the water, but they're just letting it relax when the blades are out of the water and just letting their bodies recover as much as they can between each stroke. But we've got to remember, we're seeing here 2 of the best universities in Britain at the moment in rowing. And these are the ones who will be taking on the big American guys in later rounds.
So Imperial College, they're heading towards the line. Final few strokes for that 4, Coxed 4. Over the line they go, and victory for Imperial College. Oxford Brookes B couldn't hold pace with Imperial College. And it's Imperial College who go into the weekend. They'll be into the next round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup here at Henley. Beats an afternoon or a morning in the office, doesn't it? Just watching those spectators enjoying the sunshine and about to enjoy a women's single race. Javier Becquerel from Spain on the Berkshire station, away on the left-hand side of your picture, up against Wheeler on the buck station on the right-hand side.
And actually, what viewers should realise at home is that with those first few strokes from the Spanish sculler, we are in fact seeing history, because she's the first Spanish woman to race at Henley Royal Regatta.
So pressure on her. If you're joining us from Spain this morning, we wish her and you well. It's a bit of pressure on early as well, because Becquerel is a little bit down in the race. This is the very early stages of it. Wheeler enjoying the early ascendancy here by a length or so. On the bucks side of the course, on the right-hand side of the course, as you look at that picture. Crowds growing all the time, people arriving here for a day in the sunshine. It's the Hambledon Valley in the background of the green rolling hills.
Laura Wheeler looking fairly comfortable there as she sculls fairly close to the booms, but sculls very well, very powerfully. She won Henley Women's Regatta here just a few weeks ago, and just trialled for the GB senior team this year from up in Nottingham, coached by Des Atkins, and surely hoping to stake her claim for a place in the GB senior team going forward.
So the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, 8 women's singles entered into this event. Grueling, energy sapping, doing this on your own in this sunshine in particular. In the next heat of this particular event, we'll see Mirka Napkova, the Olympic gold medalist, coming up in an hour's time on the water in this event. Czech Republic Olympic gold medalist at Dorney, not too far away from here in the London 2012 Olympic Games. But at the moment, keeping an eye on Clavio Becquerel of Spain, who's struggling to keep up with Laura Wheeler. And Laura Wheeler will be very pleased with how her race has progressed so far, Annie.
Yes, I'm guessing this is pretty much going as she would have dreamed. It's the race of the Lauras, Laura Wheeler and Laura, which is the Spanish pronunciation as I was told this morning. In fact, Clavijo Becerril, she gave me strict instructions exactly how I pronounce her name, is, like I said, she's been here once before, 14 years ago, but only as a spectator. She was a Spanish international for many years, retired, and had a baby who's now 6 years old, and is looking just to get back into rowing recreationally and to have some fun. So it's wonderful that she's chosen Henley Royal Regatta as a place to come back here and restart her rowing career.
Well, I'm not sure how much fun she'll be having right now. Certainly being tested by Laura Wheeler from Nottingham Rowing Club. You can see her there in the light blue, dark blue and gold colours, with a huge lead in front of the big grandstands on the left-hand side of the picture, and providing Laura Wheeler safely navigates her way through this last couple of 100 metres, she'll be progressing through and having the fun on the water at the weekend. And Becquerel will be able to watch things again from the bank. Some story there, isn't it? Coming back from having a baby and on the water, performing at this level. Might be recreational, but this is top-level stuff.
Yeah, it is. And although I said to her, surely, because she's from Seville, down in the far south of Spain, I said, are you finding it easier to cope with the heat? And she said, no, because in Spain it's so dry. She said, here, so humid, so humid. She's finding it very difficult. So it's good to know that even people from hot countries agree it is definitely hot in England at the moment.
Yeah, we've had the Australians in vouching for us, saying it is hot. It's not just...
it's not just British hot.
It's not just British hot, no. It's proper hot at the moment.
No, it's good to see.
1 degree hotter than Malaga, I'm told today. So toasty, definitely. Let's watch the end of this race as Laura Wheeler from Nottingham Rowing Club knows it's not too far away, the finish line. Becquerel not really in contention in the second half of this race, but will be enjoying the experience, no doubt.
She will. She's just come off contesting the Spanish National Championships in the 8, so jumping back from the biggest boat into the smallest boat is quite a big transition, and looks like Laura Wheeler obviously much too strong for her today. But Laura, from one of our national rowing centres in Nottingham, one of our rowing lakes up there, travelled down to Henley to compete here in the Women's Regatta and Henley Royal, and it's good to see her putting in such a strong performance for Britain.
Works as a carer, providing support for the elderly in their own homes. And she's not on the water rowing, so she's pretty busy with training, with caring duties as well. She came 8th overall at the GB Rowing Senior Team Trials in April. She came first in this one, though, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. Laura Wheeler winning very convincingly. Flavio Becquerel a little bit further back down the course. Has enjoyed the experience, no doubt. The unique experience of Henley ends for Flavio Becquerel right now. Back down to Temple Island we go.
Attention! Go!
And in the Remenham, Rudolphin Munster of Germany up against Oxford University Boat Club in the Coxed Eights. Powerfully driving away off the pontoon. Keep an eye on Oxford University, who have gone very central here. Wanted to stay a bit more right in the shadow of Temple Island. They came central. They've corrected themselves again. Rudolphin Munster holding their line on the Berkshire side of the course, on the left-hand side of your picture. There they are. Rudolphin Munster steering a better course away, but it is Oxford who have got a very slender lead. This could be a terrific race. A change in the commentary box. Annie Vernon has slipped off to enjoy the sunshine, and Adam Freeman-Pask alongside me. Adam, good morning to you.
Morning, Tim. Hello. Yeah, I was just admiring how aggressively that stroke woman in the Oxford boat was going off there. She really was giving them a good taste of the pace they're going to set, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty ferocious. Already, they're reading the facial expressions. Oxford University look gritty and determined, and have a slender lead against Rudolphin Munster on the far side of the course. Saw the close-up there on Anastasia Sheety from Oxford University Women's Boat Club.
That's right, Oxford University Women, coached by Christine Wilson, and also backed up by Natasha Townsend as well, who was on the GB team for quite a while.
In the name of Natasha Page back in those days.
Of course.
Townsend, Lee Page, now working at Oxford University with this 8. Married to Sam Townsend in the GB men's quad. So they've got a good start, and Oxford will be pleased with this. The Remenham Challenge Cup. What a shot that is.
That's great, isn't it? That's a good position for that 8 to be in. With the Germans, just a length behind. This is quite a strong German boat as well, potentially looking at an under-23 formation, potentially.
Looking very relaxed there. Back down towards Temple Island, so on the left-hand side of the shot there, it's Oxford University. They've got a couple of lengths lead over the Germans. Cox, Miriam Rembold will be trying to urge the Germans to stay in contention. Not completely out of it, but they would need something pretty dramatic to happen to the Oxford boat. And Jill Carlson now, the Cox of the Oxford boat, will just be calming the nerves, getting them into the race rhythm.
That's right. It looks like they've really relaxed in that Oxford boat. Before, there was, they were very aggressive off the blocks, but now they've sort of found quite a relaxed, loping rhythm, and you can see the boat just sort of hopping away. It's almost gathering pace now as they've relaxed into it, really.
You can kill the race early, can't you, if you're as feisty in your approach as Oxford were there. You could see it written all over their faces right past Temple Island, couldn't you? That the steering wasn't the best, but nonetheless, they put so much energy into that first 200 or 300 metre push. They more or less finished off Rudolphin that early on, didn't they? Look at that extension of the lengths advantage there.
Gosh, yeah, it was like watching a dragster trying to take off, wasn't it? There was so much power and they couldn't quite get it all connected, but now they're definitely loose enough and it's just hooking up beautifully. Yeah, the Germans are really going to have to sort of let the monkeys out or go bananas to try and pull back this lead, I think.
The umpire did have a little shout towards the Oxford boat there to keep them on the buck side of the course. I think they were just wobbling out to the centre of the course and sending the puddles of dirty water back towards the Germans, which is all in the tactics. So when you've got that much of an advantage, you're allowed to get away with more.
Yeah, you can see that now with these aerial shots, can't you? Those puddles are just those little sort of round ripples of water are just like hitting the stroke side, the bow side blades of the German 8, which is going to make it messy and harder for them to row.
So in front of the grandstand, past Upper Thames Rowing Club there on the left-hand side. Get busier on that tow path as the day goes on. Both sides of the course with the big white marquees out there.
Yeah, there's a few empty picnic benches at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be snapped up by lunchtime.
Yeah, and by this evening, lots of tired and emotional spectators on the benches, on the grass, hopefully not in the water.
It's interesting that Miriam Rembold, the cox of the German crew, she's a keen sculler herself, which I think is always a good quality to have in a cox. When they do a bit of rowing themselves, they really understand the feeling of the blade in the water and the amount of effort is required to drive the boat. All too often you can have a cox that sort of will quite happily crack the whip and won't really appreciate the effort and skill required sometimes.
This isn't official, but we reckon this could be pretty close to the German under-23 8 this year. They haven't officially declared it as such, the Rudolf Munster German 8, which is trailing the Oxford 8 at this stage. But we don't think there'll be too much tinkering to that 8 for the Worlds. The Oxford University Women's Boat Club is a composite with Radcliffe Crew and Harvard University USA as well. Dark blue, black and white there. You can see Oxford University. Pretty composed. Looking like they've got this race under control.
This is a similar crew to the Oxford crew that won the Oxford Cambridge boat race this year as well, isn't it? So they're a classy crew.
Yeah, 7 of the crew who won the Oxford Cambridge boat race in there. And the Elite Eights event at Henley Women's Regatta as well. Jill Carson, the cox, is an addition, and Katie Davidson, who was in the Oxford Reserve boat, has stepped up. She's in 4. So it's a classy boat, as you say, Adam. Full of pedigree, full of form, and we would expect them to progress into the weekend. It would have been some story had they not, but they safely got past Rudolf Munster. I think we can safely say at this stage of the race they will be heading into Saturday.
It looks very much that way. Relaxed, just sort of taking it past the crowds and stewards.
They can enjoy this now. Lots of local Oxford University supporters down the river, only 15 miles south of Oxford where we sit now. Henley. Over the line they come. Good outing for them. Success as anticipated for Oxford University Women's Boat Club and Radcliffe Crew and Harvard University as well in the Remenham Challenge Cup, beating the Germans Rudolf Munster. Had it from start to finish in the bag and converted that into a victory. Next up, it's the Princess Grace Heat, Cardiff University and Cardiff Metropolitan on the Berkshire station on the left of your picture. Imperial College London and Tees Rowing Club on the right as they get up level with Temple Island and go past Temple Island on the right-hand side of your picture there. An eye on Imperial College on the Bucks station.
It's worth noting that Imperial College is pretty much the GB women's quad in disguise. Competing against this Cardiff University and Cardiff Metropolitan, which could be a Welsh rowing crew potentially later on in the year.
Yeah, you can see a tall figure of Fran Horton in the boat there. Lots of other star names, GB star names. It's a good spot that. Cardiff University and Cardiff Metropolitan furthest away in the shot there on the Berkshire side of the course. They're already a length or so down. So we would anticipate a victory for Imperial College London and Tees here. that is the GB women's quad in disguise. You would expect the class to show through.
That's right. It's nice to see Fran Horton back in the middle there. I think she's sitting at 2. She's the tallest one in the boat, actually. Fran was actually did her first junior international race in 1985, so a lot of experience there. We've also got Melanie Wilson in the bow, who's just qualified as a doctor. I hear she's done very lucky to escape going to lectures recently, so probably shouldn't mention that too much in case her professors are watching. And so we've got Tina Stiller at 2 and Jess Layden, who's the new up-and-coming talent to the British team, stroking the boat on our left, the GB Women's Quad.
So Layden, Horton, Stiller and Wilson with the early lead in the guise of Imperial College London and Tees on the left of the picture there. Flags just gently fluttering, a very gentle breeze taking the edge off the temperature, but it's not a wind that's going to affect the rowers or the boats in any way at all. It might just cool the spectators a fraction, but really no wind to talk of here. Very still, perfect rowing conditions, very still water there.
Yeah, it looks lovely out there, doesn't it? Nice bit of sunshine, no rain, still water. I have to say, actually, that the Cardiff Union and Cardiff Metropolitan crew are doing pretty damn well for domestic crew racing and international crew here. They're putting up a good fight. Obviously, the Imperial College Composite has got a reasonable lead here, and they're relaxed and they're just able to just do their thing. But a good show from the domestic crew there.
Yeah, watching this Princess Grace race unfold, and there is the crew we're talking about. Close up on the stroke seat from Jess Layden, just behind her Fran Horton, Tina Stiller, and then Mel Wilson. You can see in the bow seat there. That's the basis of the GB quad. Chuck Beth Rodford into there, I suppose. She would normally be in the GB quad.
I think they've been alternating one or two of them, haven't they, between the World Cups.
Off to Lucerne next weekend, some of them, in a GB quad.
I think they look very relaxed now on the left here, Imperial College. They've really taken the rate down quite a lot, haven't they? But they're just, it's not over yet. They still have to get to the finish line.
Yeah, as you say, Cardiff University and Cardiff Metropolitan deserving some credit for making this a little bit more of a battle than some of us might have anticipated. Back at Temple Island, when you looked at the calibre of the rowers in the boat they were up against, and the Imperial boat, I wondered if this would be a one-sided affair from start to finish, but actually they've hung in the race pretty consistently, haven't they? They're not completely out of it yet.
They're getting some good cheers from the banks. It's always good to have the support for the underdogs, isn't it? A lot of cheers for Cardiff going there, which is great.
You can hear the Welsh lilts, can you, in the cheer? The M4, at Henley, Welsh support, and they do look relaxed. Just making sure of no errors. Technically, that's a boat going well, isn't it, Adam?
It is. I think Nick Strange has been doing some good work with them recently. To be honest, it's just nice to see Fran Horton back in the boat, actually. She's been struggling a bit with illness and injury this year, so to be back in the boat and racing and sculling well is great for her, really.
Yeah, I saw their coach Nick Strange and Fran having a chat in the boat tent quite early this morning, just after 7 o'clock. They were deep in discussion, no doubt race tactics and regatta tactics as well, how to get through this one and make sure they're in the best shape for the next one.
I think probably one of the number one things on coaches' minds at the moment is whether to stiffen up blade gearing with the tailwind coming in today. So it's obviously not much stream, nice little tail breeze. It's whether you stiffen up the gearing to make the crew get a bit more grip on the water.
Yeah, no doubt one of many things they were talking about this morning, and this race is just getting a little bit closer, isn't it? Cardiff are turning on the turbo a little bit in the last few strokes. They've put in a burst and they are right in contention here. The Imperial College quad's going to need to concentrate to the finish. They will be okay, but they wouldn't have wanted to have had to race much further on towards Henley Bridge. They've tightened that right up, Cardiff, at the end, and this is getting very tight. They'll have just enough Imperial College, but only just half a length. That really was tight. As they headed towards the finish line there. Wasn't much in that at all. Imperial College London led from Temple Island all the way down the course, and the moment the race was closest was as they finished over the line. That was a great finish from Cardiff. Lots of credit for Cardiff University and Cardiff Metropolitan, who ran Imperial College London and Tees very close there, but half a length down at the end of that Princess Grace heat.
Go. You ready, please?
This is the race of the men's Prince Albert Challenge Cup with Harvard University A versus Cornell University.
Attention. Go.
Under starters' orders and away, Harvard University on the Berkshire bank, on the Berkshire station to the left. Cornell University from the USA right on the buck, so we've got an all-university, all-United States university match-up here.
We do academic cox fours here, heavyweights on our left, Harvard, and lightweights on our right, Cornell.
So the Prince Albert heat is underway, and it's Harvard University forged out in front early. Very distinctive Harvard University in those red and maroon vests with H stamped on the front.
You definitely can't miss that H, can you?
Well, if I was lying down on the grass, I'd be worried a helicopter might land on the chest. It's,
given the size of some of those blokes, it's true as well, isn't it? Those heavyweights are a big size difference compared to the lightweights on the left of the screen there. Which, but actually these conditions are probably best for the lightweights to race with a bit of a tailwind helping them out.
And look at that lead. Harvard University have already stamped on this race several lengths up on Cornell University, who have got some work to do to keep this race alive. Harvard University, a class act, really good. Winners of the Visitors Challenge Cup at Henley, of course, Harvard last year and the year before. Finalists in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley last year. Temple Challenge Cup the year before. Winners of the Ladies Challenge Plate at Henley. They don't come to Henley thinking they'll make up the numbers, Harvard.
That's true. Although this crew did have the bye in the first round, I thought maybe that sort of Cornell, having raced, might have got a bit more experience under their belts, but it looks like having that day off has probably paid off for Harvard here.
It can work two ways, can't it? The energy expenditure and the general weariness of racing a second time, particularly with the heat as it is, against the experience that you gain from an extra outing on the water. It can work either way.
That's right, yeah. Big, strong lads there, aren't they? Big, strong rhythm, even through the wash. Doesn't look like it's deterring them at all, does it?
Cornell are a lighter crew than Harvard, definitely, relatively light crew.
Yeah, so this Cornell crew being lightweights, obviously, I think we've got a doctor stroking the boats, and we've got a wine major at 3, I think, actually. So yeah, we've got an interesting mix of studies in that boat.
Versatile group. In the bow for Cornell, you had Colin Gianni, and you've got there the close-up on Travis Taff, the bow for Harvard University A, in the boat with Don Glover at 2, Ben Strathmore and Ryan Rasmussen, the stroke. Cox's Cole Durbin. And they are in the ascendancy up against Cornell University at the moment, the versatile boat that Adam just mentioned. Work to do. You can see the stroke there, Ian Siegel from Cornell University. Looks like he's working hard. They have not given this one up at all.
No, they're tapping it along, aren't they? In true lightweight style, they're really trying to get the strokes in, aren't they?
Bustling along, aren't they? Busy.
Zipping along, up and down that slide.
Surprising to hear Adam Freeman-Pasker talking up the lightweight department. You'd never guess where he comes from.
You've got to back up the lightweights, haven't you? It's always good to see the lights take down the heavies. Might not be the case here, though.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in the next couple of minutes, I don't think, because the heavies of Harvard University A are a couple of lengths clear as they come in front of the stewards' enclosure. Cornell University, the lightweights, fighting hard to stay in contention and deserve some credit for that. They looked early on in the race as if they might be completely dead and buried, but they fought back well to stay in touch. But Harvard University with a late burst as well. They're just making absolutely sure, aren't they, there? Keeping the rate up. Bit of a push to the line, now dropping off.
That's right, I think Cornell have been up at 40 pretty much since the start of the enclosures, haven't they?
Bustling along for a good stretch of that race. Over the line they go now. Cornell University couldn't keep up with the heavyweights of Harvard University A, who keep on moving through this competition into the weekend. So good work from Harvard University A in the Prince Albert.
Harvard
next up in the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. It's Thompson and Smith against Simpson and Preston.
So this is the South African lightweight double on our left. Oh dear, and they just caught a bit of water there and caught a grab, but I don't think that's going to slow them up too much, because this double is a very, very classy double. They're Olympic gold medalists in the lightweight 4 and world champions in the double last year. So I don't think that little slip-up is going to hold them too much.
What might hold up Simpson and Preston a little bit more is their steering. They veered across fairly violently to the centre of the course. If you're going to catch a crab, I suppose you catch it early, and they certainly did. Within about 3 strokes, Thompson and Smith hadn't got much momentum on the boat, so it didn't cause them too much problem. If they caught it now, it would be much more of an issue.
It would. I think they've sort of had a little bit of a regroup and told each other off, because it looks like they're really going for it now. They're almost restarting as we're watching now in the top right of the screen.
What it may do is change their race plan a little bit, because you're right, they're really trying to fly out now, aren't they, and create as much of a lead as they can. Whether that was their race plan from the off, and that the excitement of that perhaps created that blemish early. It wasn't any more than a blemish, it wasn't a full-blown error, was it?
Wasn't really, just a bit of a scuff. But
yeah.
It was good to see Simpson and Preston from Reading University Boat Club, so just down the road from him. Probably maybe 1 lock, 2 locks row on the river, so they've not come very far. But they're sort of regular rowers at Henley, and it's good to see them representing GB, so to speak, in this international match-up between GB lightweights versus South African lightweights.
You know what I'm trying to do now, don't you?
What's this?
Work out how many locks are between here and Reading.
Yeah, sorry, I've distracted you.
I've not got much past Marsh Lock and Ship Lake, actually. I reckon they're more than 2, but we'll have to look at that.
Possibly quicker by road, maybe, who knows?
Not always with the local traffic as it is. So the Double Sculls Challenge Cup, Thompson and Smith of South Africa have recovered from their early moment of drama. South African flag on their paddles there, and they've cut a good lead as they go past Upper Thames and on towards the big marquees where the big crowds are gathering. Still relatively early.
Probably not the most efficient use of energy to scuff the start, go bananas, and then look like you're going for a Sunday row now. But I won't complain. Obviously, they're the ones that are the world record holders in this event, so you know, they must be doing something right.
Yeah, it's entertaining. It might not be the best way to execute a race, but it is entertaining. A time of 6:05.36 they set, the best result in history at the championships by a South African crew. Olympic gold medalists in the lightweight men's 4, James Thompson and John Smith. They were the first world champions from South Africa after winning the lightweight men's double at the 2014 Rowing World Championships in Amsterdam. That was last September.
You can see they're wearing tux rowing suits, so they've got tux written across the middle there, actually, and that's the same club that Pete Lambert rowed at when he was in South Africa.
Before he came over to join the GB men's quad. He'll be out in Lucerne in a few days' time, Pete Lambert. Still no Charles Cousins in that boat, by the way. As they head to the line, the South Africans, yeah, they've looked very, well, not from the start to the finish will they be composed. They will have had early palpitations with that error, and actually they have been closed down a little bit by Preston and Simpson in the last couple of 100 metres.
They have, but they look very, very relaxed. I think they're just sort of taking it for a jolly there, actually. But it's nice to see them out on the water and see what they're up to ahead of Lucerne, because obviously they've not been on the international scene yet, so this is the first glimpse of what this South African crew are up to this year.
We'll see plenty more of them later on in the summer on the international circuit, but the South African pair looking really relaxed, dropping the rates off, and they know this race is completely under control. No need to pop the kitchen sink into this one and just glance over the shoulder. Smith there, just keeping an eye on things.
It's always the way here, isn't it? You really relax things down. You're almost just sort of, you know, your mind's almost out of racing when you're paddling like this. But then the other crew can sneak up, and it's just how to change the gears up again sometimes, whether you get caught out, really.
Yeah, whether you've got it in the locker still to change up if required. I don't think the South Africans will be required to change up here. Big crowds now. Lots of people cowering in the shade of those trees next to the judges' box. Here comes the finish line. Well done to the South Africans. The Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Thompson and Smith, University of Pretoria, in the green and gold. Over the line by a couple of lengths on Preston and Simpson. Good victory for the South Africans, who move into the weekend in style.
Get ready, please. Attention.
This is the Diamond Sculls. We've got Blockland versus Evans. Blockland on our left and Evans on our right.
So, hello Adam, it's Martin Cross with you in the commentary race for this Diamond Sculls heat.
Hello Martin, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks very much to Tim Della for his fantastic work, and Donald Evans, the Scot, going a little bit over there, right into the middle of the course. What do you make of that?
He is. That lightweight over there, he's gone off like a whippet, hasn't he, really? He's really zimming it along, and he's giving this young heavyweight a bit of a run for his money.
I know there's a bit of a theme of lightweights versus heavyweights in your commentary, Pasky, today.
Sorry, yeah. Well, it's not my fault for picking the races today, but yeah, no, I do like it. Obviously, I'd always back the lightweights every time, but not always delivering today, it seems.
So, the top of your screen in the yellow one-packer, we have Martins van Blokland from the Proteus Ertes Club. Would you believe it's his birthday today? 25 years of age. Brilliant. And he's celebrating it in style in the start of this race. A good healthy lead, about 1 length of clear water ahead of the Scot from Leander Club, the man with the big ogometer score, Donald M. Evans. Very matched in age, just 1 year difference between them. We've seen them off the start, and now we're going to have a shot of them as they come halfway down to the course. I mean, what do you make of the Dutchman's sculling style?
Well, looking at his history, he's only on 23s in the Cox 4, but I've not seen him do much sculling. But actually, he's obviously got some horsepower on board, hasn't he? He's pushed out a decent, well, that's quite a decent lead now, and in singles, that's quite difficult to come to terms with, really. If Donald has a little look round or feels those puddles, he's going to know there's quite a lot of work to do.
So you can see the scene for yourself. It's a heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. Of course, everybody in this is probably hoping that they'll get a chance to race the Olympic champion, Mahi Drysdale, who goes today later in this event. But on the right of your picture, we have the Dutchman, birthday boy Martins van Blokland, and there's a close-up of him. Actually, Pascal, I was talking to Michael Jonkman today, the famed Dutch rain commentator, and he said Blokland has tried to get into a crew sculling boat. He's tried out for the national team, but either as a single or in a crew sculling boat, he just doesn't seem to have the cohesiveness that matches him up with another rower.
Oh, right. Well, he's at least he's on a good platform here to show what he's capable of here at Henley. So, you know, that might be something to take back to the selectors once he's gone a few rounds more at Henley.
That's a great show. What do you reckon, though? 25? I mean, is that too late, or is he, has he got a chance to get into the national team? I mean, what's your reading of that situation?
It's never too late, Martin. I don't think. I mean, Greg made a comeback, didn't he, when he was pretty late on?
40. Yeah.
That's right. So see, 25. It's not too late, is it? Just needs to get on that ergo and pull some big ergos and get out in that sculling boat.
So I think Blockland's got a good draw because he's going to be racing Sispergi or Wells from the Army in the next race, and both of those I think are beatable. Sispergi, the Hungarian lightweight, we'll see more of them later on this morning, but he's not have to work too hard. He's got one of those sort of front wing end packers, and most of the scullers seem to have reverse wing, but you see the swelly water here at Regatta, Pascal.
Yeah. It's a bit retro, that wing, isn't it? But it's very cool. I have to say, obviously, those boats, the yellow boat is the Dutchman, and obviously we've got a bright orange boat here with Donald Evans from Leander Club and his bright pink blades. I'm bombarded by bright colours everywhere. I've got that on the screen, and I've also got your bright Hawaiian shirt, Martin.
I wish people could see it, actually.
I'm pretty glad they don't, actually, to be honest, Martin. I'm going to have to put my sunglasses on, I think.
In commentary. Yeah, well, I do think that Henley is a place for everybody to shine, and I'm making my little attempt. But, you can't get much better than that iconic view, the Henley Church, as the scullers in this heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls head for the finish in difficult water. You can see perhaps the swell. It might look flat calm if you're just tuning into rowing for the first time, but actually that's quite difficult conditions. A lot of craft out on the water this morning, and there is Martins van Blokland we've said before, he's 25 years old today, and he's going to be very pleased with his morning's work.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that, Martin, as you say, with that slightly bit of bounce on the water, it can always catch you out in single sculls, and that's where little accidents can happen, and you know, it's very embarrassing to tip in or something like that at Henley with everyone watching.
I can't remember anyone tipping in, actually, as Blockland comes to the finish, but I'm sure they have. So there we see the two scullers. Donald Evans making a game effort to sprint the Leander Club man, but he can't do anything to stop Martins van Blokland as he takes that heat. Across the line comes Donald Evans, and Blokland celebrates. So we go to the start of the Fawley Challenge Cup. We say thank you to Adam Freeman-Pask, and I'm joined now, delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Sarah Cook, who is my co-commentator on World Rowing, and the Australian Olympian is going to be all across this race because we have two crews on the bank side. We're looking at them now. Glasgow Academy, quadruple scull. Each rower has 2 blades each in sculling, but this is the very distinctive light blue colours of Sydney Rowing Club, Australia. And Brenna Duignan, Courts and Wells. Robbie Wells is closest to us from Sydney Rowing Club, and Sarah will know a lot about the programme and these young boys. So we can hear
Sydney.
The voice of Matthew Pinsent giving the instructions. We'll just listen to him for a moment, and then we'll talk about this race as it goes on.
Go. Get ready, please.
Great to be here, Martin. Very excited for this matchup. Glasgow were one of the seeded crews. Had a fantastic race. Very quick start over Thames yesterday.
Attention.
Up against Sydney Rowing Club.
Go.
Clean start from both crews there. Sydney Rowing Club over here with the relatively new head coach of the club, Donovan Check, the former South African rower, and Lachlan Carter, the development coach at the club. They've brought 4 crews over to Henley this year. It's the largest contingent that Sydney Rowing Club has ever sent over to the Henley Royal Regatta, and a very strong squad, particularly in the development ranks that Sydney Rowing Club has at the moment. But evenly matched here out of the blocks. Glasgow being asked to fix their steering there. They've just drifted into the middle, but Sydney with the early advantage.
It's fantastic. I didn't know Donovan Check was coaching down in Sydney, Sarah, but you can see the influence of his style. I mean, I do think that the Australian quad, schoolboy quad, sculled beautifully, and we had a fantastic shot there of the stroke of the Sydney quad, Rob Wells, just with his cap on, 18 years and 9 months, guiding his crew to a very handy 1-length lead over the Scottish crew. So as you look at them, it's Sydney Rowing Club in light blue. They're 1 length in front of the boys from Glasgow Academy with the purple blades.
And no slouches in this crew from Glasgow. There are 2 athletes in there that actually won the junior trials in the double scull in the British junior trials. So we'll likely see them fronting up at the Junior World Championships later in the year. So 2 very, very strong crews here. It was going to be tough to call which one was going to be the favourite in this race. Sydney Rowing Club, though, had a very decisive victory over Clare's Court School yesterday. Glasgow were a seeded boat as well. They beat Thames Rowing Club very convincingly, so the form guide was a little ambiguous coming into this race, but I expected to see this Sydney crew, Rob Wells, Hugh Courts, Max Duignan and Max Brenner would be very, very strong, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Great rhythm, great power with every stroke here. What do you make of the technique of that Sydney crew, Martin?
Well, I'm comparing it, I think, to, like, in my head is like the British senior quadruple scull or the Ukrainians, and I think they have a kind of lightness of touch on the front end, and I'm looking at the Sydney boys and I think I wish I could scull as well as them, but I think that front end could be a little more cultured. They've got a good dry phase of the stroke, Sarah, and you know, to be fair, so Sydney on the left of your screen, and it's the boys from Glasgow Academy on your right. They've got quite an aggressive style, haven't they, the boys from Glasgow Academy? They really kind of aggressively place their blade at the front end. I'm not quite sure how efficient that is, but I'm sure their coach, Ian Sumside has done a fantastic job with these boys, and it's great to see a renaissance in Scottish rowing really over the last few years. A lot of Scottish rowers now coming through into the team, and we'll see some of them in action this morning.
Yeah, very interesting to see what's starting to unfold here. It looks as though the crews are almost drawing level with one another with the view that we just had. A little difficult to tell from this angle, but it looks very close at this stage. The Glasgow crew with their rate a little bit higher, a little bit more of an aggressive style. The Sydney Rowing Club crew with a little bit more power on board. They're a little bit heavier, coming in at around 13 stones and 7 pounds on average. Glasgow around 12 stones, 4 pounds. So a little bit heavier, a little bit more power in that Sydney boat. And they look just a little bit more relaxed, whereas that Glasgow crew looking so aggressive as we saw them out of the blocks yesterday. So I'm not surprised to see them now being tested for the first time in this regatta, that they're still holding that certainly high rating and looking like they're starting to strain just a little bit now as they're feeling the pinch from the Sydney Rowing Club crew, who's still maintaining 3/4 of the boat length lead as they come past the Thames Rowing Club.
So if you're watching this race in Australia, and I know that there are many viewers from all over the world that are tuning into these fantastic pictures from the regatta, good evening to you. I guess it's probably the middle of the night there, but you are watching the stroke of the Sydney crew. Rob Wells lead his men in the middle of a hard-fought race against the Scots from Glasgow Academy. There to the left of our screen, to the right of Rob Wells's boat, and you can see them there. It's very closely fought. That's the umpire Matthew Pinson in the boat behind. Great shot of the Sydney Rowing Club. Their eyes are in the boat, aren't they, Sarah?
Yeah, looking very focused. They really haven't broken form at all. They're looking definitely like the class crew in this matchup, and we expected them to be strong, but they're certainly starting to make pretty good work of the Glasgow crew, but they're not having it all their way. Glasgow looking very aggressive all the way down the track here, wanting to desperately keep in touch with the crew from Sydney. It's so important in these match races to try and keep fighting, not to let that open water break up.
So you can see how close it is there, ladies and gentlemen. Sydney Rowing Club in light blue, closest to us. The Scots from Glasgow Academy, and they are in touch. This could be a fantastic finish for this race. There's about 300 metres to go. And it's Sydney who have led this race from the start. But what about the pain on the face of Gavin Horsburgh there? And a little look from the man behind him just to put his... He's shouted to his crew, Sarah.
They're absolutely going for it here. They've pumped the rate up. You can see them sucking the air in. Boy, are they in pain. They've done this race the hard way, but they are not letting Sydney run away with it. I think Sydney look more composed, but they need to respond in order to cover this huge surge from the Glasgow crew, who are not going down without a fight. They must be almost level at this stage. It's hard to tell from this angle, but Sydney's still looking very composed. But the bowman, Max Brenner, he's only 16 years of age, the youngest member at Sydney Rowing Club. He called up to his crew. Another look from him. He can see that Glasgow look like they have the advantage.
So we come up to the finish. What a race. I think Glasgow may have gone through, but it could be the camera angle. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out. That is a heroic effort from the Scots, if that's the case. Sydney's still at 35 strokes a minute, and Glasgow had the advantage as they come up to the finish. It's Glasgow Academy, the Scots in purple. I think they will take this tremendously exciting. What a sprint finish. They are going to be exhausted. Glasgow do take it. It's deflation for Sydney, but an amazing last-minute sprint led by Rob Wells. He is exhausted, that stroke man from the Scottish crew, but fantastic effort from all of them, from Glenn, Urquhart, Armstrong and Gavin Horsburgh. The stroke man, Gavin Horsburgh there. I think I called him Rob Wells, but Gavin Horsburgh is absolutely exhausted. Gavin, that was an amazing race, and you used the power of your crew to brilliant effect. So Glasgow Academy take that very exciting heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup. Congratulations. So On the start, we have a heat of the schoolboy 8s, the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. It's St Paul's School on the left of your picture, the London-based school. One of the favourites for this race against the Oxford School, St Edward's, on the right, on the Buckinghamshire bank. They've got the blue blades. St Paul's have the white and black colours. Should be easy for you to tell them at home, ladies and gentlemen, which crew is which.
And a great start there by both crews. It looks like St Paul's have come out to just an early lead over St Edward's at this stage. Of course, St Paul's beating Latimer Upper School in order to progress through to this round. But this crew from St Edward's has been plagued by illness and injury over the years. And so they've managed to come together, and it is almost level here between the two boats. Just a slight advantage, just a one-seat advantage over to the St Paul's crew.
So coming up to the 1 minute gone in the mark, and what a fantastic race we have. At the top of your picture, it's the London School, St Paul's School, coached by the iconic Bobby Thatcher, here sporting a massive big beard, the surfer and world silver medalist for Britain back in 1999. And St Paul's just taking a lead. St Edward's coached by Johnny Singfield, the, again, former British rower, world bronze medalist. His son is rowing at bow in the St Edward's 8, but you're looking at St Paul's there, who have taken a lead, Sarah.
Yes, St Paul's taking the lead, and we meet this race live. And they've moved out to Clearwater lead over St Edward's now. Looking very composed there in the St Paul's crew. Desperation from St Edward's to try and keep that gap. Any Clearwater lead can, as we've seen from the previous races, can really spell the end. So it's so important to keep in touch in these match racing events. You really can't afford. You just have to hang in there, keep fighting, because as we've seen, the amazing turns of speed in some of these crews, anything can happen if you can stay in touch in match racing coming into the final stages.
So a very tidy looking St Paul's crew there. Talking to Bobby, they've done a 5:49 on training camp, this crew, which, if you do know rowing, you know that's an extremely quick time for a junior 8. And some pundits think that they could actually wrest the triple title, the famed triple from Westminster School, should these two school crews meet. But St Edward's have given their all early in the race. They did lead briefly, but we come into the last 200 metres now, and St Paul's, stroked by Marco Hughes, and you can see the back on the left there of their cox, Vlad Saigu, just telling them to keep cool and have the race under control.
Coming down to the line, St Paul's, an impressive performance. Very strong school crew. They'll be looking to go all the way, not only through to tomorrow, but hopefully through to Sunday as well. The six-man Arthur Doyle rode at the Junior World Championship in the men's pair in 2014, so some very talented youngsters with their eyes on the national team in the coming years.
They had a great head-to-head with Westminster in the School's Head back in March, the long-distance race. They really took it to them, and I think Westminster just pulled out in the latter stages. But St Paul's, coached by Bobby Thatcher, will go through. It's a comfortable victory over the Johnny Singfield coached St Edward's School crew in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. So we've got news of some fantastic records going in the Fawley Challenge Cup, which is the quadruple sculls. They took a second off Glasgow Academy, the Scots. It now stands at 6:38, and well, William Borlase equalled the record at 6:39 earlier, but 6:38 for the Glasgow Academy crew. That's Glenn, Urquhart, Armstrong and Horsburgh. What an amazing time. So we now go to a coxed fours race, a student coxed fours race, university students that is. It's Edinburgh University on the left of your screen, Goldie Boat Club from Cambridge University on the right in their very distinctive light blue-green blades, and Edinburgh University on the left of your screen. And a good match-up here, Sarah.
Yeah, we saw Goldie A go up against Goldie B yesterday. Goldie A obviously coming off victors, coached by Ed Green. He coached the Goldie crew in the boat race, and we can see 3 members of that crew from this year's Goldie, and 1 member from the Goldie in 2014. So strong members from the University of Cambridge.
Again, you know, I just wonder about the number of Scottish crews we're seeing at Henley, and on the top of your screen we've got that crew from Edinburgh University, coached by Colin Williamson, who does a fantastic job up there. And again, they're leading this race from the men from Goldie University, and it's just more evidence of the fantastic job being done in Scottish rowing.
Yeah, fantastic centre up there in Edinburgh, great pedigree in sweep rowing and at the Henley Regatta. Edinburgh have actually, these crews have gone up twice against one another. They've beaten Goldie on 2 occasions now, so they would be fairly confident. They're a seeded crew. They'd be confident of their ability to take Goldie A once again. And we can see here as we go to them live that they are about a length up on Goldie and making seemingly easy work of them so far. So the tip was that there'd be about a length in it, and we're now seeing that length lead to the Scotsman at this early stage, but a push there from Goldie, their coxswain no doubt telling them that it is critical, as we've said time and again, how important it is to maintain touch with the leading crew. And we can see as they've come past the camera there, the side-on shot, that it is in fact about half a length of Edinburgh over Goldie A.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as the camera pulls out to that amazing view, if you're watching up there in Scotland, your hearts will be in your mouths, because on the right of your screen, it's the crew from Edinburgh University with a narrow lead over the Cambridge students. They rode in the boat race as the reserve crew Goldie, coached by Ed Green. And there's a great shot of the Edinburgh stroke. I think that's Rufus Schofield. He's a historian. He's the man nearest to you. Last year he was in the Temple Challenge Cup, which is for University 8s. He lost to the Brown University crew then, which was a fantastic crew, but at the moment his hands are full. He won't think about that. This will be a race he desperately needs to win, and it's neck and neck. Pretty much Edinburgh have a narrow lead, but Goldie are sprinting.
Yeah, incredibly strong team here from Edinburgh. A couple of these athletes should be finding themselves in the under-23 men's 8 for Great Britain later in the year. So a great centre up there. Very strong athletes in this boat, but taking it stroke to stroke at the moment with Cambridge. They will not roll over. They're experienced athletes. They've rowed in the boat race. They've rowed at Henley. And this is a final. Every race that you come up in these races is a final. You don't know what you're going to get. It doesn't matter what the previous form has been necessarily. Anything can happen on this course. It's such a special regatta, such a special piece of water, and you know to expect the unexpected in these match races.
So just 200 metres to go, and it's going to be a fantastic finish in prospect. It's the Scots on the left. It's Goldie, the men from Cambridge, and they are sprinting, led by their stroke, Ali Abassi. And I think Goldie are moving over towards the Edinburgh crew. We'll get a shot from the finish. It's a very tight race. And the cox of the Goldie Boat Club crew, Ramabassan, is Hugo Ramabassan, has urged his crew on. He's looking across now, but I think Edinburgh have answered them, and the Scots seem to have the rub on this brilliant day where records are tumbling.
Big lift there from the Scotsmen from Edinburgh. They've made a huge move in the last couple of 100 metres. It looks like they've taken the advantage just over Goldie. A little bit difficult to tell here, but boy, is it close. Both crews going stroke to stroke, down to the line. It's about a canvas at the moment to Edinburgh. Goldie's starting to suffer here in the dying stages.
So Rufus Schofield, the historian, has led his crew in a fantastic sprint. I think Goldie came through, but are they going to come back, the men from Cambridge on the left with light green? No, I don't think so. It's the Scots record another famous win. I'd love to see what the time is when they come out with it. The record went in the Prince Albert to 6:55 earlier this morning. What did that Scots crew do? But boy, did they fight. So that was an incredibly close race, and we see there Cambridge, the Goldie crew, fighting to get back. It was just too much for the Ed Green coach crew, and delight for Colin Williamson, the coach of Edinburgh University. I think they carried it off. What do you reckon, Sarah?
Yeah, it looks like by maybe a foot or two there. Edinburgh taking that victory. I don't even know that the athletes know who's won that one, but both an incredibly brave effort from both crews there.
Get ready, please.
So we go to junior girls rowing in the Diamond Jubilee. On the left of your screen, it's the local women, the junior 16 women from Henley Rowing Club, and on the right, again, local just down the river at Marlow Rowing Club, or should I say upriver, they're in distinctive red. So Henley on the left in the dark blue, J16 girls, and Marlow on the right in red.
Yes, as you said, two local crews, so it's somewhat of a local battle here. We can see a little bit of steering issues there from the crew from Marlow. They're just moving over towards the crew from Henley, and the umpire, you can see, signalling with the white flag to the girls that they need to move back into their station. It's very difficult, that little piece of water just there next to the island. It's a very interesting body of water, this. I know, competing here in 2011 in the quad, I had the steering myself. And it takes time and experience and knowledge to really get to know this piece of water, which is very much living and moving, and very different experience for many rowers who are used to rowing on still water.
So we're looking at Henley just one length behind with the dark blue blades, and it's Marlow Rowing Club out in front. The Brett King coached crew have a very handy lead going into the first 500 metres of this race. As we go live now, we see the long shot. Fantastic view of the umpire's launch in the centre, and Remenham Hill behind the course, and it looks like Marlow have maintained their lead. And junior women's quad sculling has really exploded in this country. It's amazing how many women have come into the sport just because of this event at Henley. So I was talking to Ryan Demain, who's the Headington coach. We'll see their crew later on this morning. And he said it's so motivational, and these four women from Marlow, Amber Simon, Rosalind Wilson, Molly Harding and Stroke Heidi Long, she's nearest to us, are one of the favourites for this event, and so many clubs are entering it now.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and Marlow certainly looking the class crew that we expected them to be. They were seeded coming into this event. They were favourites for this race. Henley had a fantastic race, beating Shrewsbury School yesterday to come through to this round. But in this local duel, it certainly looks like it's going all the way of the Marlow crew. They're looking very slick there together. Great body postures. There's nothing really out of kilter in that boat. Nice balance, great timing, looking like a very, very strong crew. And certainly they'll be hoping to go all the way in this event.
Yeah, the stroke girl Heidi Long, of course, was a finalist in this event last year. Unfortunately, didn't win the event, so this is where she can put it right. But the crew on the left of your picture, the Henley Rowing Club, they are junior 16s, and they're probably a couple of years younger than the women from Marlow Rowing Club, but they have had a fantastic season this season. They won the girls quads at the Henley, J16 girls quads at the Henley Regatta, Henley Women's Regatta, just a couple of weeks ago. And all of those women from Henley Rowing Club will be back, but I think it's too much to think that they'll make the final or the semi-finals of this event tomorrow.
Yeah, all four athletes from this Marlow crew who we can see on screen, they've all raced at the international level before. Heidi raced at the Junior World Championships in 2014, and they've been rowing together since the J15 level, and that's really showing in their blade work and their body timing. It's really a fantastic display of junior women's rowing. I'm very, very impressed with what I'm seeing here on screen.
It is great, and Marlow's got such a great centre. If you drive over Marlow Bridge, the rowing club is just there on your left. It's now sort of been rebuilt after the fire destroyed it, and it's really a performance centre. They have rowing and canoeing there, and it must be such a great buzz. And junior rowing at Marlow, it's just amazing. I went to speak at their dinner, and they had a fantastic boys quad. They're so strong in juniors, and of course with the I think the joint president, Steve Redgrave, and his wife Anne Redgrave, tremendous legacy of rowing in Marlow, and this is a proof of you know what a legacy in British rowing can do, because we're watching some great quad sculling there from the Marlow crew, leading this race in red from the local girls from Henley. A little look over the shoulder from the Henley Bow woman, Ella Morgan there, but I think it's going to be a little too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, very strong race there from Marlow Rowing Club. who've really taken it to the locals, Henley Rowing Club, with an impressive victory there and an impressive display of sculling and women's quadruple sculling, more importantly, as they cross the line to move through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
So Henley Junior 16 Women's Quad cross the line, Marlow Rowing Club wind down. They will go through to tomorrow's racing, and we will shortly go back to the start for a heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. And before we go down, we were talking about the luck of the Scottish. Well, actually, they really worked for it, because that Edinburgh University crew lowered the record. I think it's now 6:54 in the Prince Albert. It had been beaten by the Dutch near house crew this morning. Edinburgh University went 1 second better with that heroic sprint. An amazing effort, lads. Well done. So here we are on the Diamond Challenge Sculls at the start of the race. The single sculls on the left of your screen, it's the man from the Army Rowing Club, Lawrence Wells, and on the right it's the Hungarian lightweight Gabon Sisbergi, familiar scene at World Rowing, familiar on the scene at World Rowing in lightweight single sculls. Lightweights is generally under 70 kilos, 72.5 kilos, around about 11 stone. So he is the lighter man. Lawrence Wells on the left, heavier, but it's the Hungarian who's led off, Sarah.
Yes, an incredibly quick start there from the Hungarian. He'd be wanting to open up as much of a lead as he can. As you said, the lighter man, a lightweight rower internationally, 11 stone 7. Lawrence Wells, 14 stones 2, so a lot bigger and stronger, and we'd expect him to really probably be able to muscle his way over the course as the race progresses. So definitely a very strong tactic there from the lighter man to try and get a start, which we're used to seeing in lightweight men's rowing.
So it's the Hungarian on the left of your screen as we go live to this race with a very healthy lead over Lawrence Wells, the man from the Army. If you don't already know, of course, he's a captain in the Army, one of the Horse Guards, and he's a logistics officer. He's done 2 tours of Afghanistan in Helmand province, the man. As he looks around there, Lawrence Wells, I think it's a vain look, but I mean, for me, just to be in the Diamond Sculls is a fantastic achievement. There's Lawrence Wells, 2 tours in Afghanistan, and he's going head-to-head with the Hungarian lightweight international.
And the Hungarian, he's been representing his country since 2008 when he first came onto the under-23 scene at the World Rowing Championships. Rowed in various events, including the lightweight men's single scull this year and last, and also the lightweight men's double and the lightweight men's 4. So many, many years of international experience, and recently turning his hand to the single scull, but he looks quite relaxed at this stage. He had that early fast start, which he's been able to capitalise on now and start to relax and lengthen out his stroke. And it looks as though he's now taking this race without too many difficulties.
So the heat of the Diamond Sculls progresses down towards the finish. There will be harder races ahead for the Hungarian Sisbergi. Of course, Mahe Drysdale waits on the other side of the draw for whoever gets through, but Sisbergi will be racing the Dutchman Martins van Blokland in the semi-final, and he will be conserving his energy for that. As Lawrence Wells, the Army captain on the right of your picture, takes his swan song at the regatta, racing full out.
And Wells making a push now as they come up towards the enclosures, making his last sprint to see if he can close the gap on the Hungarian. But the Hungarian sculler, this is the advantage in match racing. You take an early lead and you have the ability to look back on your competitor and cover any moves. And that's what we've seen the Hungarian do so well here. As he comes down towards the line, he's really controlled this race from start to finish.
So if you're wondering about the standard of this lightweight sculls? Well, the world champion last year was Marcello Miani from Italy. He certainly would probably beat the Hungarian if he were to be here. But we've got a wide variance of standard this year in the event, and the Hungarian lightweight, it's his first time at Henley, has a comfortable victory over Captain Lawrence Wells from the Army Rowing Club. So we go to a heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. That's the quadruple sculls. We just saw them earlier. As I'm joined by Sean Colgan. It's great to have you alongside, Sean.
Great to be here.
What do you make of the regatta so far?
The weather is just fantastic. Really bringing out the racing in everyone, especially the fans. I'm sure the Scottish crews are rowing well because they finally see some sunlight.
So the heat of the Diamond Jubilee quadruple sculls. We were talking earlier as we saw Marlow Rowing Club beat Henley Rowing Club about Ryan Demain, the famous coach of Headington School. There's a shot of Headington School's opposition from Surbiton High School, and boy have they had a renaissance of late. New boathouse down on the Kingston Reach, and that has really stood them in good stead. They've got a fantastic rowing programme. It's a brilliant school. But Headington School, coached by Ryan Demain, who's one of the top rowing countries in the rowing coaches in the country, probably will start as marginal favourites for this race. And you can hear the umpire giving the style over, Sean. Let's just let this breathe for a little bit.
Ready, please.
Hear the tension watching at home.
Attention! Go!
So, Sean, we're hearing that we think it's Surbiton High School's first time in the competition at Henley, and we'll say more about that, but they've gone off very quickly down the island. Nice straight course. There's a great shot of the Surbiton High School. Lola Anderson in the stroke seat, leading her crew out beautifully. Straight down the boat shore.
They're certainly not intimidated at all if this is their first attempt at Henley.
And you can hear the voice of the umpire warning the Headington crew. What that means, he's seen them come away from the booms. They're on the top of your picture, Headington with the white blades, and it's Surbiton with the green blades. And you can now see, can't you, Sean?
Yes.
The Headington crew steering back.
And unfortunately, the Surbiton crew was following them right across the course.
So, in the tension of the race, I mean, these boats are steered by the athlete's feet. They have this little shoe which is attached to the wire which goes to the rudder. You can see they've got the Surbiton crew of the GoPro on the boat. That's the red camera, so the coach can analyse their performance. And well, we've seen that shot of Lola Anderson straight down the boat. She won't be fazed by the lead. I think the coach of the Surbiton crew will have told them, just stay in there. You've got to be competitive. Expect Headington to lead, and that's what they're doing. They're really focusing in on their race plan, Sean.
Well, the Surbiton crew is about 10 pounds heavier, so the second half of the race might be to their advantage if they can just stay in touch. Especially being a younger crew, you don't want to lose contact with your other opponent. You can't look across as you do in 6-lane racing and have 2 or 3 crews to follow. And with the steering being a little bit off, you want to make sure you're going straight for the first half of the race.
So we go to the live shot there, and we can see these 2 women's quads on the left of your picture, the girls from Surbiton High School. And there's the shot. Let's give them a name check. Bow Sophia Turner, 2 Emily Tobin, Caitlin Scott at 3, just behind the stroke woman Lola Turner. And it looks like Sophia Turner in the bows is giving a shout, because she will know, Sophia will know that the crew have to up their effort. They've sat behind their opposition, Headington, who are on their right, your left as you look at it. And Surbiton are pushing to try and get back on terms to the Oxford School, on the right of your picture.
The Surbiton is used to winning. They won a few weeks ago at Women's Henley, the junior women's squads. So they might be experienced enough to sit a half length back and relax and get ready for the second half.
So a shot of the umpire's launch following the cruise. Headington edging out into the middle of the course. Again, they've already been warned for their steering. They lead by 1. And you can see Linda Curry, the stroke woman of the Headington School crew. Sorry, that's an incorrect. It's Katie King-Smith. I do apologise for that. Katie, how could I get that wrong? She's on the left of that crew, the nearest to the stern of the Headington boats, with a very handy 1 length of clear water lead over the girls from the Surbiton High School. And
it looks like that £3 million that Headington spent in the new gymnasium is helping them out here as they're stretching it out, still having steering problems as they come back into the center of the course. You can see just how well they're sculling here. I'm just impressed amazingly with the level of girls sculling here in the UK.
Yeah, well, Lizzie Lingard, who's in the 3 seat of the Headington crew, that's the crew with the white blades, and she's got the blue peak cap and the very long ponytail. She's going to final trials for the British Junior International team. She was in the coupe last year, got a bronze in the single scull, so they have real pedigree, this Headington quad. But the coach Ryan Domain was saying how challenging it is at this level. There's fantastic quads in this event. From Marlow, we've seen them win against Henley J16s, also Gloucester Hartbury as well. And it's very hard to pick a winner. And as impressive as this Headington School crew look now, the racing is going to get even tougher tomorrow and Sunday for the finals.
I understand rowing is a very big draw at Headington. Apparently their enrollment has almost doubled since they started to do well on the rowing scene. But again, more steering problems. Into the final.
That's a great shot. And of course, one of the things that the American women's colleges are coming over to Headington and saying, tell me who your best woman is, because we want them to have a scholarship to American universities.
Well, it's almost difficult to be an American in an American crew now. I mean, Yale, who's racing later in the ladies' plate, has 7 internationals.
That's amazing. That's an amazing stat, isn't it? Because there are so many strong internationals from all over the world in American universities, and you know, some of the women in this Headington School quad may get approached by fantastic American women's program after Title IX meant that American universities had to spend more on women's rowing, and British women do go over to American universities. We'll see. We've seen some of them racing at Henley in the past, and
you can bet that both of these crews will be mobbed by the American coaches once they put their boats away or they're finished their racing.
So there's the Surbiton High School crew on the right of your picture. Ahead of them are the girls from Headington School, stroked by Katie King-Smith. And then behind her, the junior trialist, Elizabeth Lingard. In the 2 seat, we've got Lydia Curry. And then in the bow seat, Danielle Semple. So Katie King-Smith, she's the woman that you can see nearest to you. The stroke sets the rhythm. It's been very solid. The steering has probably left a little bit to be desired, but their coach will address that, no doubt, in the wash-up after this race. Ryan Domain, one of the world's top junior coaches, and Surbiton High School rode a fantastic race, really stuck to their task throughout. They've had a brilliant Henley, just such a great achievement for a school to be in this event, such as the number of women's junior quadruple sculls around. So you're really looking at the creme de la creme, the top of women's junior rowing, and it's here being played out right in front of you as Headington head down towards the finish of this Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup for women's quadruple sculls. It's the Oxford School that crossed the line comfortably from their opponents the Surrey School, Surbiton High School, sculled a very good race. And Headington will progress through to tomorrow's racing. So there we go, well done, the Ryan Domain coach crew from Headington. So, on the left of your picture, it's Oxford Brookes in the heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup for Cox Fours, and on the right it's the crew from Proteus Airties in the Netherlands. So this is a student event of Cox Fours, Prince Albert, so you can't quite see them, but there's a little Cox lying down in the bows who is steering and giving the orders to these crews. And we'll get a shot there, the Dutchmen are led off. On the left of your picture is their strokeman, Rob van Houten, 22-year-old strokeman. He's an experienced rower. He was at the World University Championships last year, 2014, which I think, if memory serves, Sean, took place on the Dunkirk course. And he's a very handy competitor.
Yes, and we see that the Proteus is about 14 pounds a man heavier. So they had a very good start. Now that both crews have settled down for the body of the race, and see how they handle it.
So we're looking at the Proteus Airties crew on the left from Holland, and they have a 1-length lead over the boys from Oxford Brookes University in the burgundy colours, the burgundy tops. They had a crushing defeat there, top crew in a fantastic race again to another Dutch crew earlier in the Neerhouse University, shattered the record by 9 seconds in the Temple and shattered the hearts of Oxford Brookes' top crew. Beat them by a canvas, Sean, and I mean, when have you heard a record being broken by 9 seconds at Henley?
Never. I think the last time a record was broken was that large. It was the high jump in the 1968 Olympics. And it stood for about 35 years.
Yeah, the long jump, Bob Beamon.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're getting a look there at the Proteus Airties crew. We've mentioned already Robert van Houten, their stroke. And in that crew as well, the bowman, well, the camera's pulling out, but Jury de Vos, just 20 years old, the youngest man in the crew from the Delft University. A couple of years ago he was rowing in the, well, he's closest to us, you can see the man now with the blue cap. He was rowing in the Junior World Championships in the Dutch 8, which finished 8th. So he's very competitive, and I think the boys from Oxford Brookes are just finding the class of the Dutch crew a little bit too much for them, but
it's surprising. Most of those Dutch crews this year seem to be just a step quicker than they have been in previous years.
Yeah, and what do you make? I think they're rowing very efficiently. They're not so aggressive on the front end as Oxford Brookes University. Their blades are still very well placed, particularly on the stroke side. That's the left-hand side. If you look at it, the Dutch crew with the white and orange blades, the orange very distinctive from the Dutch flag, but maybe they're just that bit more efficient on the front end, Sean.
I think they are, especially when you switch from an 8s to 4s. You really need to accelerate that oar handle into the body. You can afford to punch an 8 down the course, but in a long Cox 4 race, the Dutch seem to have a nice acceleration, a good placement of the oar, and a relaxing stroke down the course.
So the morning so far has belonged to the crews from 2 countries, if we can call Scotland a country. Fantastic performances from Glasgow High School and Edinburgh University, and amazing performances from the Dutch crews. The Neerhouse University crews both went through in the Prince Albert and the Temple, and it looks like the Proteus crew from Delft will just manage to hold off Oxford Brookes in this heat of the Prince Albert. Yes, they have a comfortable lead coming through. So their stroke man, Robert van Houten, winding the crew up to give them their full name: Delfter Studenten Rijnverigen Proteus Airties Netherlands. Across the line ahead of Oxford Brookes, and arms aloft in the Dutch crew. Yet another success from them. and there's no stopping them. And Robert Van Houten gives his congratulations to the Oxford Brookes crew, and we will head up to the start for a heat of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup.
Like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please.
So we have for you now a heat of the Princess Elizabeth. That's the boys, the school students' aid. On the left of your picture, it's Bradley College, the Oxfordshire school from Britain, and on the right, it's Boston College from America. Sean, what do we know about this Boston crew?
It's a resurrected program. It stopped just before the Second World War. They've only been rowing since 2007. It's a Jesuit school affiliated with Boston College in Boston. It's a large school, 1,200 students, which is about twice the size of a normal American high school. So they have a large body of students to draw from. The funny part about this race is that Boston College is rowing in a borrowed Philippi, which is actually the second boat. The first one is rowed by Radley. So Radley lent them the boat they're racing against.
Do you know, that's fantastic. We're looking at the Radley crew, coached by John Gearing, in the top of your picture, who have battered their way into a lead. I say battered, it's not the cleanest off the finish, but they're certainly moving out to a length lead. And the wonderful thing about the sport of rowing is you do have this camaraderie. And St Edward's School led their opponents, the Germans, who had lost their boat in the Calais strikes. And then the Germans ended up racing St Edward's School in the PE, and now we've got that lovely little vignette you just told of Boston on the left of your screen, down to Radley on the right, rowing in their boat.
Yes, I think that's what makes rowing such an exciting sport. There's such good camaraderie that you'd lend someone your crew, your boat, and you'd be racing with them 3 days later. And it looks like Radley is doing well. They came third in the Nats schools. And traditionally get a little bit faster, and they're showing some speed here, although boy, they really push that boat. They're holding nothing back.
They're doing, of course, Radley really very aggressive on the front end of the catch, and you can see, well, there's the stroke of that Radley crew, James Brocklebank Fowler. A lot of success at the national schools the day after they came fourth in the Championship 8s. He led his crew to a gold in the Coxed Fours at the national school. So they have known success, the Radley crew, this season, and a great program. They've got Bill Barry, Alan Campbell's old coach, working with the juniors down there. John Gearing, of course, coaching the 8. On the left of your screen, the Radley College, leading the Boston College crew on the right. So Radley College getting the cheers from the enclosures. Very dynamic style coming down towards the finish shore. And they're getting the cheers, you can hear them there as Radley College with a good lead over Boston College High School, just out of shot. There they are, rowing in Radley College's Filippi, the Italian shell. They've borrowed it from the crew in front of them, and it's good effort from the Boston school, but Radley College will take this. They progress through to tomorrow's racing, and Boston College High School crossed the line. It's a good job, but beaten by a slightly better crew. And Radley College will go forward to race St Paul's School, who we saw beat St Edward's School earlier this morning, so that'll be a great race. Radley against St Paul's tomorrow.
Go. Get ready, please.
So, pair oars, and we get an early look at two of Britain's greatest current oarsmen, James Fode and Matthew Langridge, on the left of your picture, rowing for Leander and Molesey, and on the right it's the boys from Upper Thames Rowing Club. This is their big day. We saw them win yesterday. Two men on the right from the London club, been in the pair for some years now. Around the club scene, they are no match for the world silver medalists, and we'll see them as the race pans out. No doubt they've got an early lead as the Sons of the Thames pair steers over, but Foden Langridge there, still very high. I wonder if they're going for a record in this event. I think that's held by Pinston and Redgrave, sure.
Well, I think this is the day to do it. If they saw the earlier times fall by 9 seconds, they'd love to be pinned as a very good pair.
Do you know, I'd fancy that. I mean, I think the record for the silver goblets to the barrier is held by Reed and Triggs Hodge, 1 minute 56. I did think it was Redgrave and Pinston, of course, they hold the course record, but I reckon that Langridge and Foden would say, you know, let's have a go at the barrier record. We've seen it's going, Matt Langridge, the stroke, he's going mad. He's still absolutely going crazy. They're still up at 40. They are going for a barrier record.
Absolutely.
We won't know the time for this, but it's 1:56 held by the British silver medalist pair, Pete Reed and Triggs Hodge. You can see they've gone to the barrier, and well, we'll bring you news of the time as and when we get it, but the British pair have now just paddled light completely. James Foden nearest you, the Molesey rower with the black top. Matthew Langridge, the Leander rower, come back from a bit of injury this year, ahead of him, and we'll talk more about them. But of course, on the left of your picture, the men in blue from Sons of the Thames having their big day just in front of the umpires' launch. That's Mirko Brinker and Peter Reynolds. It is a massive day for them, and it's great to see Henley, the sort of internationals, up against the club rowers.
Well, it's Brinker's last season of competition, and I think if you're going to go out, you should race the current world silver medalist. There's certainly no shame in going up against the best in the world, really. They'll race against the Kiwis in a few more weeks.
Yeah, well, this is the British pair that are going to Lucerne to race the all-conquering Kiwi pair, Hamish Bond and Eric Murray. Probably the best crew in the world right now, probably one of the best crews the world has ever seen, I think, in rowing. And these are the guys who've got to try and beat them. Matthew Langridge, of course, a former world junior champion in single sculls. He's the man in the white Leander top. And if you just tuned in, this is a race. The pair that you're looking at now, the British international pair, world silver medalists, went off so fast to try and, I think, break the record to the barrier. It's very fast conditions in this race. And we're looking at the man in black there, behind Langridge, James Foden, a fanatical Southampton Football Club supporter. And he's just moved down to Southampton with his family. Got a young child, and does the commute up to Caversham to the British base.
Well, with their speed they've shown the last several years, they certainly should have the horsepower to set a barrier record. I'd be surprised if they don't break it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big ask. The thing is, it's Reed and Hodges' barrier record, the 1:56. So, you know, Matty Langridge is going to go into Leander Club and go, bosh, there you are, Pete Reed. So there's no doubt they went out to take it, and I think Pete might have a little joke with Matthew if they haven't broken it, because, well, that's just the little things that keep you happy at this end, the sharp end of rowing.
You know, but at the same time, they need to show.
So, Sean, we're hearing they were 3 seconds off the barrier record, 1:59.
Wow.
And, I mean, that's an amazingly quick time. You know, it's a lot of fours won't do that time, but they did try and break it very publicly, and I don't know if Pete Reed does watch this. Of course, he's racing here tomorrow as part of the British 8. Andy Hodge is not at the moment rowing. He's recovering from glandular fever. We wish you well, Andy, and if you are watching your international crewmates, Matt Langridge and James Foden in the goblets, your record to the barrier is safe, Andy Hodge, and we do hope to see Andy Hodge back in action next year. I know things are going well for him on the recovery. I'm not sure if he's back in training yet, but Hodge and Reed's record is safe, Sean.
Oh, that's good, but it could be a training tactic. They're racing the Kiwis in Lucerne. They need to get an early lead on the Kiwis.
Yeah, but the Kiwis aren't bothered, because the Kiwis just, like, they go off, they're like last at 250, and then they keep the same speed, and they're in the front at 500. I mean, it's amazing. They're second 250 and third 250 pace. So,
and fourth 250.
And to be quite honest, Foden Langridge would not go off like that on a 2K race, because they would just blow up completely. So I don't think they could sustain that pace, but maybe it's a tactic. The Sons of the Thames pair, Brinker and Reynolds, the men in blue, we haven't talked about them that much. This is a club pair. They win local events at Peterborough Regatta, Twickenham Regatta. It's a big day for them up against the world silver medal pair, who are on the left of your picture. A stately progress down past the enclosures, and they soak up the applause. Matt Langridge has been known to take his hand off the blade, and he won't do so now. Would be showing too much disrespect, but he is looking round at the enclosures, the Leander men, and James Fode, the Molesey man, with his eyes straight ahead of him.
Still rowing very well, and a good race for the Sons of the Thames from Hammersmith.
Yeah. Had to miss racing early in the season due to injury, but they're very much back now, and looking to progress in this regatta through to the semi-finals tomorrow. So Fode and Langridge take that heat of the silver goblets. Matt Langridge on the left of your picture, James Fode on the right, and you can hear the buzzer for the two men from Sons of the Thames, Mirka Brinker and Peter Reynolds.
Go! Get ready, please.
So we now have the heat of the women's singles. Mirka Natkova, the Olympic champion from the Czech Republic. She's on the left of your picture in the yellow boat, and on the right it's Genevieve Balash Graham from Henley Royal Club. So Genevieve Balash Graham from Henley Royal Club in the white boat there, going up against the Olympic champion, Sean.
Well, she certainly knows she has advantage on the course, although Napkov has been here a few times. But Genevieve's sticking in very well here, within a length after the start. But it's really hard when you're racing a three-time Olympian and a current world champion and Olympic gold medalist.
I think it's almost impossible, isn't it? I mean, the Henley Royal Club, we've seen the pedigree of sculling, and the young J16 women who just missed out to Marlow will look up to Genevieve as one of the icons, and she takes a look round over her shoulder at the Olympic champion. She's got a very aggressive style, isn't she, the woman from Henley Royal Club? And she wants to be competitive, but against the Olympic champion,
it's difficult.
It's a tough ask.
And it's a long race in a single, and so much is confidence. And if you're down a few lengths, but Genevieve is putting her head down and getting the work done.
So Mirka Natkova, of course, burst on the scene really as a gold medal contender in 2011, where she took the world title in Bled. Fantastic race, and what a season she had in 2012, where she took the Olympic title from with a very big margin over her competitors. She's trying to get back to a form, the former 1500 metre runner from the Czech Republic, coached by Thomas Kakowski. And of course, if Mirka does win at the regatta this year, and it's hard to see who's going to stop her, and she will equal the record number of wins in this event held by the Swede Maria Brandin, 5 wins, which will be remarkable, really. She loves to race at Henley Regatta. And Mirka Natkova, the Olympic champion, on the right of your picture as you look at her, a long, long way in front of the woman from Henley Royal Club, Genevieve Balash Graham.
That's what's nice about Henley. The single scullers really seem to enjoy racing here more than most places. You see Mahi, Drysdale coming back every year, Natkova coming back every year. They really enjoy the pageantry in the single. They don't get lost like they do sometimes in 6-lane racing.
So Mirka Natkova just checking over her right shoulder just for where those wooden booms are, and she wants to know where she is on the course. She's won this event 4 times, so I guess there won't be many problems. She's rowing in that reverse wing empacher, the black carbon fibre riggers are anchored to the boat behind her. It's the weapon of choice for a lot of the scullers these days, and her countryman Andrej Sinek, who is the Czech world champion in men's single sculls, has a similar design boat from Empacher, the famous German rowing instructor.
It's a very efficient wing structure. You don't get any flex at all as you do if the wings are reversed. So you have to watch your heavy set rig. You can really put some strain on your ribs.
That's right, and Sean, as we watch Mirka Napkova progress down the course, we are going to go silent in a minute or so's time. The whole of the country, the United Kingdom, will honour the victims of the tragedy in Tunisia, the terrorist attack where 30 Britons and 8 other people lost their lives, and their memory will be honoured at 12 o'clock, and whether this race is going to get to the finish line before 12 o'clock, we will go quiet on air. We will honour the memory of those 38 men and women who tragically died in the terrorist attack in Tunisia. So it seems a little bit incongruous to talk about that as the enclosures applaud the Olympic champion coming to the finish of her race, but she will understand, and you will know just how important it is that we fight the scourge of terrorism and we remember the 38 victims. So a minute's silence from us and all here at Henley Regatta.
Lost their lives in the Tunisian beach attack a week ago. Thank you.
A handshake there from Sean, and I'm joined by Mike Hunter. I have to say, Mark, I've got tears in my eyes there. Sorry, my voice is going. I just think the shot of that Leander crew on the start, just sitting there quietly, puts me in mind of when the British honoured the death of Lady Diana Spencer with black ribbons in 1997, and what a tribute to those 38 men and women who lost their lives.
Yeah, it's one of those tragic events that happens in the world, unfortunately, and it must have been very tough for the athletes to sit there, and their emotions will be running high as well. They're just about to race, but we think of the things that go on outside the sport that do affect the rest of the world. So yeah, it's time for the athletes to focus back in now and prepare themselves mentally to track down this course and make it through to the next round.
Yeah, right, I'm back on it now. Thanks, great to be joined by you, Mark, and we're here for the business of the day. These women's race has been timed to go off at 12:05, and well, what a great race, because we have the British women's 8th. The camera is flying over them now. What a fantastic season they're having. I'll tell you what, European Championships, I thought they looked very ordinary. They came out in World Cup 2, Mark, and boom, bang, amazing heat. Led the American world champions to 1,000 metres, and they're on fire right now.
Yeah, I think the girls have made a few technical changes, seat order, they've moved people around the boat, and it's got a better feel now. And yeah, I thought it was one of the performances of the regatta from the British team was where they went out in the heat and led the Americans, which, when you think about it, they haven't been beaten for about 7 years, that crew or that nation. So for the girls to do that was a huge step forward for them, and they just kept that confidence progressing through the regatta.
You can hear the voice of the umpire Mike Williams from London Rowing Club. And, it'll be a relief to these women to get this race underway. Let's just hear his voice as he gives the start.
Attention! Go!
You saw the hand on the ride of Zoe de Toledo, the former Oxford Cox, just had the hand up as the British women power off from their Leander clubmates. There they are with the pink blades.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good battle here. You've got the squad 8, the national 8 racing a club crew. A lot of these club girls from Leander will be trying to make their way into this 8 when it qualifies, which you should do this summer for next year's Olympic Games.
Yeah, what a job they've got, because only 5 women's 8s will qualify from this year's World Championships. Just a quick word about stroke Catherine Douglas, former under-23 international. There's the Leander crew at the top of your screen with the pink blades, and the British women's 8, the national women's 8 in the foreground. The Leander 8, it's a big day for them, coached by Jane Hall. Of course, you all know her as a former international, Mark.
Yeah, the club has been working really hard to, get some bigger boats into the event of Henley, and, to have a girls' 8 with just all Leander club athletes is, a great step forward. And Jane's been working really hard with them. They're really up against it's a racing national team. It's exciting, but also quite daunting because, in the 8 here we have, we've got our women's pair who are the top 2 sweet girls in the country. And this is the next 8 girls that are the best ones. So, it's a bit of a tall order, but, the girls have got nothing to lose. They can just go out there and just give it a go.
Absolutely, and I was working with some of these girls earlier this year. We had a corporate event. I know Leander does some fantastic work with that. It was with Weetabix, and some of these girls in the Leander crew rode with the Weetabix executives, and it was a great afternoon out, and they certainly learnt a lot. They did some coaching of the Leander girls, and just got nothing but praise for the programme. And this race, they're really hanging on to the tails of the British women's 8.
Yeah, this is the Leander girls final. This is it. They've got a chance to race the squad girls. They've got nothing to lose, and that's a great position to be in. They can go out, try something, try and rattle them, and that's, if you're racing the top crew, you have to make sure you're in the race. You have to rattle them in some way, put them under pressure, not let them get too comfortable, and that's what the girls will be trying to do.
So there's the Leander crew, coached by Erin Wisofsky-Jones. She's the woman nearest to you with the blonde hair streaming down her back. Ahead of her, the stroke woman, Catherine Douglas. Emily Ashford then, you can just see her in the 7th seat. And, well, there's a shot of them from our camera, I think the Fawley Meadows camera. Leander with the pink blades and the British women with the white blades leading the race.
Yeah, and the girls have got a nice, long, strong rhythm. This is something they've really developed in that World Cup in Varese. And obviously, they've got confidence from that now, so they're just going to want to keep building on that. And the Canadian national team is here, so obviously in this opening round, they're going to want to put down a marker that says, we'll keep moving on, we're keeping evolving, and to be aware of us when it comes to the bigger races later in the event.
Yeah, I think the thing we're looking forward to is the British women against the Canadian women, of course, if they make it that through to the final. And Canada is a world silver medalist. If the British do want to be competitive in the Olympics, they've really got to put a marker over the Canadians. And I think it's very interesting in terms of what the British team have done now, because they've put the experienced sort of women, Katie Greaves, Louisa Reeve, Jess Eddy, in the bows of the boat, and they've got the sort of new hungry women, Zoe Lee, Ro Bradbury, Olivia Carnegie-Brown in the stern.
I think that's, you've got to move people around. You've got to find the best fit for the athletes you have. And just because you've been in the team longer doesn't give you that right to sit in a certain seat. It's about looking at the athletes, what they can bring to the unit. And if these younger girls have something about them, put them in the exciting end of the boat where they can really kind of have an impact. and let all the kind of experience sit there and talk to them from behind, because I know the Cox will do most of the talking that Zoe will be doing, and I hope she steers a straight line, because she's been kind of looking at everybody else's and commenting all week, so we're looking at this, see if she does a good job today.
Yeah, that's a great... She sits up in that press box, and she's a lovely girl, but we're looking there at Katie Greaves, the furthest away from you. We're going on about Lou Reeve, Jess Eddy in the London Rowing Club, Dora Etibet, and as the camera pans down, Vicky Maulaker, Olivia Carnegie-Brown in the Oxford Brooks top, the burgundy top, then Ro Bradbury in the 7th seat, and in the distinctive colours of Imperial College, that fantastic stroke woman, Zoe Lee with the Cox. And we were just talking about her. She is a fantastic raconteur, commentator and coxswain, but she does like to put in those caustic comments about steering. So we are going to look closely, Zoe, and analyse your steering as we ride with the Leander crew.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, athletes are judged on their performance, and coxes are judged on theirs. So athletes will want the cox to go in the straightest line possible. So if they are veering around, then the athletes won't be happy with that, because that slows the boats down by putting the rudder on. And the last thing you want to be doing is interrupting the kind of rhythm of the crew while they're trying to just put the work down.
I'll tell you what, though, I've nothing for admiration as Zoe de Toledo looks around. I mean, to go through the Calvary of that boat race loss, where it was so close, and the swimmer came out, and then, you know, there was that steering decision she made, broke a blade, and, you know, she has had to go through hell. And I think the way she's recovered to be part of this British Women's 8 has been fantastic, and a credit to her determination and her skills as a coxswain.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that you know, you learn from more of your setbacks and disappointments, and being able to turn that around shows the true character you have as a person. I think she's done that really well. And, you know, she's involved with the kind of Twitter handle of Henley Royal Regatta, so if you do have any feedback or comments, do get in touch and let us know what you think of the coverage and also the pictures we're showing you.
So we're looking at the British International 8. They will be trying to qualify for the Olympics at the World Championships later this year in 2015. They are racing their club mates, or some of their club mates from Leander Club, on the left of your screen. It's their big day as they come through to the finish. Still a gap. A lot of these Leander women want to get into the squad at Caversham. The gap is there for you to see, and the British women are going to cross the line. What do you make of that gap? I mean, is that a healthy pipeline coming through?
Yeah, well, you can see that the squad 8's kind of winding down, you know, enjoying that moment where they can have a little look as they go past the stewards' enclosure. Being in front, it's a comfortable position to be in, and to try and come back from Clearwater and Mate is a long way. So, you know, the girls will take this opportunity to enjoy this, because as the event kind of moves on in the next 2 days, they won't have this opportunity to relax in like the last couple hundred metres.
So it's the British national squad rowing here as Leander and Imperial College, although there are women there from Oxford Brooks, Sport Imperial, London Rowing Club, cross the line ahead of the 8 women and 1 coxswain from Leander Rowing Club in the heat of the Remenham Challenge Cup for women's 8s. 3 cheers, and that was a great run out for the British women. So we're now heat of the Club 8s, the Thames Challenge Cup, and we have, would you believe it, Thames Rowing Club on the right of your screen. The London Club are on the Buck Station, and then Buda and Gemeinschaft Mulheim Deutschland from Germany on the left.
That's a great start by the Thames crew. Out the blocks, nice and clean, nice straight line, no rudder on, and that's the sort of thing you want from your cox. She's done that perfectly there.
Yeah, brilliant line, and we've seen a lot of those crews veer over towards the left of your picture, but none of that from the Thames coxswain. Connie Piddu has just managed to steer a great line, and Thames have that handy canvas lead coming up as they sort of head to the end of the first minute of this race. Thames Rowing Club, of course, coached by Ben Lewis, used to be at Molesey. I think he's a happy bunny now at Thames Rowing Club, but it still eludes them the big win at Henley. And will this be their year mark?
Yeah, they've had some fantastic results. They had 4 crews actually make it into this event, which is a huge step on for any club. You know, Ben's done a fantastic job, and for me, this is one of the best shots. This is what I've been looking forward to for the whole regatta, is a drone shot from the air. You know, these pictures are just, you know, incredible. You know, as an athlete, I would have loved to have been able to race at the regatta and have a shot like this as we came down the crew. For an athlete, you can look at the arcs of the blades and the crew. Are they going in the right position? The smoothness of the crews, and you know, that is just it's poetry watching that, to be honest.
It is. It's amazing. If you're new to a sport, you can see the movement of the rowers. I know the overhead camera at the Olympics, I think this is a better shot than that. People were surprised to see how much the rowers moved in the boat and used their legs. And look, the drone's flying with them. It's so exciting. I've never commentated on pitches like this before, and I'm absolutely pumped, as you say. Thames Rowing Club in the lead from the drone on the left of your screen. Behind them, it's the Germans from Mulheim, and they're in the wake of the Ben Lewis coached Thames Rowing Club. As we're looking at their arcs, what do we make of that, Mark?
Yeah, obviously they've got the kind of bucket rig sort of, the kind of stern end of the boat, which is slightly different. You know, that's become a more fashionable thing, I'd say, in rowing. I'm not sure, you know, it always works to the crew's advantage, but obviously Thames are in front, so it's working for them. The first time I ever saw that was a Canadian crew do it about 8 years ago, and then it seems to be a thing that everybody's kind of latched onto. But, you know, you can get some good indication of the arcs and if that's working. And also you can get a good view of the steering as well, because you can see the trail of water that the crew leaves behind them, and you can see if they're keeping a straight line or not from that drone shot.
So let's give a check through to the Thames crew. Facing us, we've got Connie Piddu, the cox, then Tony Lester at stroke, Simon Challen behind him with the white hat, Tom Jeffrey, the big man in the sixth seat, James Padmore, Chris Moran, James Palmer, Richard Dyer and Jonathan Bale in the bows. And got a very comfortable second half.
Yeah, and these, you know, Thames have been in this position before going through the regatta. You know, they've been finalists once in 2012. They've been semi-finalists the last 2 years in this event. You know, they're that crew that needs to win it at some point. They're so close but so far, but this could be their opportunity this year.
Listen, I've just had a tweet from Eric Murray, the bowman from the amazing Kiwi pair, who's over here to race in the Lucerne Regatta. The Kiwi pair have come late to Europe this year, missed World Cup 2, but Eric said, great coverage, by the way, awesome to watch, thumbs up, smiley face. And Eric, you're one of the great ambassadors for the sport of rowing, particularly on social media, and you, like us, are enjoying these amazing TV shots which are bringing the sport we love to people around the world.
And that's what it's about. It's about opening up the sport to people that necessarily wouldn't watch it, getting involved in it, understand a bit more about it, and just becoming excited by the sport. And, you know, it's a shame the guys aren't here. You know, if they were over it, you know, I'm sure they would love to have these shots of the drone. I'm sure they're a bit jealous now, but obviously their focus is on Lucerne, obviously the qualification and another world title, because they are the standout crew in our sport at the moment.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the men from Thames Rowing Club progress serenely, I think we'll call that. They got an early lead and they have really dominated this race. They will have bigger things on their mind, because tomorrow they will go through to race the winners of the heat between University Barge Club USA, who are a stonking crew. I saw them yesterday, Mark, and, you know, mature, experienced, powerful, and British crew Sport Imperial Boat Club. They've got a tough arse. So Ben Lewis, you know, I was talking to him yesterday, he said, you know, Barge Club looked great, and I see you nodding your head there.
Yeah, I think they're a crew that people weren't necessarily expecting, and they've come out and just shown the speed they have. And what's good for Thames in this is they've got a nice opportunity to relax. They haven't used too much energy in this particular race, that they can start thinking about tomorrow, relaxing. And they just hope that the other race that's going to, you know, the winner of that comes to them, have a kind of a gut buster, which is the kind of race to the line, you know, kind of giving everything. So, you know, you can't do that many finals in 3 days. It's back-to-back racing, so they'll be hoping that the next race after them will be a gut buster.
They will, and I bet it will, actually, and which is good news for Thames. I mean, I have to say, I would love to see Thames Rowing Club win the Thames after so many years of trying. And there, I've said it. I'm not sure I should, but there we go. Sentiments, the heart's won over the head.
That's always tends to happen. You want them to win it. They need to win it.
They do. Thames Rowing Club win that heat of the Thames Challenge Cup against the Germans from Mulheim in the Ruhr. It was an easy row. The stroke man Anthony Lester, it's time to scratch his face as we head off to the start. So it's the Princess Grace Challenge Cup for women's quadruple sculls. On the left of your shot, it's Upper Thames Rowing Club, the local club from this Henley Reach, and they are up against the crew on the right, the Buckinghamshire station from Brown University Boat Club from the USA. So Upper Thames on the left, Brown University USA on the right.
And it's unusual for an American kind of university to have a sculling crew. So this is great that Brown are actually trying to promote sculling. Normally all their women would be in sweep boats and rowing in eights. So this for me is a good step forward for the sport and for the university when they're rowing.
Of course, American women's sculling is really rocking at the moment. They've got great crews in the women's double sculls. Had a fantastic race against the Kiwis in World Cup 2, those two American women a couple of weeks ago. Just came off second best, but they led the Kiwis to the last stroke. They got a fantastic American women's quad. And so these women from Brown University have got a lot really to aim for and live up to.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when your kind of superstars of your nation are competing and if they're going for particular boat classes, that gives you kind of excitement that there is opportunity there, rather than they're the kind of events that people don't care about. So it's great to see the American team kind of having that broad spectrum there of different boats racing and being competitive.
Yeah, we're getting a close look there at the stroke of the Brown University crew. Cicely Madden, she's the woman nearest to you on the left of the screen, and well, she's a fantastic competitor. She won a silver medal in the World Junior Rowing Championships in the USA Women's Quad, and that's why her coach, Catherine Starr, has put her at stroke of that crew, because she's got the experience and pedigree to manage this race.
And to win a sculling medal at the Junior Worlds is very difficult. It's very challenging. Most of the Germans, when I was competing, were the kind of lead nation in quad sculling, and they seem to win everything. So I take my hat off to someone that can actually win a junior medal in sculling. Sweep, we send as a British team anyway. We're very we tend to get a lot of medals, when sculling we've had like 3 in the last 20 years. So I think it's more challenging, it's a lot difficult, but that's because we concentrate on the sweep side of the sport a lot more.
So there we see the local club, Upper Thames, shortly coming past their boathouse. Georgina Haycroft, Natasha White-Harris in the stroke seat, Alice White and Elizabeth Williams in that crew. And they will be getting a cheer just at this part of the course. This is exactly where their boathouse is, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, and they're going to love this moment when they come past Remenham Club. And this will give them some kind of lift as they come through. They're down at the moment. It will pick them up, and hopefully they can kind of like start chasing Brown down now, because they need something to get back into this.
So, Brown University, their motto, ever true. And one of your colleagues, Jamie Coburn, is of course an old alumnus of Brown University. And I know he does a lot to support their rowing. And just recently had their book of to celebrate, I think, 100 years. Big, thick, lovely coffee table book, beautiful pictures in there, and accounts from all the rowers in Brown University over the years. And if you like your books about rowing, that's certainly one to get hold of. Ever true, the history of Brown University Boat Club.
And Jamie's a big ambassador for the university. He's very passionate about it. Obviously, and that's the great thing about when you are alumni of something. Especially in America, that passion they have for the university they went to, and the pride they have in it. And he'd be really enjoying this moment. I'm sure he'd be in the press box watching them come down the course.
And well, there are some really talented women in this programme. Of course, this is one of the heats of this event. The top crew in the world, if you've watched the pictures from World Rowing this year, is the German women's quad, and they've won every there. But there we see the Brown University crew, Sissy Madden closest to you, and then Corinne, she goes by the name of Coco Scholler behind her in the 3-seat. The tall woman, the 21-year-old, is from the under-23 World Championships in that all-powerful American women's eights program. I mean, American women's rowing is just the most amazing program, and normally we think of them in eights, which is why, as you were saying, it's quite remarkable to see Brown here in a quad, Mark.
Yeah, no, most of it is because it's all NCAA sport, for women's rowing out there. So, I coached at UCLA for a year, so I got to kind of understand the ins and outs of how the NCAA works. And what a big deal it is. It is massive, and the standard of the Pac-10 at the time when I was over there, now's the Pac-12. is ferocious. You know, it's as good as any national 8. So the stand is very high. The scholarships they give, and they want these talented athletes to come across and compete. And you know, it is a high level of competition.
And we see Brown University go to the finish there. It's nice to see, just heard from Roger Blink, the injured bowman of the Dutch pair, who's trying to get back in that boat. He's said on social media, on Twitter, amazing drone shots too, that we saw in that race of Thames Rowing Club. At the moment we're looking at the head-on camera of Brown University, the 4 women in the Princess Grace Challenge Cup for women's quadruple sculls. They are leading on the left of your screen from the local women from Upper Thames Rowing Club on the right, and Brown University progressing just about 200 or 300 metres to go now.
Yeah, they got a chance, so once again they can enjoy the enclosures. And as we keep saying, if you do have any comments about the commentary and about the pictures, do get in touch on my Twitter handle at Henley Regatta.
Luke McGee, the coach of the American Men's 8, has tweeted, "Go Bruno, my alma mater, getting it done today in the Princess Grace." So Luke McGee preparing the American Men's 8 for the Lucerne World Cup. Thank you for your tweet, thank you for watching, and you'll be pleased to see the Brown crew cross the line ahead of Upper Thames in that race and progress on to the semi-finals. Luke, we wish you well, and the American Men's 8 well. Stay watching, and Upper Thames cross the line. So the winners in that heat of the Princess Grace, Brown University from the United States. So this is a match-up, Mark. Harvard v Yale. Harvard University B crew in their Cox 4. Crossing line down in the bows on the left of your shot, and Yale University on the right.
This is a great rivalry. You know, these two universities do not like each other. That's a good way of putting it. The rivalry is immense, and you know, you've got heavyweights here racing lightweights. It's a Harvard B crew, so it's not their top guys, but you know, it will give their A crew some idea of where they fit against the Yale crew. The Yale crew were a seeded crew, so this is their first showing. So we look forward to seeing, you know, with the size and power they have, they're big guys. From that shot from the side, they're huge.
Yeah, they are massive. I'm just looking in my programme. You've got, well, the 2-man, that's 1, 2, 3. You've got a great shot of him there. Hamilton in the Yale University crew, Dougie Hamilton. Well, he weighs in the programme as 16 stone 6. Am I reading that right? I had to look again, ladies and gentlemen, just to see 16 stone 6. And Yale out in front, and it was a big thing in the varsity race this year. Yale beat Harvard, I think, for the first time in a long time in that matchup.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those old school rivalries. It's been going on for generations. You know, and the pride and passion they have about that would have hurt Harvard big time. You know, and they'll be looking forward to trying to get back on track, but they are up against it, and you know, the kind of conditions are fairly quick today, so this will help the lightweights stay in touch, where if it's a raging headwind, you know, it is more challenging to be a smaller guy trying to race these big units, as I want to call them, in the Yale boat.
So the stroke of the Yale University crew, that's Josh Tilden, is a former world junior championship rower in the American 8, finished 6th in that, and no wonder the Yale programme got hold of him. He said he picked up rowing one day. A family member suggested he go to practice with him. Fell in love with the sport after a few times in the water, and maybe that's a story that resonates with you, Mark.
Yeah, and it's always, you know, there'll be someone you know takes you, gives you a chance to try the sport, and then it's one of those things, you know, being on the water in the sunshine it is today, racing. You know, if you're a competitive person, you love it. Or if you're not, even if you're not a competitive person, just to be out there working in a team. You know, I was quite lucky. My father introduced me to the sport and gave me the chance. And I watched the Olympic Games in '92 when Greg and Johnny and Gary won the Cox pair, and that's the thing that inspired me to want to be part of the sport. So to be involved in the sport, you know, and have someone that kind of gives that chance is one of those kind of family generation things, generation to generation.
Brilliant. So we're talking about Josh Tilden, the Yale University stroke. They're on the left of your picture, and they're leading their arch rivals Harvard, who are trying to sprint into the finish, but the power and the strength of the Steve Gladstone coached crew from Yale seem to have the rub over Harvard in more ways than one this year. The men from Yale in the white shirts again, put another one over on their rivals. Men from Harvard, Yale crossed the line in the heat of the Prince Albert. They progressed to tomorrow. Harvard B crew in second place.
Get ready, please.
So the last race of the morning session, and it's a heat of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup for single sculls. And on the left of your picture you have Janka van der Meulen from the Netherlands, and on the right a name that will be familiar to many supporters of British rowing, Polly Swan. And it's such a great joy to see Polly Swan back in the sport, Mark.
Yeah, she's had her setbacks and injuries, and it is great to see her out there racing. And no better way to come back than being a single scull, show where you are, you know, it puts you out there on your own. Looking forward to see how she gets on today.
So it's the lead for the Dutch sculler in the yellow Empacher boat. At the top of your screen, Polly Swan from Leander Club rowing in a white Filippi, but Van der Meulen from Alemania, Rotterdamse Studentenrooien Beringen, Skadi, Holland. It's a long bit of a mouthful, the names of that club. I know the regatta like to pronounce them, but she's very well and connected, and of course part of the crew, women's 4 with one blade at the World Championships last year that came 7th.
Yeah, and this is a different discipline for Polly as well. You know, we all know her for rowing with Helen in the women's pair that won in 2013, and she was European champion as well. So this is a different discipline for her. So it does take a lot of time to adapt to the single scull. It's a completely different boat, and you know, you'll see different techniques. You know, people bending their arms, keeping their arms straight. But people have their individual style in this particular boat class, so you can have the perfect technique. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race.
We're looking at Van der Meulen in the lead, the Dutch sculler. Again, we've got these amazing shots from the drone, and you can see really just how far round at the front end of the stroke the scullers come to take the catch. It seems a little bit further than in rowing, Mark.
Yeah, well, you're straight up and down the boat, so you're not twisting outside the kind of hole. You're standing in the middle, driving. You know, you can just see she's got a bit of a bent arm catch there. That's her particular style.
What does bent arm catch mean?
So normally when you place the blade in the water, you'll try and hang by leaving your arms straight. You'll start to drive with your legs and your glutes, and then open up your back. And as that's finishing, then you kind of draw through the arms. So it's just hanging. You're not really trying to use the arms too much.
The thing is, I know, because I watch you, and you've got fantastic straight arm catch because you hang off. I know I have this fault of a left I can see with Janka, and I guess she's using I'm trying to get my arms right. She's using her left arm there to bury the blade, maybe, and then the pressure of the legs come on, and probably she was a little more cultured, a little more experienced, she might get a little more speed.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. Look, there is no perfect. There's perfect. That shot is just amazing. Just look down the course and see the crews racing down. You can see their lines, and it's, you know, I could just sit there and just watch it. I don't need to speak about it. The pictures just say what it, you know, how great it is.
So, no need for words. If you're looking at it, it's the remarkable Henley Regatta course. There's been rowing here for over 175 years, and I don't think it's ever been seen in such a wonderful light as those drone shots are giving us today. Janka van der Meulen, the Dutch sculler, had a very disappointing World Championships in Amsterdam last year. Didn't make the big final, they came 7th, but this will be a brilliant race for her, and when she tunes in to look at these pictures,
I think this is something that the rest of the rowing world will be looking at, is these shots here. You know, these are sort of shots we want in all racing, because they really bring you inside the kind of racing. You know, you can see the movement of both athletes, you can see the distance between the puddles. You know, it is such a beautiful motion to watch when it's done well.
I have to say, Polly Swan, we're looking at the former 2013 World's Pairs champion with Helen Glover. I mean, do you think she might make sculling her own and then fight maybe to get into the quadruple scull, or maybe even have a go at getting in the double with Catherine Granger, Mark?
Yeah, well, you know, she's trying something new. You know, she's come back from injury, so one way to find out where you are is to go in the single scull. You're trying to recover, so you're on a different program to everybody else. So it will take time for her to get back to where she was and be comfortable with her body, whatever the injury was, to be comfortable with it, that it's not going to come back. And this is a great boat class to do that in, because it really kind of teaches you a lot about yourself every single race, because you are totally relying on yourself. So it's one of those, you know, this is a pure gladiatorial race when you're on your own one-on-one. So this is, you know, it really does separate, I can't say the men from the boys, but the women from the girls, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, I think we go with women from the girls. And the camera pulls back, and that's that iconic shot we saw there of the finish line that hundreds of thousands of rowers, men and women, over the years, over the 175 years of this regatta, have beaten their way down the course. And here's Janke van Meulen here to participate in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup in the single sculls.
And this is another great example of, you know, women's events coming into regatta. You know, and this is great. There's just more and more events coming in. The sport's growing all the time, and obviously the success we had at London 2012, there's just more interest. So, you know, hopefully we can keep progressing, and, you know, I'd like to say adding more events.
So Janke van Meulen, she's a great propagator of eating the right foods and being healthy, and I think she's even written a book on the subject of how you can eat healthily, how you can prepare healthily, and the nutrition that you need to have for the sport, if I've got that right. And I guess that's one of the reasons she's here, to promote that healthy style and healthy outlook. And of course, rowers, so important for them to get their nutrition right, Mark.
Yeah, that kind of balance of kind of work output, food you're taking in to feed the engine is extremely important, especially with the mileage that we do in the sport. The weight training, you know, you've got to stay on top of that, because the last thing you want to do is get sick or injured and kind of set you back. So you're always looking at every angle to look after you outside of when you're training. And especially as a lightweight, that's even more important when I was racing, you know, because you don't have the calorie intakes of the heavyweights, because you're always trying to lose weight.
So the last race of the morning's programme, I know it's gone 12:30 now, but we call this the morning's programme at Henley. And Janke van Meulen, the Dutch sculler, has defeated Polly Swan, recovering from injury. The Leander Club woman has had a good run out down the Henley course. She'll be pleased at least that she's back in competition, and Janke van Meulen has managed to prevail, so she will go on. We saw Mirka Natkova, the Czech Olympic champion, race earlier this morning, but van Meulen will progress on, maybe to meet Natkova. So thank you for watching. More of those amazing drone shots. We'll take a break now, but we're back at 2 o'clock. Look forward to seeing you then.
I missed this yesterday. 6:10 or something.
Switch the engine off, Mike. Mike, switch the engine off.
What is it you need me to do here, Andy? Right, what needs to happen is we're doing a frequency swap between 10 and 8, so you will move to 2025 and I'm moving to 2095.
Okay, did someone say we were cut up on the mixer on 8?
Question to dispute that one. Camera 8 is now removed from the mixer.
Okay, I shall go to 2025, shall I?
No, don't do it yet.
I won't do it yet.
Okay. Dan from dispute. Go ahead, Chief. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Hello, everyone out there in internet land. I hope you're enjoying our little technical conversation. What are we waiting for, Skip?
The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I love the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
Well, a very good day to you wherever you are in the world. Here at beautiful Henley, we've just consumed Friday's lunch, which, depending on how you measure it, means we're something like halfway through the 2015 Royal Regatta. The men and the boys, the wheat and the chaff, are increasingly separated now, and we head into the afternoon session here with a clash in the Visitors' Challenge Cup between two of the big bruisers from America. So a very good morning to you if you are with us in the United States. Never mind Barks and Bucks, we've got West Coast and East Coast to send us on our way this afternoon. And a very good afternoon also to John Hill, rowing coach, guru, innovator, thinker.
Hello, Peter.
And what a smashing race to get us started here, John. As I say, between either side of the great American continent on the Berkshire Station, Harvard University B, and on the Bucks side, the University of California, Berkeley, USA, who yesterday beat Nottingham Trent University easily in a time of 7 minutes and 9 seconds, whereas Harvard beat Alemannia from Germany by 2.5 lengths in a time of 7 minutes and 15 seconds, having actually trailed at the barrier and at Fawley. So they were well tested, the Harvard B crew. Did you get a chance to see either, John?
Well, if I did miss them, it's not through any fault of trying to watch them, but it's interesting to note that it's possible that the Harvard University crew might in fact be more local to Henley than they are to their opposition today in terms of geography. But we're well into this race now. We've got this lovely tracking camera just ahead of the upstream of the island. Remember, they're rowing against the stream. And University of California, Berkeley, the blue and gold. We're looking at Harvard at the moment in their maroon, crimson and white they call it, but I think it's a bit of a darker thing, a bit browner than that. And it's University of California, Berkeley who've taken an early advantage.
Yes, go crimson, they say, at Harvard. Harvard A are up against the Sydney Rowing Club in another quarter-final, so in theory they could be headed towards a Harvard derby in the final, but right now that's looking less than probable because it is the University of California who are in the ascendancy here. Maxwell Hall, Nicky van Sprang, Jovan Jovanovic and Morgan Helen steering in the stroke seat from Maidstone in Kent. Went to Oakwood Park Grammar School, 22-year-old, part of the British squad in Varese the other weekend. And they are stroking with confidence.
Indeed. In fact, Nicky van Sprang, you were mentioning there, 2005 Varsity 8 in the Intercollegiate Rowing Associations, who came second there. And it's interesting, I'm always fascinated by the way that Americans like to remember where their kit is by putting a big letter on the front. But it's also interesting that the C for California is more important than the B for Berkeley, because, or Berkeley, sorry, Berkeley guys, Clearly they have UCLA. I remember when I was first introduced to that at university, and the guy said, I come from UCLA, and I said, UCLA, and he had to explain to me the situation. But let's talk about the rowing, because it's looking like a very good race. It's a slight steering problem from Harvard there, being pulled by the umpire to get back on course, but still the advantage to the C people, the Berkeley boys.
That was a very marked move from Harvard, wasn't it? Do you think in any sense deliberate, or was that a steering accident?
Well, the thing about these coxless boats is, as you can see, the person who sits at the back, whether they're the steers person or not, has a slightly better leverage on the boat. So if the bow person on the right of the crew, as we look at it, if he gets a little excited and does a sort of an over-strong stroke, he has quite a turning moment, a steering effect on the boat. So sometimes you can find that. So the Harvard guy maybe on the in that boat there, maybe just didn't get the balance sorted out in terms of their power, but they're back on track now and looking very good.
Within the Harvard club there is a great affection for the Visitors Challenge Cup. Harvard A have won this event in each of the last 2 years, 2013 and 14. And again, they're turning quite sharply, almost into the dirty water left behind by the University of California.
Well, that can't be doing them any good. It is the bow person in the Harvard crew that is responsible for the steering, so the guy that we would call at the back. And he has got the power to be able to correct it with his blade, as well as this little connection he has with a rudder string on his toe that he should be able to use there. But sometimes when you're under full power, the foot just glides into the wrong position. You find yourself almost subconsciously turning the boat inadvertently, and that's not a good thing to be doing at this level of rowing, and it's given the greater advantage to the Berkeley boys.
Yes, who are, as we were saying, a multinational crew. Maxwell Hall from Phoenix, Arizona, Nicky van Sprang, Dutchman, Jovan Jovanovic, a Serb, and the Englishman, as mentioned, the man of Kent, or Kentish man, I can never remember which is which, from Maidstone, Morgan Helen. And they certainly have smoothed their way into a substantial and probably impregnable lead.
It's pretty commanding. I mean, Morgan there, he's got quite a lot of experience at Henley. He was in the Ladies' Plate, which is the same sort of event, the intermediate event for 8s last year, and he's got Thames records, and he's got Fawley, and he's, of course, an under-23 GB rower, so a lot of Brits appearing in these American rowing crews. I know the commentators were mentioning that earlier, getting scholarships over there, particularly the girls, getting the invitations to go over.
The winners of this race will go forward in tomorrow's semi-final to take on either Upper Thames or Newcastle University. Those two will probably be boating any minute now, because their race is at 20 to 3 our time. That's 35 minutes away. So I would imagine they'll be carrying their boats out of the boat tents around about now and preparing to row down towards the start. Meantime, rowing up towards the finish, here are the University of California, who look, as you would expect, terrifically united for.
It's interesting, you can actually see the boat just slightly bending on each stroke. There's a lot of beef in that Berkeley crew. And although they're actually not rowing flat out, you can actually see when the bow's facing, like on this picture here, just as they take the stroke, the boat bends a little bit, and that's just different amounts of power on each side. The Harvard crew built around lightweights. They're a little overweight at the moment because they're not in actually lightweight training, but they're sort of 2 stone plus. What's that, about 15 kilos, 12 kilos, I don't know, it's a few kilos anyway, difference between the two, and it looks like the beef has got the day today.
Yes, brawn together with brain in the University of California boat here, and with the deck chairs refilling after a hefty luncheon, they get a hefty reception too as they row up towards the finish line here and reflect on the prospect ahead of a semi-final in the Visitors Challenge Cup. University of California, Berkeley, USA have overcome Harvard University, USA B by quite a substantial margin and move forward into the last 4. They are part of the big weekend, and that is the target they came here to achieve. Weather-wise, just about ideal for spectators. There's Great British Olympian Tom James in the wake of the race amongst our commentary team this week, having been steamingly hot on Wednesday and a little indeterminate yesterday between cloudy and grey and dark and occasionally wet, and then warmish. We have a perfect English summer's day again today, and it was a day enjoyed by those two American crews who will now be replaced in the limelight by crews from London and from Dresden in our next event. You are, as I say, John, a technician, an understander of technique, that sort of thing, and I've asked one or two others actually I've sat with this week about techniques that characterise nations. We've got an Anglo-German race coming up now. In the broadest, most general terms, would you, as someone with an eye for these things, be able to look at a crew and say, they're German?
No, I think I'd get into a lot of trouble if I did that. And in fact, I have been in trouble before for trying to generalise in these sorts of terms. Obviously, you have coaches, and coaches are the ones who determine the technique. There are certain aspects of cultural tendencies, of traditions and so on. I mean, you'd always look at an American crew and expect them to be very strong. You would expect the Germans historically to be technically very precise and very effective. And so, you know, different nations may have consistencies, but I wouldn't wish to generalise, particularly on an archived video like this.
The Wyfold Challenge Cup, race 42 on Henley Friday, is between, on the Berkshire side, Dresdner Ruderverein from Germany in the checked blue and white, very natty rowing vests, and on the Bucks side, the Tyrian Club A, the alumni, of course, of the University of London. Tyrian won this event in 2013, so they have a natural affection for it.
I used to be familiar with UL when I was learning my rowing way back in the day, or maybe not as long ago as some people might imagine, but back in the 80s, and I was on the same stretch as water as them. And when they used to be just paddling light and just going ready for the piece, we always used to try and keep up with them just to suggest that we're as fast as them.
And ready, I will start you like this. Attention!
So Tyrian on the Bucks side, they've got the chessboards on their chests,
ready,
and Dresdner nearer to the bulk of the spectators, the bulk of the noise, the uplift, the atmosphere, the ambience, the pims, and everything else that goes together with the Henley Royal Regatta.
Attention! Go!
His first few strokes, as is always underlined, so critical in terms of establishing a tempo, gathering speed, and not least getting noses in front, and the umpire is already involved with Dresdner being perhaps forced or feeling forced to turn sharp left towards the Berkshire bank, and now righting themselves.
Just got a little bit wrong on the angle there at the start, and they do have these two markers that they can line up that the stroke can look at, so that he knows when he's going off in the right direction. You don't actually have to turn around and see where you're going. But we're sort of into the thrust of the thing now. It's a bit of a sort of a launch control in the start, and there's lots of skidding and splashing and stuff, but we're now into good rhythm, and the boats are going the same speed. Nobody seems to be pulling away, and the the Tyrian boat just need to play a little bit of catch up. They'll be happy with that.
Despite that early steering problem, it was actually a pretty good start from Dresden, who did get their bow in front, but it's a lead that didn't last for long, and indeed may have vanished now more or less altogether. Just a little bit of an indicator from what occurred yesterday. The Tyrian club nearer to us beat Nottingham by 3 lengths in a time of 7 minutes 13. Dresden beat none such easily in a time of 7:09. Now, course, when there is a result given as easily, it's perhaps not too sensible to rely too much on recording their time, because it could have been a time recorded easing up.
The fact is that easily is more than 5 lengths, rather than they did it without having to try. So, I mean, obviously they earned those 5 lengths, and if they were against slow opposition, then it's quite possible that they weren't going flat out the whole way. So you're absolutely right to point that out, Peter. But just so that people know that when it is easily, it's not a reference to their effort. Look at this track shot.
Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. If you weren't with us earlier in the day, we, on the Friday of Henley Week, for the very first time as part of our television coverage, have been able to use this drone camera, which offers you not just an in-depth feel, a sense of almost joining the race, being in the boat, but this terrific panoramic view of the course itself, its geography, its background, its scene, its
context.
Absolutely.
It's just such a wonderful atmosphere. It's fabulous. I'm just looking at the rowing, Peter, if we may, just for a moment. I noticed that the Tyrian crew on the left of the picture at this point is almost drifting a little bit into the middle and joining the Dresdner. They're obviously trying to avoid the boom. There's also a tactical thing, maybe trying to wash a bit of dirty water down on your opponents. They don't like to be going through choppy water like that. But if I may, I'd just like to point out that the number of strokes they're taking is different. There's a different style to this extent. If you look at the Tyrian crew, they're about 36 strokes every minute, whereas the Germans about 33, 34. So obviously the Germans need to be going further or have longer strokes for each stroke if they're going to keep up. But it's still a close race.
And in terms of expenditure of energy, would you derive any further information from that? Who might you expect to have more left?
Well, if I asked you to do a 2,000 metre race on a bicycle, and I asked you to choose a gear, you've got your choices. You know, do you want to have a sort of 90 cadence and go like this, or do you want a sort of a cadence of 60 and go and that's exactly what the coach has decided with the power and the size and the shape of these crews. And look what's happening here. We've got Dresdner coming over to say hello to the Tyrian club, which the umpire will be very happy about.
What we do have here is a genuine contest. This is bubbling up into a very nice race indeed. Dresden evidently have a deficit to make up here, have work to do, but it's not insurmountable gap between them. I don't think there is quite clear water yet, and it will be a part of Dresden's race plan, certainly from this point in, to ensure that Tyrian can never enjoy clear water. But they are being kept more than honest here, the Tyrian A4.
What I would say, Peter, I mean, we're talking about strike rates, and striking a certain number of strokes per minute, that if you're up at 36, 37, maybe you haven't got quite so far to go to find, you know, you're already up there at the higher levels of the cadence. Whereas if you look at the Dresdner people, 34 strokes a minute, they could take up to 38. They may have more waiting here. This could be a tactical thing, but they need to make a move quite quickly. They're coming up into the closure area.
Very big year this for the Dresden club. It's their 125th year. They have pulled all the stops out to celebrate it properly, and that, well, a large part of that has been ensuring that they're well represented here. Train on the Elbe River in Dresden. They're here on the River Thames. It could be that their dream, at least in this event, is on the cusp of vanishing, because Tyrian appear to have plenty in the tank. They have retained their smoothness. They have the advantage of some clear water now, and all the work that has to be done, or the bulk of it, needs to be done by the German four.
I can't see this changing now. I think that Tyrian must be managing this to their own satisfaction. They'll be very happy about where they're going. They'll in fact take it up themselves. Let's see where they're going now. They're at yes, nearly 38 now. They don't have any nonsense here. They're not going to play around and give the Germans a sniff. The Germans are still quite solid and still quite stable, but they just haven't got that grip. They haven't got that horsepower to come back on this amount of distance.
And what this is going to do is set up a lip smacker of a semi-final against the Tideway Scullers, who beat Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in a really good quarter-final first thing this morning. Tyrian Club, University of London Old Boys, have done their business more than efficiently here, and as mentioned, they've remained tidy right through to the very end. Fine display of strength this, a little flourish at the end. A little extra as they're egged on by the rising applause. Tyrian Club A beat Dresdner Rudeverain and progress to the semi-final of the Wyfold Challenge Cup.
Have a look, guys. Just have a look.
Attention, mind your blade.
Just a chance to review the race. We mentioned at the start, John, that there were steering issues early, but those vanished relatively quickly, and actually, once Tyrian did get in front, they never looked likely to relent.
They were up there, not quite redlining it, but certainly keeping a very high cadence. I think they were very effective. A little bit punchy, but certainly very effective at the end of the day.
Do look a formidable four. As mentioned, Tyrian won it 2 years ago and are certainly a part of the mix at the business end of the week. And so we move now into the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. And on the Berkshire side, from Oxford University and from Keble College, Oxford, we have in the bow Henry Goodyear and at stroke Joshua Bugowski. And on the Bucks side, we have contenders from Holland in the bow Conno Kout and the stroke Bart Lucas. Of course, in Dutch orange, these two won yesterday's only heat. They beat Alistair Leighton Crawford and Charles Clark by 5 lengths in a time of 7 minutes and 56 seconds, reducing 9 double sculls boats to 8 to fit into today's quarter-final lineup. And Henry Goodyear and Joshua Bugowski here, certainly well known to the domestic audience for their involvement in the Oxford programme.
Certainly, they're both part of the blue squad in the broader sense. Henry Goodyear was in the 3-seat in the main boat, in the blue boat. And Joshua was number 6 in the I-6, the reserve boat. Certainly, I would put the number 6 man as the most important person in the crew, as in an 8. Not that I used to row there or anything like that. Peter, you understand?
I do understand. It's an eternal debate, though, isn't it?
It is.
If you say, you'll have thousands of people out there saying, what? But I do understand the rationale.
It's less about the most important person, but plus maybe it's the seat that I would take most care about selecting as a coach.
Oxford.
I think there's a link in that role that is the most challenging.
When I see that you're both straight and
Well,
ready, I will start you like
up and
this.
running here, John. I'll ask you about the respective roles within a double sculls boat.
Get ready, please.
How they differ and vary. So the Oxford pair on the Berkshire side, the Dutch pair in orange on the Bucks side. And again, this generation of early speed is all important, together with the discovery of a decent line. The Dutch pair moved quite markedly from Bucks to Berks over the first 10-20 metres, but both are going straight now, and I think it's Kout and Lucas who have perhaps a minimal advantage.
It may be the case, yes. It's a long road. But there you go. You see, that's the commentator's curse, isn't it? What do we know? But here we have this lovely tracking from the side, and the Oxford boys are looking quite comfortable in the front. There's a lot more beef in the stroke seat of the Oxford boat, like some 2-stone, and in the Dutch crew here we have a good consistent sculling together. It's not something that you can actually put maximum. I'm going to get criticised again for this. Sculling is not the same as rowing. You can really row flat out. Sculling, you really have to almost temper your application to get the best out of a sculling boat. But we're well into the race now, coming up to the quarter mile, and it's still the advantage to the Oxford boys.
And so let's address the technical issues here, John. We'll take the Oxford boys since they do lead. You've got Henry Goodyear in the bow and Joshua at stroke. How would you delineate between their respective roles?
Well, they're both going to take some responsibility for steering. You don't have a rudder in a double, and that's another thing that we might have a little discussion about, but we're not going to. But the guy in the bow obviously can turn around and see, but on the other hand, the guy in the stroke seat, he can see where we've just been, and as it's a straight line, both of them have an equal advantage in that. So obviously the guy at the stroke is going to set the rhythm, he's going to set the length, and the guy in the bow is going to get the best out of that. So you're constrained by the stroke, but you're also inspired by it.
And through the course of the race, the degree of communication between the two, or is it instinctive?
Well, the bow does the calls, and he becomes the cox as well. I mean, we have seen crews where other people take that responsibility, but traditionally and effectively and pragmatically, it's the person at the back who is also looking at the opposition much more readily. He can see them if they're in the lead, he can turn around and find them if they're not in the lead. So he will do the calls, he will do the strategies, although they'll have talked it through quite considerably beforehand.
As John Hill quite rightly says, there is quite a difference here in terms of weights between the two pairs. Rogowski, the stroke seat for the Oxford pair, 15 stone 3 by comparison with 12-1 for Bart Lucas, his equivalent, and those for whom that is very often an indicator are vindicated in their thinking here, because certainly the apparently superior power is winning the day.
It's interesting to see, of course, Oxford University people doing sculls. Obviously, the focus is entirely, that's the wrong word. In their training, they'll do sculling quite considerably. The focus of their season is all about sweep oar rowing with one oar. So these people will be competent scullers because that's the way it is nowadays. People come through sculling before they row. But doing competitive sculling at this level, at a sort of international level, is quite not a challenge so much as an excitement. A wonderful thing to be seen doing.
Henry Goodyear, 6'6" from Oriel College, Oxford, rowed, as mentioned, at 3 in Oxford's 6.5 length win over Cambridge on the 11th of April. And Joshua Rogowski, the ISIS crew that also won that day, beat Goldie by 3 lengths from Keble College. He's 24 years old, came from Cheadle-Hulme High School in Cheshire.
And then Cardiff University. In fact, looking at the backgrounds, you look at sort of Eton College, Imperial College, standard provenance for a good rower. And then look at Cheadle-Hulme High School, Cardiff University. Well, bless them for that. Both of those pathways have produced 2 excellent athletes who are really showing their superiority over the Dutch boys at the moment.
And underlines a breadth of talent and indeed a breadth of source for British rowing that perhaps isn't always recognised. But certainly it is the British pair here who are smoothing their way to what looks likely to be a comfortable win over Conor Cout and Bart Lucas, coached by Peter Kolsters, the Dutch pair, part of the lightweight international Dutch squad for a couple of years now at under-23 and at full level. But they are being, I hope it's not unkind to say, outclassed, certainly outmuscled, outstrengthed.
Outperformed, certainly, yeah. Absolutely. And look at Henry's background at Henley is quite extensive. He has various campaigns back to 2007 where he got to the semis in the Princess Elizabeth, which is the top junior 8s event at this prestigious occasion.
These two are lining themselves up a semi-final against a crack South African pair, James Thompson and John Smith from the University of Pretoria, pair of lightweight South African world champions. So it'll be interesting to see those two against these two who are certainly in the heavyweight category. That would be a most engaging competition without quite yet wanting to take it for granted, though I suspect we probably can.
I think the only way it's not going to change now is if they boom and bust. I think that would be about it. But if you look at the Oxford boat, it's wallowing a little bit from side to side. And I think this is just laziness. I think, you know, that they're just managing the race. They're not focusing enough, and they're just getting a little bit relaxed. If there's a cox in that boat, they'd be telling them to sit up and keep their control and keep their head still. This is not a problem. It's just interesting that they allow that to happen. You see it just wallowed over there to the left, and that makes the pickup of the boat less effective. If you just get a little bit of a whoopsie as you're about to put the blade in the water, it doesn't pick up the rate run of the boat, it just sticks in the water. So they need a little bit of a talking to, I think. I think Sean Bowden and Andy Nelder just need to take them to the side and say, don't go sloppy on this.
Well, Thompson and Smith having won their quarter-final by a length and a half this morning in a time of 7.5 minutes. Now face this pair, Goodyear and Bugowski, who've won by significantly more than a length and a half. Not able to bring you the times just yet, those will be online very soon. But what matters, as has been said since time immemorial at Henley, is that one boat beats the other, and one has beaten the other by quite a distance on this occasion. Goodyear and Bugowski well ahead of the Dutch pair Count and Lucas, who follow them home now. With a margin sufficient, John, even to allow them in the last 100 metres of, by their very, very high standards, minor raggedness after a much better than ragged start.
I think you lose focus when you lose the pressure on you, and I'm sure it's all there on demand when they need it. But it was an excellent race. They actually got the commanding lead early on, and they made the most of it and finished it off.
Another win for Oxford. Winning is these days what Oxford do, and here are two of their finest showcased at Henley. The Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, unmistakably on the Bucks side, Westminster School in pink, and on the Berkshire Station, somewhat less vividly, the Phillips Academy, Andover, USA. There's no missing Westminster, is there?
And they'll be hoping, they're not much looking at them either. They'll be looking to try and get ahead and dominate this race. It should be an absolute cracker.
A lot of people are looking forward to this one. Phillips Academy from Andover. This, certainly in recent years, has been a race dominated by the home crews, the British crews from Eton and Abington. They've shared the last 6 Prince Elizabeth Challenge Cups between them. Eton the defending champions, but Westminster are strong this year, as they will hope to demonstrate against the American Challenge now. Go! And away they go, digging deep from the very beginning. Westminster, who on Wednesday beat King's Canterbury easily in a time of 7 minutes 12, and went on yesterday to beat Hampton School by a length and a third in a time of 6 minutes 50. They were evidently pushed much more sternly then, and the Phillips Academy there on the Berkshire side, who on Wednesday beat St George's College by 2/3 of a length, 6 minutes 47, and then yesterday King's Chester by 3/4 of a length, 6 minutes 44. The Americans, John, have had 2 really testing races to set them up for this quarter-final. I wonder how that sits with you. Is that a good rehearsal, a real strengthening process, or might that have drained them?
It's a very good question, Peter. It depends how they manage them. If they had to build up a lot of lactic acid, but even so, afterwards they'd have done a warm down. They've done a couple of Ks to get the lactic acid away from out of their systems. The coach will have had that all covered. So I think it might have actually given them confidence to know that they can push themselves and win close races. I mean, look at this. This is exactly when you need that mentality, when you don't want to have had a couple of easy rounds. When you say we've been alongside boats very closely and we've beaten them, and they're really putting the pressure on Westminster. This is a good race.
Of Matthew Holland there, the coach for Westminster School, with Oscar Arts-Jones in the stroke seat, and now James Plout. Westminster, whose finest performances over the years in at Henley have been in the Fawley Challenge Cup rather than necessarily the Princess Elizabeth, but who are competing hard here. They've come through 2 rounds, they've got an eye for the weekend. 2 of the great academic establishments, of course, either side of the Atlantic. Westminster just educated, I think, 7 English Prime Ministers. To hand over at least 2 American presidents. The Bushes, George and George W, have no doubt picked up an oar on the Merrimack River down the years.
We've got to see this. We've got to understand what's going through the Cox's minds at the moment. They'll have race strategies talked through by the coach, but when it comes down to the actual race, only the Coxes can decide what they're going to do. You can't stick to the race plan if it isn't working, or you've got to adapt it if you think of something better at the time. And look at this. This is stroke for stroke, absolutely cheek by jowl. Westminster School, possibly the best PE we've got in the competition, and Phillips is just sitting there saying, we're holding them. What do? Do they push on? Do they hold back? This is going to be absolutely critical. This is down to the Coxes. I'm really excited by this race.
This is a race between the ears as much as it is on the water itself. There's some thinking to be done here. It's going to require tactical aptitude and an understanding by the Cox of what he can ask for and when he can ask for it.
There are 2 tactics here. There might be others, but one is to sort of allow the others to do a push and try and hold them with minimum effort, and then as they come down from their push, take them. That is psychologically destructive. The other one is to try and push away and then try and kill them off, which is very, very risky, but you burn your boats and you just go for it. And this is absolutely fabulous. We're looking at 2 incredibly well-matched crews, just trying to keep the pressure on the other, so that who's going to break first.
These, of course, are young men. They're really, whilst at a very high level, they're really still learning. And these are the great tests, these are the great examinations of where they're going as horsemen. And for now, Westminster are, what, 2, 3, 4 seats up.
Yeah, it looks like they've been putting in a push. I mean, we always assume that if they've gone ahead. In fact, if you look at the end of the stroke, there's a little bit more sort of head coming forward, like they're doing a little bit more extras, trying to push those puddles away a little bit harder. You can see that they're getting a certain amount of cover. We won't come to that just yet. But they're just moving up, as you say, 3 or 4 seats. There's a lovely call, apparently, from Bill Mason, who's one of the coaches there, kill some fish. And I think that's what they're doing right now. They're killing fish. So let's see what happens.
You wouldn't want to be a fish in that water at the moment, because they are ripping it up. This is a very, very good race. Perhaps as good a race as we've seen in the PE this week so far. And Westminster know that it is not done and dusted just yet by any means. Jacob Cazol, the Cox for Phillips, is exhausting his troops to greater effort as they get up towards the enclosures now. Past those beautiful, beautiful trees, the lush green meadows behind them. It is the pink of Westminster which is preeminent, but not by very much.
Well, you can see there in the middle of the boat, there's a certain amount of stress showing in the faces. They're going to be a very nervous Stuart McDonald, the coach in that umpire's launch, just wishing and willing his crew to do better things. But Westminster look like they've moved out again a couple more seats. So I think both of these guys are redlining it, and they've just got the amount of time they need to settle this once and for all. Westminster are either going to kill this off, or they're going to get serious problems and pressure from Phillips over the next 20 strokes.
Westminster, of course, poignantly this week, perhaps in memory of Dan Topolsky, whose memorial service occurred at the beginning of the week. And in his memory, but with a thought to their own rowing futures, these 9 individuals are putting in a massive effort here, and as we approach the finishing line, pulling away now from Phillips Academy, not far away. This has been a live contest from start to finish, but Westminster appear to have enough.
Well, there's a call that they do against the Boston boys do against English teams. It's dump the tea. They need to dump the tea right now, and they're just not going to have quite enough time to do it. They're going to run out of river. They're just going past the stewards. Terribly exciting race, but Westminster have deserved this lead.
It's been a belting competition. It's a really, really good race. So much has been invested in it, but the rewards for that investment will be enjoyed principally by Westminster School, who by less than a complete length certainly have prevailed over Phillips Academy but will know they have been in one mighty contest there.
Okay, revolt. Wait for the cruise and then I'll send you through.
Enjoyed that, John. Really enjoyed that.
I enjoyed that, and in fact I think all 18 of the people in those crews will have enjoyed that as well. They'll be disappointed by the result, but they'll be tremendously proud to have represented their country and their institution in such a magnificent performance. I mean, to row like that and be beaten by a better crew, there is no shame in that at all.
What struck me about it throughout was the mental and the physical maturity in it, because I underlined the fact these are young guys.
They are young guys, and you look at the focus in the boats. They're not looking out awkwardly at the other crew. They are in the boat. They're in the zone. They're just listening to their cocks and giving their all.
And Westminster won it. Barely a seat to be had now as we move to race 45, the Visitors Challenge Cup, and on Berkshire Station, the Upper Thames Rowing Club, which in this part of the world needs little or no introduction. This is Whitten, Nagy, Barnes and Davidson leading from stroke to bow, to be steered from the 3-seat by Nagy. And nearer to us here now, Newcastle University on the Bucks station. This is Rudkin, Ford, Clark and Knight, steered out of the bow seat by Ollie Knight, Newcastle University. Visitors Challenge Coxless 4.
It's interesting the choice of steers people. I remember as a part of the coaching badges that I was doing the qualifications, they said give the pros and cons of using any of the 4 seats, each of the 4 seats for steering, and there are pros and cons for each one. And, from 3 is quite an unusual one. 2, bow, stroke, but 3 is probably the least common. And that's what Newcastle University have chosen to do. It might go with the guy, he's a natural number 3, and he's a natural leader, or he's a race tactician. But bow and stroke are obviously the most common.
Of course, on Friday, not coming quite as thick and fast as they did over the first 2 days of the Henley Royal Regatta. Degree of relaxation in the Upper Thames boat there, time to afford themselves a smile, albeit a slightly pale, nervous smile, as you would expect on an occasion of such significance to all of those involved. And those boys in the Upper Thames boat have local pressure on them too.
They now have a reputation to maintain. They've spent decades trying to get wins, and then they all came last year when they got the Brittany, the Wyfold. And so now they have that feeling of having been crowned, they have something to defend rather than something to aspire to.
I will start you like this.
Visitors Challenge Cup then, on the Berkshire side, Upper Thames Rowing Club, and in blue on Bucks, Newcastle University.
Attention! Go!
And a clean getaway on either station. Vigorous physical effort to establish an early pace before settling down into a manageable tempo. And Newcastle again jutting quite markedly from right to left on your screen, from Bucks to Berks, and the oars, the blades, aren't actually too far apart for a worrying moment there.
Interestingly, the umpire chose to get Upper Thames back onto their station, although Newcastle University are clearly pushing them, and now they get the call, get back on station. As I've mentioned before, the start is limited by your strength, but then you have this tendency to tear the water and not move the boat, and the combination of the two might be more effective on one side of the boat rather than the other. So it's very hard to keep rowing boats rather than sculling boats going straight under maximum pressure. But this looks good. Newcastle University with an early advantage.
Insofar as we can derive anything from the times achieved yesterday, the Upper Thames have the form. They beat Carnegie Lake USA by 3.5 lengths in a time of 6:56. Newcastle beat a composite Quinton Molesey boat by 2 lengths in a time of 7 minutes 13. But you can't stress too often But those times, of course, are often affected by the nature of the race and don't always indicate precisely the capacity of each crew.
Were they on the same day? Those times were taken on the same day?
Yes.
That is a big difference.
Yesterday's times.
Yes. Because 20-odd seconds, I mean, in any sort of race, that's extraordinary. Particularly as the easier winner, the 3.5 lengthers, were the faster crew. But there you go. Oh, look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And it's beautiful. You could just see the drone there. Did you see it?
Yeah, we both spotted it. Almost smashed the screen in front of us. There's the drone. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's a fantastic bit of kit, and I have to say to you, at this grand, ancient sporting event, that is cutting edge. You haven't seen that at a football match yet, or a rugby international, but you've seen it at Henley Royal Regatta.
I think we have to see the tip of the cap to Sir Stephen and his colleagues there for bringing this event on and opening it up to such a massive number of viewers. I know that there was one of the competitors who was looking forward to rowing in front of 100,000 people. I don't know if he was expecting 100,000 people on the bank, but in fact he might have been actually watched by millions. There we have it. Okay, there you can see the drone.
It is remarkable. I wouldn't have the first clue how that works. I still don't understand how the television gets into my house, but that's another issue altogether. It is extraordinary technology, and here are some first-class oarsmen being watched by it, and Newcastle University have established for themselves, perhaps contrary to some expectation, I wouldn't want to be presumptuous, but in the eyes of some it might be considered a minor upset that they've pulled a little way clear of Upper Thames here.
Absolutely, yes. They're coming to about the halfway point here, going past the Reg Road Bar. Of course, we've just been talking about drones and things like that. Rowing is not high-tech. In fact, I attended a presentation about what's made the boat go faster in the last 20 years. And not much of it is to do with physiology. A little bit's to do with boats. It's really quite strange where extra speed has come from. But it is basically a question of trying to grip the water and wait for the boat to pass the spoon, and do that as many times as you can in a minute to make sure that you get to the finish line before your opposition. And that's something that Newcastle University are clearly doing much better than Upper Thames, which is disappointing for the local crew.
So let me throw it at you, John. Sorry if this is unfair at such short notice, but what would you say, again, as an observer of rowing, what would you say would make this Newcastle 4 identifiable? What is it that they're doing that is them?
I think they're probably finding the water a little bit before they move off when they slide forwards. You'll see that the Newcastle crew are actually in the water before they leave the front end of their slide, whereas if you look at Upper Thames, they're slipping a little bit, they're missing the water a little bit shorter, which is just stalling the boat. So each stroke they have to pick up the boat from where it's gone down to back where it was anyway. So it's more efficient. This is more efficient.
Newcastle with Ollie Knight in the bow, Tim Clark at 2, Tom Ford at 3, and a stroke James Rudkin steering. Steering not really an issue now because the water is all theirs, at least for the time being.
I'm sure they're managing this now. They'll just get a sensible and safe distance away from those booms and keep the boat vaguely in line. Was the bow turning around there? Yes, well, he just wants to see how far away the finish line is, probably. They certainly don't want to mess this around. They're still going under full pressure. I just don't think they're doing the rate that they need to do. They're focused in there. They're breathing singly. They're not double breathing, so this is good rowing. They're doing very well. Good connection, nice straight arms.
Newcastle University have won at Henley twice since Angelo Savarino, the Italian, arrived as their head coach in 2005, both times in the Prince Albert Cup, last year included. And it looks for all the world as though these 4 guys in the Visitors Challenge Cup are going to have a place in the last 4.
I must say, I can't quite understand why the Newcastle University bow steers guy, Knight, is turning around. He knows where he's going. He knows where he's on the river. He should know from the markers how far he's got to go. So I don't know if he's looking for his parents, but it's something he can afford to do. He has that luxury. And they're coming to the final phases of this race very superior.
And if you were with us immediately post-lunch, you would have seen the race between Harvard B and University of California, Berkeley, USA, which the California lads won, and they will provide the opposition in the semi-final for Newcastle. Again, it's a tough ask of you, John, but having seen that first post-race lunch and this race here, just give us 10 seconds preview of the semi-final.
Well, the Newcastle are going to have a fast start, but I think that they might be held by the Berkeley boys, and everything is going to be pushed right through. It's going to be a real attrition for those two crews. That should be a really exciting race later.
It will be a great race, and this has been a good race, particularly from the perspective of those watching it on the banks of the Tyne, because their local lads have done good. Newcastle University in the Visitors Challenge Cup at the expense of Upper Thames. The local crew are through to the semi-final and will participate in the Royal Regatta's big weekend. Fantastic achievement for them to be semi-finalists in front of an admiring and substantial crowd. And they were strong off the start.
They were indeed. It was a superior performance throughout. They've got such a good programme going at Newcastle University, and I think they warrant all the success they're having down here. And to be this regular winners, even if it's just the heats, I'm sure they're going to do bigger and better things, because success breeds success, and that was a very good performance from Newcastle University.
So it was. They've got a very exciting day ahead of them tomorrow, and who's to say, maybe Sunday as well. The umpires launch, preparing back down at the start now for our next event, which is in the Remenham Challenge Cup. It's going to be between two American crews, which is rather fitting because I'm delighted to be joined now by an American of some great repute, Sean Colgan, multiple world medalist, inducted in 1990 into the US Rowing Hall of Fame, roadway back for the University of Pennsylvania. Sean, it's terrific to have your company. How are you enjoying the week so far?
Absolutely fabulous. What a surprise. English summer has arrived. It's lasted for more than 2 days.
It's always like this. We wish.
Absolutely.
Well, here in the Remenham Challenge Cup, the women's eights competition, we have, as I say, fittingly, two American crews for you to enjoy. Nearest to us there on the Buck Station, the crew who are what they say on the tin, that is to say the Browns, Brown University USA, and there on the Berkshire side, Stanford University USA. The event, the Remenham Challenge Cup, starting just today. Only 8 crews involved, no Wednesday or Thursday action. This is the second of the quarterfinals between the Stanford women from California in northern Silicon Valley and Brown University from Providence, Rhode Island. Sean, what are your expectations here?
Well, there's certainly big bi-coastal rivals. Also in the fact that 2 of the girls in both boats have raced each other in the same program at St. Paul's in high school. So 2 different internal rivalries, school against school and high school against high school.
Attention! Go! Get ready, please.
Pumps ready. Brown still setting themselves.
Attention!
Prepared now.
Go!
And cleanly away. West Coast against East Coast, 2,500 miles, near 4,500 kilometers between them. But now just a few meters of water with Brown University from the Buckinghamshire station and Stanford University on the Berkshire side in red. And Sean Colgan, a cleanish getaway for both.
Very clean, especially Brown being a combination boat of their first and second boats. The second boat won the NCAAs, and their varsity came in 3rd, so they combined the 2 for this race, and you see they've got off to a very nice, clean start.
And I was interested, Sean, in what you had to say beforehand about one or two of the personal rivalries within and between the crews. Can you expand on that?
Well, St. Paul's is a very famous rowing school back in New England, and 2 of the girls in the boat from this crew are in Brown and 2 are in Stanford. So the crews know each other very well, although they've only raced each other once at the NCAA championships where Brown got the best of them. You also have 2 different coaching styles. The Murphy family, Phoebe and John, have been coaching for 40 years, a husband and wife team, which it's hard enough to be married for 40 years and then coach in the same launch. God love them. And
they must love each other.
Yes, they do. And the Stanford has a youngest coach who was in the 2008 Olympics. 2 different styles.
It'll be fascinating to see which is the preeminent style, though, of course, the style has to be wedded to substance. And the early indications are that Brown University have, though the camera angle can be deceptive here, might just have the smallest of advantages over the first quarter mile or so.
Now, if you look at the Brown crew, the stroke person, contrary to all the rumors here that Americans by far in talent, the stroke of the Brown crew is her 3rd year of rowing, believe it or not. She was recruited to Brown to play football, as you would say, or soccer, as we would say. And she's doing a fantastic job stroking the first boat.
I'm delighted that you brought soccer or football into it. Sean, I was going to mention in a Stanford perspective, actually, I was on their website earlier, the Stanford Cardinal that they're so proud of in all their sports, and actually a Stanford girl scored the decisive goal in the World Cup semi-final the other night against Germany, and they're thrilled with Kelly O'Hara, though they're 8 here in the Remenham Challenge Cup, all the way over the Atlantic from Canada, where that soccer is taking place, have fallen perhaps 2/3, 3/4 of a boat's length behind.
Both crews, though, look very composed. They know this water. They both raced 2 weeks ago at Women's Henley, where Stanford lost in the semi-final and Brown lost in the final. So they'll soon be coming into the water they have not raced upon in front of the stewards, which might make a difference. It's a longer race than the girls are used to racing.
And how many times prior to this event will they have had the opportunity to row this water? I mean, this week?
Oh, probably every day they were out. But this is the first time they've taken start to finish full power all the way. And Brown has settled into a nice rhythm, really levering the boat past the oars.
There has been no North American win in this competition since 2012, when Western Rowing Club Canada were the victors in the Remenham Challenge Cup. No United States win since Princeton Training Center won in 2011, but it is very evident, the evidence of our eyes shows us that it is an American contingent to be taken extremely seriously this year. Last year, a composite Leander Imperial College London boat won the final in a time of 7 minutes and 11 seconds. And actually, the winners of this race will take on either Western Canada or an Imperial College Sport Imperial composite in the semi-final. That quarter-final is at 5:30 British time later today.
The drone was showing us some great shots. It's really developing to a race now. Brown has not been able to get clear water, and Stanford is rowing a slightly longer stroke and able to stay with them. I think we'll see some exciting action here in the second half of the race.
Second half of the race is that part during which the ambient dynamic changes. The water's the water, but the thousands on the bank start to play their part. The capacity in each crew to deal with that immediate scrutiny, to understand and to absorb the size of the opportunity and the occasion, and just the sheer race savvy when they are as close as they are now. Everything you've said to me, Sean, suggested to me that you suspected that Brown might just be the stronger, but it is marginal.
Very marginal. I mean, the weight difference is marginal. There's about 10 pounds difference. The Stanford ladies are heavier, which should assist you in the first half of the race, not the second. But it looks like Brown, the stroke girl, was just looking over, sizing up as they head into the stewards. She's deciding when to take the sprint. It looks like she will be doing that call instead of the coxswain.
Coxing for Brown, Molly Sansa. The stroke seat, Muriel Solberg. And coxing for Stanford, Naomi Kornman. Kay Russia is the stroke. And those are the key individuals among 18 very, very competitive oarswomen here.
And that 7 girl knows rowing. Her father at 7-seat rusher was a bronze medalist in 1988 for 1988 for the U.S. in Seoul.
Oh, the connections are many and varied. The personal agendas are considerable. The nose-to-nose rivalries are intense.
And here comes Stanford.
And this is some race. Stanford are putting on a rush now, and Brown are going to have to hold it off. It's a terrific contest. I think Brown have just about enough, but they are being examined in a really searching way. They're having to dig phenomenally deep. This has been a monumental effort by Stanford to try and reel in the deficit. They've just fallen short, but that is a proper race, a really proper race. Terrific. Brown University win it, but not by very much. And Stanford can hold their collective head up very high, though this, after all of that effort, will hurt.
But certainly I'm sure that Brown stroke is glad she gave up football for rowing. You don't get that same feeling in a football match. Now, the other slight combination is that the rusher girl, whose father was Olympian, he was here coaching. He's the assistant coach for the race 2 races ago in the PE Cup.
Here is a reprise of what we saw. And actually, though Stanford did threaten to come through late, Sean, as it happens, Brown had it from top to toe.
Yes, but never comfortably.
The intensity of the rivalry was writ large over that race. Nobody was going to be beaten easily, nor was anyone beaten easily. Well, we have more American involvement for you here, Sean. It is it's terrific to have your insight into the American scene here and your in-depth knowledge of many of the individuals involved. Stanford University on the Berkshire side. Yale University on the Buck side.
And we see Yale
against the Germans from Düsseldorf.
Yale has 1 American in their crew and 7 foreigners. They have, well, their bellman is from Marlow, so he knows the course. He's been here before. The rest, there's 3 Brits. There are 2 Australians, the Frenchman, and the German under-23 world champion in the single. So the 6th man, the German, will know lots of people in the competing boat.
So Yale on Bucks. Ruder Club Germania Düsseldorf on Berkshire in a part of a 7-crew entry for the ladies' challenge plate, the intermediate event for men's 8s. Melbourne University have a bye to the semi-final and will race the winner of University of Washington against Princeton University. And the winners here will face Leander, who beat Princeton University B by 3/4 of a length this morning in a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Pretty quick. There are the German 8 labouring to get up a head of steam and a momentum which will enable them to challenge this awesome American 8.
The Yale crew is about 1 stone heavier. They average about 6'5".
Yale on a high, having won this year the 150th Yale-Harvard boat race. Smashing, I was reading, the upstream course record in so doing, 18 minutes 35.8. Won that race by more than 16 seconds ahead of the Crimson, which of course meant an awful lot to them. So their club is on a high and they're looking to capitalise on that morale, momentum.
We
and a
have
big problem.
Booms.
Well, as if the competition wasn't severe enough for the guys from Dusseldorf. They have rode themselves into further strife, and truth be told, barring an accident for Yale, it is impossible to see a way back from here.
That's something you don't see very often, a coxswain hitting the bones. But the excitement here is different than anything these Germans might have faced before.
And here is a replay of how it happened. It's Felix Lindemann who is steering, and steering errantly. Can you find an explanation?
None. I think he was keeping his eye on the Yale boat. Yale was certainly on the middle or the edge of their water, and if he was trying to steer by distance from the other boat, he misjudged it. But coming out from the island like that, you can be hit by winds, bit of the stream, and now Yale can have a very nice rest for tomorrow's semi-final.
Well, I was going to ask you, because we have a chance to be conversational here, Sean. It's going to struggle to turn itself back into a race, a contest. How would Yale University use this now?
They would continue to race the first half of the race as if nothing had happened, just to get to feel the momentum, to feel their legs as they would want to in the race, so that come tomorrow, they know exactly what they'll feel like when they get to Fawley.
And will they have a precise awareness of what's just happened, or will they sort of suddenly come to know that, for whatever reason, the Germans are a long way adrift?
The coxswain will have no idea what happened until he turns his head around. The stroke man would probably say, we've just won the lottery. Yeah. Because the stroke man tends to look over at the competition where the coxswain's steering straight ahead. And it's not 6-lane racing. And the coxswain cannot take his eyes off the front of the boat for too long, or you can have an accident like that. So now Yale will have settled down into a good 3/4 pressure, 32 strokes a minute. Just to flush the legs, feel the momentum. This will give them actually a chance to enjoy rowing through the steward's enclosure.
Absolutely. Simply to soak up Henley in all of its, this year's sun-soaked glory. It's been a good event, this, for the Americans. USA crews have won 5 of the last 8 ladies' challenge plates. University of California won it last year. Add in one German success, and that's actually just 2 home wins in the last 8. But it is all too apparent, prematurely apparent, that there is going to be American representation in the semi-final this year too. It's going to be close to impossible for Ruder Club Germania Düsseldorf to derive any positivity from their experience, but how, if at all, can they use what remains of their Henley experience now?
Well, that would be tonight and Saturday night, I think. Yeah. But, you know, they're all under 23 contenders, so they'll go back, party for 2 days, I would hope, and then go back into serious training. The coxswain will get a serious debrief from a few of the members of the crew.
Is there, I hate to be personal about these things because a team's a team, we do it together, in it together, all for one, one for all, but is there any way in which he might be able to explain himself, deflect the criticism which is liable to come his way?
It could be equipment failure. I was racing in Nottingham in the Junior World Championships in '73, and our actually rudder broke, and we crashed into the crew next to us, Wallingford, which delayed the World Championships for a couple hours. It is possible.
It is Yale who are, in effect, in a dress rehearsal for their semi-final against Leander coming up tomorrow.
Which should be a barn burner.
Yeah. That's the expression for the second time this afternoon, a lip smacker, one over which
certainly Leander will not be happy with this result, having a well-rested Yale crew coming against them tomorrow.
I was going to say, I think Leander might have anticipated this outcome, but not necessarily in this manner. And languidly, not quite lazily, certainly with good length, Yale University, who found themselves in effect without opposition, can smooth their way up to the line now and into the semi-final of the 2015 Ladies Challenge Plate at the expense of a very unfortunate, rather sad Ruder Club Germania Düsseldorf, whose competition is over. And it was over when they boomed and bust. Well, you wouldn't want to be him. He's got some explaining to do. He may have an explanation. But he's the guy the world is looking at, Felix Lindemann. Right now, the guys immediately in front of him probably don't have the breath for a conversation, but when they do recover their breath, they might want to chat.
But it is a team. You need all 9 people.
Of course. Just the Cox is a very singular part of the team.
And his primary purpose is to steer.
There's no escaping that. So a decent contest was promised. I think we were all agreed that Yale were the favourites from the outset, probably got the stronger start, but were gifted it from that unfortunate moment on.
And the unfortunate part of that moment is that will be re-gifted in the highlights tonight, and I'm sure for a very long time.
And unfortunately also in the 21st century, it'll be available forever.
At least when we rode, no one took pictures or anything else, so if you made a mistake, it was quickly forgotten.
And the mark of a man is how he recovers from a mistake, so let us wish Felix Lindemann all the best with his recovery. And he'll be a man. Well, here is a race in which you can only blame yourself. Diamond Challenge Sculls. Race 48 on the Berkshire Station. Chris Revel of Keys Boat Club Cambridge. And on the Buck side, Mike Lawrence of Quinton Boat Club. And I love the contrast. It's part of the joy of a regatta, particularly this regatta, the immediate change of focus from an 8 to a scull of this nature.
Obviously waiting for the water to calm down a bit. That's fine in an 8, but in a single scull.
Cheval there in Cambridge Blue, who was given a bye to the last 8, and Mike Lawrence, who wasn't meant to be given a bye to the last 8, but had a race yesterday not dissimilar to the one that Yale have just been involved in. Had a lovely, lazy, lonely row when Daniel Clift withdrew first thing yesterday morning, and he rode over, just had to complete the course. Rehearsal from which he might well have benefited.
Well, at least Lawrence has been to the starting line. He's had, or was about to go up there with butterflies in his stomach. And you'll see the 2 different boats they have. Lawrence has a wing rigger coming from the front, the bow. And the other single wing comes from the stern. Slightly different technical issues. The wing rigger on Lawrence in the front is more efficient, but puts more stress on the body.
Attention! Go!
Diamond Challenge Sculls. Berkshire side, Chris Revel of Keys Cambridge. Buckinghamshire, Mike Lawrence of the Quinton Boat Club, who's been down the course once on his own. Chris Revel involved for the first time this Friday afternoon in the glorious, impeccable conditions. So Revel sticking pretty tight to the boom on the Berkshire side as Lawrence comes over more or less into the middle of the available water and into a lead.
Lawrence is a very strong sculler. You can see him really attack the catch.
Good all-round sportsman in his youth, as many of these top athletes are. He was denied a chance.
All right, a crab from Mr. Lawrence. Get a little too enthusiastic. He was having a little trouble on the start. He settled down and just caught a quick crab in a misstroke, but with a length lead, you can afford to make a few mistakes. It's a long race in the single.
Just expand, given that it is a long race. Sean, on the technical differences and delineations you were making between the boats at the start.
Yes. On a single, a lot of it is confidence and a lot of it is efficiency. And you'll see that Lawrence is rowing a very powerful stroke, maybe not waiting long enough after the catch to let the boat slide underneath him. He's really attacking it. Hopefully he'll settle down now that he has a small lead. Ravel just moving the boat along, taking his time. It's important in a single to settle down. It's easy to get a lead in a single if you want to. But the question is then recovering and holding that pressure for the entire race. Mr. Lawrence has something to prove with his rugby injury. He missed the 2011 Junior World Championships. And last year, when he was selected for the under-23, he had glandular fever. So I'm sure as the star of today's diamond, he's really putting everything he has into it.
I think it'll mean an awful lot to him, and given that he is almost by nature, I'm sure, a competitive individual whose competitive juices would have been flowing first thing yesterday morning and who was denied competition, he will be reveling in this chance to put down his own personal marker at the expense of Chris Ravel, a PhD student, 7-time Cambridge University bumps headship winner with the Keys First 8, who's had a couple of notable wins this season at Reading, the Reading Amateur Regatta, and the Metropolitan Regatta.
And Revel has a nice steady stroke. He's not letting Lawrence slip away. In a single, it's very important to keep your enthusiasm and confidence. You can easily lose it if you can't see your competition, especially in a long race like Henley.
The mentality of this is something we were addressing at points yesterday, Sean, as well. The singular nature of it, the individuality of it, that by stark contrast, as I was mentioning at the start, to the 8 or indeed any of the other events, these guys are for themselves, and what happens between their ears counts for so much.
Yes, it's probably 80% physical and 60% mental. There's the drone shot, and he just has clear water, but Revel is keeping an eye. He can just glance over his left shoulder time to time to keep an eye on the competition. But Lawrence has settled down now. He's relaxing a bit. He's a nice, solid individual. I can see why he played rugby so well. He has a solid back and torso.
As you rightly identified, he has said it has been a very difficult year for him, plagued with illness and injury. So he's not had the perfect build-up, but he is certainly driven. He has time and disappointment to make up for. But Revel had a deficit to make up and is, piece by piece, second by second, stroke by stroke, just threatening to do that.
Revel is just sticky. He just will not let Lawrence get ahead, which is important in a single. If I was Lawrence, I would really put a move on now and offer discouragement and really move ahead.
Well, the ultimate test is likely to be available to the winner here, because in the semi-final, though he hasn't yet won his quarter-final, it is seeded to be Maya Drysdale, the New Zealand Olympic gold medal winner from London 3 years ago, looking to win at Henley for a fifth time. Drysdale, he still has Seb Devereaux, the British rower, to overcome at 10-6 this evening, but Drysdale, the ultimate test in this event, and it does look as though Lawrence is going to line himself up that privileged opportunity.
He looks relaxed, his mouth is open, he's not straining himself. It's important to stay relaxed. And the single scull is, you want to cruise along at 95% of your pressure, keeping an eye on things.
Still has a decent view of his opponent here, Lawrence. That's the way he wants things to remain. From this angle, it's hard to establish quite to what degree the gap has opened, or perhaps still marginally closed, but it is evident that on the Bucks side, Lawrence has an advantage which by this stage, as we move into the final third of the race, it is
yes,
it's quite sizable now. Should be cushion on which he can lean.
Yes, Rebel made his big move in the middle of the race after the barrier, and he tucked it up a little bit, but Lawrence was able to stay unfazed and continue his steady sculling down the course.
How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? And he's in the fortunate position now of, at least to some extent, though the lungs will be burning a bit, being able to enjoy it. Has the water to himself. He has the applause ringing in his ears. He has gorgeous Henley town waiting for his arrival, and then he has a good night's sleep between him and a big semi-final tomorrow. It's been a good run, good row from Mike Lawrence, who was, as Sean Colgan rightly identifies, tested for a little while during the guts of the race, the middle third, but had enough either side of that to overcome the challenge of Chris Ravel and to row himself here into the semi-final of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. It's a good strong row from a good strong personality who's had personal fitness and health issues to overcome, has beaten his own demons in that regard and has now beaten Chris Revel. It's a fine achievement, and the semi-finals wait for him.
He'll feel very good about this row.
It's a nice personal story, that, a very personal event. Lawrence through, Revel out, and the likelihood that Mike Lawrence will face Maya Drysdale tomorrow, though Seb Devereaux's entitled to have a word or two about that if he chooses.
We'll just watch the first half of that race tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or actually this afternoon. In several of last year's races, Drysdale let the competition lead for a little bit, taking his time, relaxing, moving along, before applying the pressure on the second third of the race.
See on Revel's face how much it hurts.
There you can see the difficulty Lawrence was having with his right oar from the start, and just then when he missed the stroke. Just coming off the island, the water changes, the wind affects you a bit, and suddenly you're in a small tunnel, and suddenly the world opens up as the trees and the island disappear.
Terrific moment for him. And a sporting round of applause for his beaten opponent. We have got a brief break in the action now. We're going to fill it for you by showing you the race which occurred this morning, which was scheduled for this afternoon from the Ladies' Challenge Plate. Before that, though, we'll just enable you to enjoy the sights and the sounds and the scenes of Henley, and on that beautiful decorated launch. If only we could bring you the smells as well of those English roses on a perfect summer's day. It is the event where social meets sporting, where PIMS meets athletic perfection.
I think it's the largest day of sales, or week of sales for PIMS for the entire year.
And I love the contrasts it brings, Sean, because the men and women who come here to compete consider it rightly an elite sporting occasion. It is the best of the best. But those who come to enjoy the ambience do so unashamedly and with a collective smile and a personal sunshine, which it's hard to find really anywhere else in the world. There are, of course, comparable social events. I don't suppose you've ever been to the first day of a Lord's Test match. Have you ever been to Wimbledon or Royal Ascot or...
I've been to Wimbledon.
You have been to Wimbledon,
yes.
yeah.
I enjoyed the strawberries.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a fair bit of PIMS on sale there too. But nothing that quite equates to this. It's self-evident proximity to the river, the very singular tone of the English home counties, which are suddenly broadened from their parochial selves to an international stage. The colours of the blazers, the cut of the dresses, the various striped ties and boaters and the means of getting up the river.
And it gives all the ladies a chance to wear their hats.
And so it does. And it demonstrates to the middle-aged men by the end of a hot summer's day like today why they should have worn their hats. So what we're going to do now is show you the race that was supposed to be here from the Ladies Challenge Plate. It involved Princeton University B on the Bark Station and Leander Club on the Buck Station. And here it is for you now. Princeton on Barks with Barton Coxing, in the stroke seat Goldman, Barker, Octo, D'Agostino, Vistavel, Chance, Northrop and Francis. And for Leander, Bainham Williams is the Cox of Rossiter, Body, George, Stentiford, Arno, Clark, Rossiter and Heighton.
The race was rowed this morning because Princeton's A boat, the stroke man, had pulled his back earlier this week. He had not recovered, so Princeton A and Princeton B in the same Ladies Plate event have to share one of the oarsmen. So this is Princeton B, their second crew, which came in second in the national championships just a few weeks ago.
Did you watch this race live?
No, I did not watch this live.
No. Leander were, as mentioned, on the Bucks Station. And
Leander did not get the easy race they thought they would get.
No, absolutely, and that is evident as we see it reaching its climax here. They really did have to dig deep.
We're within one length, and Leander's barely out of their puddle, so they're rowing about 38 here. Princeton at 39, really trying to just push the last inches of speed out of their boat.
In the end, Leander went on to win this by 3/4 of a length, a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds, and that's pretty quick, which demonstrates the extent to which they were pushed by Princeton's second 8.
So Princeton's first day, we can assume, and is a bit faster than this, so Leander will have to find another gear by the semifinals or the finals.
Yeah, and Leander go forward to meet Yale, who we saw just a short while ago beat the German crew from Dusseldorf, which hit the boom. So Leander had a very good workout here. Kind of a good workout, pushed all the way to the finish by Princeton University B. That happened much, much earlier today, rescheduling for the reasons that Sean Colgan just gave you. The winner's Leander, and that is going to be a belting semi-final tomorrow in the Ladies Challenge Plate. Leander against Yale University.
The Americans' sometimes perceived advantages in the Ladies Plate is that they have been racing almost every weekend since April. So Yale will have many more races under their belts than Leander will. It's Leander's home water, so you have an advantage there. They can actually survive having baked beans for breakfast, which most Americans can't, or grilled tomatoes.
You need to tell me about the overall picture of a period when an American crew comes over for Henley. How many days in advance? How are those days spent? What is the program for that period?
Each school is different, but generally you'd want to get over at least 2 weeks ahead of time to give yourself 3 or 4 days of light exercise and paddling, and gradually increase it to get over the jet lag. A lot of the crews will have difficulty with the water because Stanford, for instance, rows on salt water. Brown rows on sort of slightly salty water. Rough water, here it's relatively calm. It's real water, so you can get a better grip. But if you're used to going deep to hold on to salt water and you do the same thing here, you could be catching a crab.
And would they be looking to do anything sort of quasi-competitive before the event itself? Would they seek out an opponent to examine them?
I think the schoolboys tend to do that more because they don't have quite as many races as university crews. Universities have just come off 7 straight weeks of racing. They'll be looking just to relax, cruise, do harder, shorter pieces, but not test themselves over 2K. I'm sure they were doing a lot of brushes during the week.
Full array of craft on the river. And there are the busy tents. And we are into the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup for coxless fours. Fittingly, on the Berkshire station are Reading University A, so fittingly, as our British audience will know, because Reading is in Berkshire, the royal county thereof. And on the Buck station, nearer to us, the Imperial College London and Agecroft Rowing Club from Salford Quays, Manchester, a composite crew who came through yesterday against another composite crew, Molesey and Sir William Bolazes, by 3/4 of a length in a time of 6.43. It was only a second off yesterday's quickest time for the Imperial Agecroft composite, so look out for them. We anticipate that they may be amongst the most credible competitors. Reading yesterday beat Bayer Leverkusen and Alemannia by 3 2/3 length in a time of 6 minutes 50.
Reading being a much heavier boat. They have 20 kgs on Imperial College Agecroft. So we should see a very good start from them. And it was up to Imperial College to really stay with them off the start and use their lighter weight as the race progresses.
We'll expand on that, Sean, if we may, once the race is underway, because I've certainly highlighted too and would like to talk to you more about this, I think it's fair to say, exceptional weight differential, which could be a factor one way or the other in this race, and as you indicate,
well, actually, if you look at the crew, Imperial College weighs less. The average is less than Nafkova, the current world Olympic champion female sculler who raced just before lunch in the single scull. So they're lightweights against a crew that weighs, well, I'm an American, 202 pounds.
Yeah. Reading, Imperial. When I see that you are both straight and ready, I'll
Should
start
be a very
like
good
this.
race.
Attention, go. Get ready, please.
Well, let us see how Reading roar. The engine with thousands more horsepower in theory. Just to say that there isn't a deftness, a lightness of touch, a natural speed about Imperial and Agecroft that will match them. But you'd expect Reading to be strong off the start. We'll see.
Attention, go.
There is that roar, that deep dig, that desperation for early pace. How do you read it?
Both quads got off very, very well. They're very smooth. Imperial College, you can see, getting a nice long stroke even at the high stroke rates. Steering seems to be well. They're coming out of the end of the island now, and Imperial has been able to stay with them. So it should be a very good race.
That is an interesting indicator. These are big, muscular, strong 13, 14, 15 stone athletes in the Reading boats, stroked by Robert Johnston with Sam Twine, Vincent DeLuca and Dominic Tope in the bow seat for Reading, furthest from us now. And for Imperial and Agecroft, Tim Richards is the stroke. Zach Lee Green, who is the Agecroft competitor, Charles Waite Roberts and John Hale in the bow.
can see Imperial College Agecroft is rowing very efficiently, very, very efficiently. So they're using their lighter weight at a higher efficiency, can generally generate more horsepower, but they need to continue to move away from the bigger boat. The bigger boat can sprint if they need to.
And what would you observe in terms of their weight about the comparisons between their styles? How is Reading's superior weight, or greater weight, not necessarily superior, greater weight, evident in their stroke?
They have a slightly slower start initiation of the stroke, whereas Imperial College, the oars are going in immediately and generating towards the stern. So they're really rowing the boat very smoothly. You can see from this shot here, it looks like there's just one set of oars. There's a little steering problem, which sometimes can make a difference in a race.
I think it's Imperial who are being sent packing back to their side by the umpire, and are indeed obeying that order and heading back towards the Bucks Bank.
And Imperial is rowing about 2 strokes higher, so they need to just keep picking it off and use the advantage of better skills and quicker movements.
Giving away, if that's the right term, in excess of 3 stone.
And it's developing into a boat race now.
It genuinely is. I'm fascinated by the physicality of it, because these are 2 such contrasting crews, and if the Imperial 3 and the Agecroft 1 have it within themselves, within their technique and their race plan, to go bicep to bicep with these huge biceps, then indeed they will have they'll have put down a marker for the lightweights.
But it's nice to see Reading hasn't panicked. They're just cruising along about 2 strokes underneath. So they'll have a little more wind at the end of the race to really sprint if they stay close. But they're just letting Imperial College Agecroft just slip away, which is what you don't want to do. They're just greasing their way 6 inches every stroke.
There's an engine there as well, smaller, which is purring more efficiently, coached by Andy Robertson.
And you can see how skinny these kids are. I'm sure someone needs to feed them, at least after this race. But it's a very nice demonstration of fine sculling.
So indeed it is.
Reading is running out of room. Now's the time they need to start to increase their rating and get back into the race.
And Imperial will certainly be liking the look of those big red numbers. 2 was raised markedly ahead of 1, and that is in their favour. A less promising sight there for Reading, who had a really good, thumping win against German challengers yesterday in a pretty good time, but Imperial College posted the superior race speed, and they are demonstrating that again with their lightness of touch.
This is why televising rowing is so important, because all of the kids that are much lighter and younger, they see big people like Sir Steve and think, oh, I can never row. And then here you are, skinny teenagers moving along more efficiently.
For years, Sean, I worked on our university boat race for television, and there is within that, and a lot of cynicism about it too, but there is a great obsession about weight. There's a day given over to the weigh-in and the confrontation of how many pounds each man is in relation to his immediate opponent. And this sort of race is something that gives a lie to all that.
Yes, I mean, I certainly love Imperial College, because I actually rode lightweights for the U.S. in the 70s and then realized there was no lightweights in the Olympics, so I became a heavyweight. So I was always the midget in any heavyweight crew I was in, giving away 20 pounds to most of my competitors and teammates.
Well, since you used the word, I hope that the fine athletes involved won't object to being addressed as victorious midgets, because in relative terms, that's what they are. This is a really impressive display by Imperial Agecroft, who've put aside any weight issues and just rode their own race in their own way with a metronomic certainty and an understanding of what they intended to do. They've let statistics talk for themselves and simply covered the course more quickly than Reading, who follow them in a couple of lengths behind.
You won't find a better display of sculling on average than that race just now. And just to be on the record, I did not call them midgets, I called myself a midget.
Apologies for the misquote.
No worries.
But I'm sure they'll understand either way that it was all intended benignly, and we have nothing but praise for the way they rode it.
Yes, you can see how cracking clean they are throughout this. Very little white water. They're just burying the blade. And with white blades, it's hard to see that, but just look at that. It looks like one man and one oar.
Tidy and tight, sometimes barely a ripple, and certainly for the last third of the race, barely a concern. Good win for Imperial Agecroft, who are through on behalf of London and Manchester to tomorrow's semi-final.
So they made the magical semis. Just one more race after tomorrow.
Be here on Saturday. So, race 51 in the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup has on the Berkshire station there in purple and white Gonzaga College High School USA, and their immediate opponents on the Bucks station are Eton College, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Gwyn Batten. Gwyn, welcome. Olympic horsewoman of considerable note and now commentator as well. How are you enjoying your Henley?
Absolutely, it's a fantastic opportunity to be sitting here and watching some outstanding racing. That last race went very well. So, yeah, it's my first time at the helm here, so it's going to be an opportunity to really, bring my experience as an athlete. We've got on this. We've now moved to a greater gap between the races now.
Which enables us to revel in every contest. Eton College on the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup. The last time Henley was televised, 3 decades ago. They've won plenty since then, and they come here off the back of a couple of thumping wins over Wednesday and Thursday, though Gonzaga College High School from Washington DC have gone quicker than Eton both days. That, of course, could be a reflection of the race they were in as much as their capacity for speed.
Gonzaga, Eton.
Let's hear the umpire.
When I see that you're both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please. Attention! Go!
And so the immediate search for speed, that ignition that's required over the first 50, 100 metres, the frantic stroking before settling down into a regular, manageable tempo. Eton College in the colours that need no introduction worldwide, who beat Monmouth School easily on Wednesday in a time of 7 minutes and 6 seconds, and then beat Salisbury School USA yesterday in a much tighter race by just 3/4 of a length in 6 minutes 43. And I think, though I wouldn't swear to it, that Eton might be a centimetre or two up, but it's a fantastically even and competitive start.
Absolutely, and if you look at the times from Thursday, Eton will be likely to be coming just ahead in these first early stages of the race. So Eton in their past races today and in the week have been showing quicker times over the first half.
course, Gonzaga on each occasion has finished more quickly, but as I mentioned at the start, that is as much to do with the contest they were in, I suspect. They beat Bedford School ultimately on Wednesday by 4 lengths in a time of 7:02, and then the quickest of the 4 races to which we're referring, they beat Portora Royal School by half a length in a really good contest yesterday, 6 minutes 38.
But we can see a move starting to take place on the far side of the course. But the angle here is not helping us as much, but I think both crews got a cracking start, and they're coming now up to the barrier, which is the first timing point. And I can imagine now that it's creeping further and further forward on the Eton crew.
This will be a great source of concern to Eton, whose recent history in the PE is a fantastic one. They are the defending champions, winners in 2009, 2010, 2014. Abington won the 3 in the middle before Eton came back to win last year. And there is a view of our drone, which will bring you some of the upcoming pictures of the crew's mid-race. Fantastically insider view of what the respective oarsmen are going through in the beautiful Buckinghamshire and Berkshire countryside.
A beautiful shot from behind, and you can see now they've moved up on Eton. They've got around about a canvas lead on them. It's interesting, about 100 metres ago there was some quite significant steering coming from the US crew, but it seems to have gone in their favour. And this shot here is a fantastic way of looking at how the boats themselves have set themselves up. On the crew, on the right-hand side here, you can see there's tandems, boats, crew athletes, one behind the other, rowing both on the same side. It's quite a unique combination this US crew has got. But if you look across in the Eton boat, they too have that combination.
So, Quinn, what's the rationale? What might be the coach's thinking in setting them up that way?
Well, they're quite often going to do that if there are 2 athletes that follow each other very well, or to potentially put athletes of heavier weight in certain places in the boat, or positioning people around that way. So it's often a coach's preference. You know, fantastic race over the first half, and you can see just edging out now, squeezing stroke by stroke, just taking another 10 centimetres every time.
We spoke a lot in the last race about the respective weights of the crews. I don't know how big an issue it is in what is still schoolboy rowing, but as it happens, Eton do have a 1.5 stone advantage per man on Gonzaga College High School, but it is the lighter boat which appears by a smallish margin to be the quicker boat right now.
And absolutely, we've got tailwind conditions, and the water is warm at the moment, so it's often favouring faster times. So, you know, headwind conditions are often going to favour the heavier athletes, so maybe that's why this is this lighter weight is neutralising that advantage.
Certainly still quite a big overlap between the boats. Eton are by no means out of this contest, but they bear the weight of expectation that comes with being last year's champions. Eton consider the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup to be their property. It is their property possibly only now for the next 3 minutes or so, unless they can summon something special to go past Gonzaga College High School. This, I think, is going to be a very exciting finish.
Okay, so we're starting to come into the closing elements of the race now, and it is tight. This is a tight race. Both crews will be feeling the intensity as they've come down this track, being so close to each other.
Well, this is going to be really tight, because whereas perhaps a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago, the sense was that stroke by stroke Gonzaga were taking it away by a few millimetres, now the impression is that Eton are reeling it in, and this is one that can be going right to the wire. And the crowd in the enclosures is becoming engaged in it now. Hear the noise.
Absolutely, both crews are lifting their rates now. They're starting to throw everything into that last part of the race. They will only get faster and faster as they head down to the finish line. It's almost impossible to call from here. Wow.
Leave nothing on the river. 2,000 metres and more. It's coming down to the margins, it's coming down to the millimetres, it's coming down to the strength of one man each against his opponent. and it looks as though ultimately it is going to come down in favour of Gonzaga College High School, who had enough at the end. Eton biting back as hungrily as they can in the closing metres, but time is running out on them. That has been a really good race, but the defending champions are felled, and Gonzaga College High School are through to the semi-final.
Absolutely, they showed extensive maturity there to take on that huge push from Eton as they came into their closing stages. So well done. Look how spent these young men are.
Truly, they have left nothing on the river, except this year their hopes and dreams, because from an Etonian perspective, that is certainly not how they dreamt it. With the perspective of time, they may look back on the recording of this race and take some pleasure out of what a good contest they were involved in, but right now it is only pain.
They should be very proud of how they rode that race. Real commitment all the way through, especially in the really tough part of the race. Absolutely. Look at them coming off now. Both crews got fantastic starts. Really good. They were level in the early stages, then started to push out as their rhythm came in. And here we are coming into this last part. Really, Eton absolutely throwing everything they had into that race. They should definitely have their heads up high this evening when they reflect back on their performance.
Certainly one of the races of the afternoon from the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup, but Eton, the 2014 winners, are out. The goblets, silver goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. And there on the Berkshire station from Oxford Brooks and Leander, Callum McBriety in the bow seat and Matt Tarrant the stroke. And nearer to us on Bucks from the Mitsubishi Boat Club, Tokyo, Japan, Sumito Nakamura and Noritaka Kamada.
McBright and Tarrant are one of 4 selected crews in this race, and Nakamura and Kamara, they came through around yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how they play this today.
Now, wanting to be obsessed by weight, I think we're going to have to talk about it again in this race, Gwyn, because the difference between them is huge.
3 kilogram a man, or nearly over 3 kilogram a man, which, you know, we've been talking about weights in the other boats. This is the biggest difference we've had in the races I've seen this afternoon. You can see down at the start there tends to be, it's more tense down at the start, tends to be quieter. It's really important that the crowd don't make too much noise down there so that they can hear the umpire as he calls the crews to start. So it's a quiet place to be, but it certainly is a tense place to be.
Laura and Kamada, the stern pair in the Hitotsubashi University crew that competed in the Temple Challenge Cup in 2014, so they've been here before. They know the stretch of water. Nakamura was in the Japan 8 that won silver at the 2014 Asian Games in Korea.
One of the critical things for the pairs now as they come off is to make sure they get a really good, confident send-off and that their steering takes the boat straight. They don't want to be spending too much time as they come through here putting the rudder on. So one of the toughest parts of this race, especially for the steersmen, is going to be the first 250 metres as they come down the island. And how the stream comes off the front of the island itself and occasionally pushes the crews over to one side.
How variable is the stream?
Oh, the stream this year, and some of the reasons why we've had records going earlier today, has been because we've got a very, very light stream. We also have an interesting colour in the river. I've never seen it this greeny brown for a long time, and some of that is probably due to the fact that we haven't got much stream pushing through down the river at the moment. So quick times because of that. But, you know, at the same time, you know, you still have to hold on to your lane as you come through. Unlike international racing where you would have a buoyed, your own lane would be buoyed, you're sharing a lane which is surrounded by two wooden lines which are very uncompromising if you make a mistake.
Well, we have had one major steering issue in an 8th race this afternoon.
Mitsubishi, when I see that you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention, go.
Whether the umpire is satisfied that the Japanese are straight. Certainly they are set on a course which will take them closer to Brighty and Tarrant.
Attention, go.
So let's see how they do steer. Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. The Mitsubishi Boat Club in Tokyo. Nakamura and Kamada on the Buck station, and on the Berkshire side, Callum Brighty and Matt Tarrant.
So you can see Nakamura and Kamadi, they pulled themselves, they weren't quite straight, they came across the course now, and they're right on the edge of their water. Interesting whether or not the umpire is going to make any comment on that, but I think they're pulling themselves back now, yet definitely coming back over onto their station.
The umpire did seem unperturbed. Is it possible that that was a deliberate manoeuvre?
Crews are the standard in this event. You know, this is one of the open events at the regatta, and you know they should be of the capability to be able to do that. So I'm imagining that the umpire was allowing for their experience.
But it is the substantially heavier pair, 15-12 and 15-5 respectively, McBride and Tarrant, who have established an early advantage, and it's going to be hard work for this Japanese pair who, as Gwyn rightly indicated, did have to race yesterday against their compatriots Kajihara and Arakawa. They won by 3 1/4 lengths in a time of 7 minutes 38, but it's likely and indeed visible that the standard of their opponents has gone up a notch here, and in the early stages they're struggling to stay with them.
Absolutely, you can see McBride and Tarrant settled into their rhythm much earlier than the Japanese crew here, who are now starting to settle in. We're sort of coming into the point now where the rush of the start has passed and the body's really kicking into motion, and it's really important that any crews settle into that really good base speed as they come through. Both crews have done that now, and maybe this is where the 3 kilos a man is starting to show.
Japan clearly keen that their rowing programme should get some momentum as they head up towards hosting the Olympic Games in 2020. Most of the venues for those games will be in the vicinity of Tokyo Bay, including the Sea Forest Waterway located in Tokyo Bay, adjacent to the Tokyo Gate Bridge for the rowing in 2020 on the Pacific coast there. They want to get their teeth into rowing in time for hosting that most high profile of all regattas. This pair
absolutely showing a real level of confidence and comfortability here, and one of the real challenges and one of the expertise of rowing a pair, unlike the larger boats or the sculling boats, you have 1 oar each, and that balanced perfectly with your rowing partner is a real skill. And you know, if you have a tendency to pull very hard at one part of the stroke, say at the beginning of the stroke, it would be very hard for the boat to go straight. So that real togetherness really matters in the Coxswain pair.
And how would you delineate between their respective duties in terms of communication?
Absolutely. So the man who'll be closest to the front is in the bow of the boat, and he'll be talking to the strokeman, who's the man closest to the stern, who'll be setting the rhythm. At this moment in time, I don't know who has a steering foot, so they'll be steering with a wire attached to one of their feet, with wire that then runs to the underneath of the boat, where there's a small rudder about the size of your thumb to steer the boat. And I'm imagining in multi-lane racing, it tends to be the strokeman that carries the steering foot. But on river racing, often you give it to your bowman so he can look round. But it's a comfortable, definitely a comfortable race here for McBriarty and Tarrant.
Which they may value ahead of what is going to be a tough semi-final against James Foden, Matt Langridge, pair of British Olympic medalists who await them in the last four, having beaten Brinker and Reynolds earlier today by 4 3/4 lengths, so a pretty comfortable victory in a time of 7 minutes 59. Foden, Langridge then likely to be facing McBriarty and Tarrant tomorrow.
So you can see from this lovely shot that we've come, this aerial shot coming down, you see Nakamura and Kamada, they're probably starting to pick up the wash that's coming in from the British crew ahead of them, which is probably going to unsettle them a bit. But at the same time, I'm sure some of the washes coming off the pleasure boats outside of the course is affecting, testing their skill as much as their opposition's wash.
Callum McBriarty there in the colours of Leander, rowing back up towards his home boathouse. Matt Tarrant in the stroke seat with a degree of comfort, perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, but having reached the point now where they can begin mentally to turn on to tomorrow's race and possibly row within themselves, just do enough.
Yeah, and one thing's really important, that they keep their speed going, but they row as efficiently as they can. And you can see there's a really lovely sense of momentum as they drive off the end of the stroke. And they take that forward, and then as they pick the water up again. So really efficient type of rowing now. They'll be mindful that, of course, they need to maintain their technique, so their balance needs to be just as perfect as if they're going flat out. But just look how relaxed the hands and the elbows and the wrists of the rowers are as they come down, despite the fact that they'll probably be putting about 80% of power down.
Relentlessly rehearsed and impeccably executed.
And Nakamura and Kamada, they're really still absolutely putting everything into this race. Keeping their rate up high, really driving their legs and backs down.
A pair of very fit individuals, needing to be mentally strong now as well to maintain this push to the end, to do themselves justice. For them, of course, a really wonderful learning experience, really wonderful. Great for them to have gone through a win yesterday, albeit that they're having to suffer on the back of it today. But there's never been a race from which you can't learn something, and this experience would have done them a great deal of good. But it is McBriarty and Tarrant who will prevail.
Absolutely, and real appreciation from the crowd, both crews now as they come down. It's a great feeling as you come down into the last parts of the race and the crowd are cheering. It's a great clapping.
Callum McBriarty and Matt Tarrant, without their feathers really having been ruffled, are comfortably through to the semi-final of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup, where they'll meet James Foden, Matt Langridge tomorrow, while Sumito Nakamura and Noritaka Kamada follow them in.
It must be getting pretty warm out there on the river. Actually, probably the coolest place to be is in one of these pleasure boats.
Race 53 is in the Ladies Challenge Plate. We return to that, and on the Berkshire side, nearest to the many marquees, the University of Washington, USA, and nearer to us on the Bucks side, Princeton University A, USA. Go! An all-American race between some meaty athletes here, and a contest that will mean a lot to them. Many personal, individual agendas here, some deep historic rivalries on either side, a genuine will to prevail. This is a race that really matters.
And Princeton got a great start there. You sort of they pulled out at least 4 feet in that first 10 strokes. I think Washington are starting to squeeze back onto them, but it was a great start from Princeton. who again now they've got 2 men up on their opposition here. Absolutely. And this is looking like a really desperate strive now to see who can get out and cruise before they get onto cruise pace and really settle into their race rhythm. So both crews are staying up really high.
This is an arm wrestle. The battle for early preeminence, just for an advantage, a psychological fillip, a sense of getting one up in the early stages of a race, which matters profoundly to the individuals involved and to the institutions involved, 2 of the great American universities.
So Princeton is starting to just squeeze out a little bit more. But they're still definitely maintaining on that advantage that they got in that first 10 strokes.
Princeton with the orange and black blades. Nearest to us on the Bucks side. And there is the University of Washington labouring to stay with them, and stay with them they just about are.
They're coming back on them. It's so close to call. And it almost feels like neither crew have actually settled yet, and I'm sure they have. Absolutely stroke for stroke here as they come down. They move, at this point, the course is further away from the crowd, so it tends to go a little bit quieter. Start to concentrate much more on your race plan and on yourself.
Washington, who were the winners of the Varsity 8 at the IRA State Championships, winners at the Eastern Sprints, second at the Windermere Cup behind New Zealand's National 8. They're that strong.
And Washington, I think, pulled level, absolutely pulling level. This is side by side. Absolutely, look at that. Man for man they are now.
Where's your money? I'll give you a suggestion, I'd keep it in your pocket.
Absolutely. This is a great race. So having had not such an advantageous start, they've been able to get their cruise speed to pull back level with Princeton. So University of Washington mentally will probably feeling pretty strong now.
Well, good morning to you if you are joining us live in the United States of America. A lot of you, I'm sure, will be feeling considerable partisanship about this fabulous race, in which Princeton University on the left of our screens as we look now with the orange and black blades have the backing of you folk in New Jersey against the University of Washington, who now have an advantage of what, 2, at most 3 men.
Actually, they're squeezing that out, and this is coming from just a slightly faster cruise speed. Haven't actually seen a major push yet from either cruise yet.
It's going to become a case of what is left in either engine, how much fuel is left beneath either bonnet, who has a strength of finish to match their muscular start.
And it's moved out to half a length now.
Washington are looking strong.
And that brings Princeton really under pressure, mentally under pressure. I think they're probably at this point needing to put something really into that race so that Washington don't move away and get that slight advantage and comfortableness of controlling the race from the front.
It's a race in which America have been preeminent over recent years. USA crews have won 5 of the last 8 ladies' challenge plates. University of California won it last year.
And look at the faces there. Effort they're putting in. They've come this far. They're going to make sure that they put everything into this race. So still in contact as we come into the grandstand area. They will still have the belief in their heads that they can come through, and if they really start to load that in, we could get a very tight race.
And there is at this point a realisation amongst the hundreds and thousands on the bank that they're witnessing again a proper stroke-for-stroke race. And they will embrace this race, envelop it with their noise and their colour. There is some hollering to be done here. It's hollering most enjoyed from nearer to it by the University of Washington, who in purple have an advantage which ought now to be just about unassailable. They've done enough through the meat of the race, through the core of the race. It was tight for a long, long time, but they went up a notch. And Princeton, whilst they still seek to find the response, are discovering that time and yardage is against them, and that the University of Washington, USA will prevail and move on into tomorrow's semi-final. Another really gripping race.
Absolutely. Princeton had that great start, but inch by inch, Washington pulled that back just through their predominantly faster crude speed through the middle of the race.
University of Washington will go forward to face Melbourne University, only ones to have received a bye into the semi-final. 7 crews entered, and it will be Melbourne against Washington tomorrow.
Great, so we can see that epic start that we had from Princeton. Absolutely driving down. Here you go. That's the advantage they got off their start. As the crews came down onto cruise speed, Washington just edged away, stroke by stroke.
And is this now about strength predominantly or technique?
It's a combination of both. Rowing is an endurance and power sport, and you can see the advantage of power primarily at the start, but you also need the nimbleness to be able to convert that power into efficient movement on the end of your oar.
Washington had the full package. Wherever you're watching around the world, it is coming up to 4:10 on a glorious afternoon in Buckinghamshire and Berkshire, either side of the River Thames here. That is the beautiful tower of Henley Parish Church. And this is the 3rd afternoon of the Henley Royal Regatta for 2015. Timeless pictures these. Timeless these pictures might be, but it's the first time for a good while that you've been able to enjoy them live, and enjoy them. I trust that you are. They couldn't be more vivid, nor could they be a better translation of the atmosphere that we are enjoying in person here.
And it's a unique part of the river. The River Thames is quite a windy river, and what's unique about this particular bit at Henley is that it's 2 kilometres, or just longer than 2 kilometres of straight, and that's why rowers have been compelled to come here year after year.
Back to business. Race 54, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, instituted in 2012 for junior women quad sculls. These ladies have to have been under 18 on the 1st of September last year, and this race pits on the Buck side here, Sir William Borlase's Grammar School Marlow, with on the Berkshire station Gloucester Rowing Club, the defending champions.
Attention!
They're set, and they are away in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, with Gloucester Rowing Club on the Berkshire side, having won this in 2014, semi-finalists in 2013 out of the boat race Bristol Road, Gloucester, on the eastern bank of the River Severn, being challenged here by Sir William Borlase's Grammar School in Marlow, which I drive past every morning on the way here. Gorgeous looking building just outside Marlow Town Centre.
You can see the umpire here warning Borlase to get back onto station. They've been pushed off by the island, the stream coming off the island. You see Gloucester's got a strong start here. Borlase raced yesterday and had one of the toughest races that we saw. And Gloucester, this is Gloucester's first opportunity to race down the track during this regatta. And you can see as they're starting to get themselves down into race pace, cruise pace in the middle part, See, Gloucester is just moving away, stroke by stroke, at the top of our picture.
Well, this is a race, as I mentioned right at the start, without much of its own history, but insofar as it has some, Gloucester have a substantial part of it, as the defending champions, stroked by Flo Pickles, with Frances Russell, Charlotte Hodgkinsburn and Alice Bauer.
Absolutely, and Gloucester, one of the seeded crews here in this event. Interestingly, the Diamond Jubilee was one of the hardest events to qualify into this year, so much so that regatta organisers increased the entry from 8 to 12. And many crews came into the qualifiers, and Borlase were one of those crews that selected through into the race. So it's great that they're here today. It's fantastic that they're up and demonstrating all the hard training that they've done. We need to be mindful that both these crews have been successful during the summer racing for schools, and here they all brought together in one type of boat. So it's amazing to see that the expertise and the skill that is coming through from our school system.
Yes, it was evidence, as you might identify, yesterday when Borlase beat Warrington Rowing Club in a fabulous race by just half a length in a time of 7 minutes 43.
Both crews, you can see a real neatness in their oars. Well drilled by their coaches. Lovely shot again from the sky coming down. And again, you know, if you'd be really picky, you'd start to see how in the Gloucester boat, slightly different angles as their oars come into the water. The coach tries very, very hard to set the athletes up with the position of their feet so they're all picking the boat up at exactly the same point.
Well, it's interesting, I'm sure a coach is entitled to be picky as well, Gwyn. Would there be time to talk about that and in any sense correct it between now and tomorrow's semi-final?
Oh, absolutely, but many of the coaches don't have access to those aerial photographs, so I'm sure they'll be looking at this on the internet tonight to see what they might do. Oh, it's a great rhythm off the back there, very relaxed. See the way the hands at the end of the stroke and just come away from the body, and then the body leans towards the stern, and then the wheels slide up the boat as the athletes come forward before they take the next stroke. Really nice and relaxed.
It is a beautiful watch, lovely on the eye. If you were to be in conversation with these four girls tonight, how would you translate to them your thoughts? How would you suggest they can improve before their next test tomorrow?
Well, most of the hard work's been done, and you know, really at this point now it's about coming together, making sure that every time they get into the boat is as good as it's ever been, and they're seeking every stroke, trying to achieve that perfection of moving as one person rather than as four individuals.
At their best, there clearly is a oneness about them. Alice Bauer there in the bow and going through the boat, Charlotte Hodgkinsburn, Frances Russell and Flo Pickles in the stroke seat. Winners of the Championship Girls Quads at the National Schools Regatta, second in the Women's Junior Quads at the Schools Head of the River. 3 of these 4 returned from last year's winning crew here. So there's a lot of experience and wise knowledge on these young shoulders, and it is being extremely efficiently and brightly showcased here for Gloucester Rowing Club.
Absolutely, and Borlase again, we just had the aerial shot. There'd just be the steers person in the Borlase boat would just be picking up a little bit of wake off the Gloucester crew just ahead of them, which might be affecting their steering a little bit. But again, at this stage they'll have known that Gloucester exactly where they are, and they'll be head into their boat. They'll be doing their race plan and making sure that come the end of the race they've given everything they have into the race. Gloucester are really letting that boat run out now, dropping that rate down, letting it run as they come up the slide. And the slide is where we have the seat has wheels on it, and the wheels are guided in the direction that don't fall out along two slides in the boat.
Yes, there is a visible certainty about them.
You can see, if you look on the left, you can see Fawley's just kept their rate up, they've got their power up, they're still cruising along at 100%, whereas Fawley's brought that rate down, they're conserving their energy, keeping that technique going as much as they can and getting as much speed for as little energy out of their boats. So come tomorrow, they will have had, they'll have had enough recovery and they'll be able to put in a hard race if needed to take them beyond.
And I gather that Gloucester did set a new record to the barrier in this quarter-final. Their time was 2:06. Latimer Upper in 2013 recorded 2:07 to the barrier. So it shows you, albeit marginal, and not sharp in terms of speed. I imagine that they won't necessarily break the overall record because they don't need to, but it shows the speed is there and available to them.
Yeah, the conditions are fast today because the stream's low. In the early rounds, we tend to see the times to the barrier and the times to Fawley get knocked through. But most crews will conserve their energy and not run 100% through the whole racetrack unless they need to. Fawley's just out of shot now, and there as they'll be approaching in. Their crew will be taking it up. Here they go. They're giving everything they've got. They're sprinting through to that finish line.
William Borlase letting the world know that they have something to offer. They've offered plenty, but it was not the match of the Gloucester Rowing Club, and the defending champions of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup progress to the semi-finals in 2015, and they look mighty impressive.
And Gloucester there, they'll be wishing their competitors well done. And then I'm sure that they'll be going into the tent, getting out of the heat and warming down, getting themselves ready for a race tomorrow.
Which will be against either Latimer Upper or Wyfold Cities RA USA, who raced right at the end of the programme today, 7:10.
Okay, we're going to come back to that start. Both crews got a good start. Borlase looked as if they were slightly rating higher, but you can see here how Gloucester have absolutely just dominated this race, used both their technique and power to just send the puddles away every single stroke. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting next few days, and it'd be interesting to see Gloucester under pressure all the way down the track. Interesting to see what they can do.
Well, they showed a fair bit of what they can do there. Gloucester, defending champions, and surely, if not the favourites, amongst them. And still the sun shines. Forecast to be a degree or two hotter again tomorrow. Saw a little bit of rain yesterday, but shades are the order of the day. Gentlemen's jackets still on today, which wasn't the case on Wednesday. It doesn't quite get past the 30 mark, which is where Sir Steve makes his call.
I'm sure there's a few men out there that would desperately like to get their jackets off.
Well, now we're in the Thames Challenge Cup, and I fear we're not able to bring you a contest now because, very sadly, in race 55 we have a withdrawal. The Sport Imperial Boat Club has reported an injury, so University Barge Club USA Philadelphia are just required to row over here. That is to complete the course, which means, Gwyn, that you and I have some talking to do.
I mean, the Thames Challenge Cup is one of the most sought-after events that we have at the regatta here. It's an 8-oared event, and the coxswain who's steering that boat, and you can see the bowman just here, just tapping his oars, getting his boat straight as they await for the umpire's decision to get them off. It's a club event, so the aim here is that we have clubs all over the world who will come together, bring their best crews to see whether or not they can win. And primarily, it's below anyone that's at international level. It's below any under-23 internationals. So it's a very special event. And you can see the bow person sticking his hand up there. He's just indicating to the umpire that they're not actually quite straight. And can they have a little bit of time to get straight? Hand down.
So Seymour's hand is down. The adjustment is made. The Cox, Andrew Kelly, appears content as well. It would be foolish to rush it and run into trouble, because only an accident can deny them a place in the semi-final here, University Barge Club.
I'm wondering whether or not the crew are going to use it as an opportunity to practice the start, do a bit of training. They're relaxing back now. There must be a delay down there at the start. Did you see them coming forward earlier and into the starting position?
This is a row
Oh, here they go.
Your opponents have withdrawn. University Barge Club, when I see that you are straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please.
Under the orders of the umpire. Once more, Peter Seymour in the bow makes an adjustment.
Go.
For allowing them away. University Barge Club with a row over then here in the Thames Challenge Cup. Sport Imperial Boat Club having withdrawn because of injury, so that the University Barge Club just have to complete the course here in order to line themselves up against Thames Rowing Club A in the semi-final. Thames having beaten Mulheim Ruhr by 2/3 of a length in the 6 minutes 43 this morning.
And you can see they've chosen not to do a flat-out start, and they've chosen not to race the first part of the race, which was something I was suggesting before. But interestingly enough, again, they're still trying to get a good rhythm out of that boat. They're still trying to make sure that they row well together. But again, they're conserving their energy. I'd estimate that they're probably running at about 60%, 50% of power as they come down.
What do you think would have been their reaction to the realisation that they didn't have opponents? On the one hand, they came here to compete. Their competitive juices were flowing. They were ready for a race. And so there might be the danger of some sort of anticlimax. This isn't what Friday was meant to be about. On the other hand, they're sure of being here on Saturday.
Absolutely. The big thing for them is to be a massive sense of relief, because they've been nervous and up for the race. But at the same time, their competitors will be out there racing, and they won't be lodging a time. So they'll see their competitors' time, and will that play on their confidence?
I wonder too whether, in terms of energy conservation, this can be a factor for them tomorrow. Will they have that much more fuel available?
Absolutely. It depends to many extent how fit they are as a crew. If they're incredibly fit, they'd probably very easily be able to do a series of races every day. If they're not quite at their peak fitness, they'll start to fatigue as they come over the few days. But you know, this is a really sought after, highly competitive event at the regatta, and to have a light day is a real advantage.
Is this an exercise that they will have gone through 100 times before on the Schuylkill River, Philadelphia, where the University Barge Club do the majority of their training, competing and preparation. They have raced properly on each of the first 2 days at Henley. On Wednesday they won, inverted commas, easily against Vesta Rowing Club in a time of 7 minutes. They had to hurry things up a little yesterday, beating Molesey Boat Club by 2 3/4 lengths in a time of 6 minutes 38. But they're going easy on the gas again today in the absence of an immediate opponent. Shame that we couldn't see them up against Sport Imperial, because they've recorded a couple of quickish times. They beat the London Rowing Club yesterday in a time of 6:34, which was within a second of the quickest time over the first 2 days. And I think this was set actually to be a really competitive race.
Yeah, if you look at it on paper from the times that they posted yesterday, we would have had a great race. But anyway, the the men in the boat now, they'll be able to soak up the atmosphere. Henley is one of the most uniquest places in the world to row. People used to ask me what was it like, and I'd say what it would be like rowing through somebody's barbecue, followed by somebody else's garden party, followed by somebody else's cocktail reception, and at the same time taking your body to the very limits and achieving your career ambitions. The level of concentration to avoid all the noise around you is pretty important, especially when you're trying to deliver a result. These guys here, they're rowing over. I can guarantee you they will be enjoying this. They will be listening out for all those sounds that we can hear and all the smells of the barbecues.
Yeah, that is a lovely luxury for them. Because I was going to pull you up on that. I can't believe that someone who rode to the level that you have was really aware of the barbecue and the garden party, or are you confessing to a weakness here in terms of concentration?
I've raced many times here, and quite often I would be drawing. Some races would be easier than harder, and I know that at stages in the races when I was clearly comfortable in front, I might have occasionally let a few look around and appreciate the absolute unique and honour to be racing down a course that some of the best rowers in the world have raced down for the last 176 years. They are paddling in the puddles of champions that have gone before them.
Beautifully put, and I'm sure recognised too, I hope, appreciated by Andrew Kelly in the cock seat there, Cornelius McPeak, James Pardo, John Liperos, Sansom Sota, Logan Smith, John Piper, Martin Shart and Peter Seymour, who have the luxuriant privilege of this special stretch of the River Thames to themselves, and are now at the point of it where they can really enjoy their solo performance in front of the packed and appreciative stands here.
So they've just passed the 500 metres to the finish, so they've got about 2.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes of time on the course, and I'm wondering whether we'll see any of them glance up at the stands as they go past. There's very few rowers that have ever had the luxury to do it, so let's keep our eyes down and see whether they soak up that atmosphere.
Whether they'll pick out friends and parents, or perhaps meanly their cocks will put them through some sort of a finishing exercise. It's an opportunity to rehearse if that is what they choose to do.
They've decided they're very disciplined in their back. Look at their eyes, concentrating very hard here. Looking, they're demonstrating how to row as they come down in front of the crowds.
Power to their respective elbow. That is proper rowing professionalism. They're going to do the job neatly, tidily, impeccably. Without competition, but not without care. Flying the flag for the University Barge Club for the United States of America, and doing so in the absence of an opponent with marked dignity. Not a smirk or a smile or a look up into the stands, but a concentration on the oar and attention to the stroke, an application to the job in hand.
And you can see they've actually just decided to put a little bit more work in the water as they come through. Great work, gentlemen, great work.
So there really is no such thing as a free lunch. They made themselves work for their progress into the semi-final of the Thames Challenge Cup, where they will face the Thames Rowing Club A boat. Well, I do hope you've enjoyed the afternoon session at the Henley Royal Regatta Friday of 2015. Enjoyed your company, Gwyn. Thank you very much indeed. And we hope that wherever you are watching and enjoying the racing, you'll be back again in about an hour from now at 5:30 for more of the same. Do join us then.
The crew now rowing past the enclosures is from Sydney Rowing Club in celebration of the 125th anniversary of the founding of the club. 10 employees of the General Post Office founded the club after the decade of 1890. Because they were all post office counter clerks and telegraphers, they were deemed to be professional and discredited from competing under ARA rules. They eventually secured ARA recognition in July 1923, 1920s and 30s, the heyday of Sydney service rowing. Sydney continues to support private rowing, and today one of 135 inclusive rowing clubs other than the HSBC. The crew is comprised of current and past captains of the club. Sydney Rowing Club, a celebration of the 125th anniversary of their founding.
What? I like this stick here.
Don't you worry.
Pretty happy with it, though. It's a good one. You get the colour balance for 700.
Fine, thank you.
keep off, steady pressure here. I was wondering, are these available
The heritage, the traditions, I definitely found there was a different form of pressure at Henley.
The fact that it's one-on-one with the crowds around makes it very different from any other race we do.
I used to love racing here. I love the side-by-side. It's more gladiatorial.
Attention! Go! Now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the final session here of day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta as we bask in the late afternoon sun on what has been another fantastic, glorious day here. The weather has been so kind, particularly to our friend there. As he's sticking around for the last few races, hopefully there's going to be a little bit more excitement for him. We're just coming back from tea now, and we're going to be down on the start for the first race of the session. That'll be the Remenham Challenge Cup. My name is Gary Herbert. It is a great pleasure to be alongside the Olympic legend, the Olympic champion, the multi-world champion, apparently the best dad in the world, the most liked person down at Caversham Rowing Links where the GB team are based. I'm just wondering whether, Alex Gregory, have you written that introduction yourself?
I've paid a lot of money for you to say that. Thank you, Gary.
Alex, it's great to have you with us. And as we are waiting here, you've had your first outing down at out on the water today. You're racing the Grand Challenge Cup, one of the top events here at the regatta. You're racing tomorrow against the Australians. We're just looking there now at the Canadian team. More about them in a minute. Just give us a feel of what it's like out there at the moment. Conditions, the heat, the weather.
Yeah, it's exciting. We wait. This regatta is an exciting regatta to come to every year. We look forward to it every time. And today it was our first outing on the water, and there's so much going on. It's hard to keep your head in the boat. It's hard to not look out at the bank. And when you're down there, where you see these girls starting, we did a practice start this morning, and the crowds there are sitting on the bank, looking in on the boat, in on you in the boat. It's so close. It's unique. There's nothing quite like it in the world, and it's a really fun place to be.
So sit back, pour yourself a cheeky Pimm's, and join us for the next hour and a half or so. We're through to 7:25. And enjoy the racing. The first up is the Remenham Challenge Cup, which is the Women's International 8s. And on the left of your picture, Western Rowing Club Canada. On the right of your picture, Imperial College London and Sport Imperial Boat Club qualified for this event.
Go. Get ready, please.
Imperial College just getting ready, upright. Leslie Thompson-Wiley in this coxswain seat of the Canadian crew. This is really going to be a fabulous race here for Imperial College Boat Club and Sport Imperial.
Attention!
Composite crew.
Go!
Away first time then in this Remenham Challenge Cup here. Western Rowing Club Canada on the left of your picture, absolutely powering it off the start. As you would expect, they are the reigning world silver medalists from 2004, the Olympic silver medalists from London 2012, and this team will absolutely demolish here. We would expect Imperial College London and Sport Imperial Boat Club. top of 8. This is the event for women's international 8, and the Great Britain team, well, it will come down, Alex, if we go through the progress of this event. It's looking great for a Canada versus Great Britain showdown.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way, and this Canadian crew is pretty awesome. They've come up against an amazing American crew in the last few years, and those two crews have really been battling it out at the head of the field internationally. So it's tough. It's a tough event, but these girls are good, and Imperial here will hopefully give them a good run for the money. But I think we may be expecting the result, and we may know what's going to happen.
So Canada just leading out. Entered here as their club, Western Rowing Club, but known better to you and me as the Canadian national team, the Olympic team here. And look at them go. They're out clear water, and still they are pushing on. First time really opening it up here for the Canadian squad. And what they'll want to do is just move to the first timing mark, which is the barrier, around, give or take a metre or so, the quarter mark in this field on the course, which lasts 2,112 metres. So 112 metres longer than the course that we are usually traditionally see out there.
They're so tidy. Look at their blades. It almost looks like one blade. They're obviously well practiced. 4 of them won an Olympic silver medal, as you already mentioned, and yeah, they're really in control of this, looking good, and they're powerful.
Wonderful view of the drone now overhead as it just crews come. Look at the course. That's where they're coming down there on either side, and you can see now that Leslie Thompson-Wiley, the coxswain in the Canadian squad boat, just easing out to the middle. It's her river now, it's her course, and you can just enjoy it from here. They'd have known what they would have done. They would have known that they would be the favourites for this race. But for them now, because again, they're over here in Europe, it's all about training, good performances, and that overhead shot is just marvellous. You can see unison moving, flowing forward. The blades come in, pick the boat up, and they're away. And look how dead straight Leslie's coming down the course.
She is the most experienced rower ever. She's been 7 Olympics, I think. And yeah, so she won her Olympic gold in '92, which is, was that not where you won yours?
That was my first and only, and she's gone on after that.
So what happened?
I was those brothers. Yeah, I didn't like them. Didn't like them then. Still don't like them today. But there you go. Out there, look, that's the course. That's Henley Royal Regatta. This is it in its finest here, as we see the Canadian squad rowing here as Western Rowing Club. Canada left there, easing out. This will be an easy verdict here, but still keeping the pressure on. They're through Fawley, the halfway mark here. Easing down a little bit, but no doubt the pressure is still on them. Alex looking tight there, looking nice on the technique.
Yeah, they're looking so good and smooth, aren't they? And they're really relaxing here. They're still pushing hard and using their legs first, then bringing their bodies through and their arms through, so they're doing the sequencing and practicing what they want to be doing when they're full pace. But they are really in control of this, and it's just a cruise for them, to be honest. But the way the boat's moving there, it's really relaxed. There's a nice movement to it, not too much stern dip. They're clearly good rowers here.
Still plenty of crowds waiting for a number of races in the last session of the day, this being one of them. They're now going past Upper Thames Rowing Club on the left. They'll go into Remenham Club there on the marquees on the left-hand side. They're into the third part of the course, and it's looking absolutely glorious. Alex, what do you make of the drone here as well? The overhead pictures. We're getting really good shots of being in the boat. Good look down, good view down.
How good is this footage? All the different angles. It's making rowing exciting. I've never ever seen it quite as good as this before. And there's so much talk about it. There's so much excitement about this new filming that's been going on here this year, and I really hope it continues, because it's very popular. People are loving it. It's giving a new insight into our sport, and so for us rowers, it's a great thing. We can also see our competition as well as the rounds go on. The guys can watch the races that they were against, whereas previously you have to maybe cycle down the bank and catch a glimpse as they went past. Now you can watch your opposition's full race, so you can get a bit more a bit more of an insight into how they race and their race plan, perhaps?
Well, we're viewing the very best out there at the moment. This is a masterclass from Western Rowing Club Canada, the Canadian and national team here. The stern pair, Lauren Wilkinson and Natalie Mastraki. Stern pair in 2012 of the crew as well. So, you know, they're over, plenty of experience in this boat.
The coach of the Canadian crew as well, he's an Aussie, and he came to GB and he was a talent ID coach. I've been coached by him, John Keogh, great guy. He then coached the GB women, and now he's moved over to Canada, and he's obviously doing a good job there.
So we look down into the town ahead of us as the crews make their way to the finishing line. And the Canadian national team here, about 10 or so strokes, they're coming up to the progress board. And the crowd applauding what they are seeing is some of the finest rowing in international women's events. And the crowds are still here with us as we ease into the late evening sun here, the later part of the day. And they are they're not disappointed at all, because they're seeing the Canadian squad paddling up to the line, looking absolutely fantastic. Look at the boat running, easing along, making it look effortless. It is far from. They'll still be pushing the legs down, but that is a masterclass. The Canadian squad through to the semi-finals, which they will race tomorrow. The gap just opened up again from Imperial College London and Sport Imperial Boat Club, which had to qualify for this event. Group of youngsters which we will see come through over the next couple of years, representing the senior team of Great Britain. So there's the confirmation. Western Rowing Club Canada beat Imperial College London and Sport Imperial Boat Club. And they will take on Brown University of America tomorrow. Let's just give us a bit of an insight into post-racing. It's so hot out there. How are you dealing with the wind down, the cool down?
Yeah, it's really hot, and the intensity of the race, it just gets in your head. And although when you're racing, you probably don't notice it, and you're not aware of how hot you are really. But as soon as you stop, especially in that direction, with the wind going in that direction, you don't get the breeze. You're moving with the breeze, so you do overheat. And all you want to do when you finish a race, no matter whether you come first or second, you want to get in that water and cool down. Luckily, I don't know if you know this, but in the boat tents over there, they never have hot water, so it's always a cold shower, whatever the weather. So this Henley, this year, I'm sure they'll be pleased with a cold shower.
And I think Matthew Pinson said that they did that deliberately. Well, they've been doing that deliberately for the last 150 odd years.
Save water, save the environment.
Nice and cold.
Good on them.
So real good, yeah. This is Richard Phelps in the dodgy striped jacket of Latimer School Boat Club. I formally coxed him back in the team. He's umpiring the next race. One of the stewards who runs this regatta. It's an amateur in terms of the setup here. Just to give you a little bit about history of the stewards. Apparently the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, when they first formed and set up their whole committee and their administration, they looked at Henley Royal Regatta, they looked at the stewards of Henley Royal Regatta and how they set up and run this. So they're iconic in their establishment and how it is done. Well, they're all former rowers, former members of the team, or highly connected with the sport, and they all do this free of charge. For the first time, we're seeing Sir Steve Redgrave being handed the baton, and doing a sterling job here, because on his watch we are coming to you live via YouTube, every single race, every single stroke, all the way through.
Bath University.
So we're now down on the start for the Prince of Wales
When I see that you are both
Challenge
straight
Cup
and ready,
Club
I will
Quads.
start you like this. Attention. Go. Get ready, please. go!
So the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, the eventful club quadruple sculls underway with Leander Brooks, the selected crew on the right-hand side, and on the left, Bath University A had to qualify for this, which was a remarkable ask of them, given that they were first in senior quads back in Marlow. And Marlow Regatta is one of the regattas that the stewards of the regatta of this particular place look at for seeding and selecting the crews. But here they are now, Bath University A on the left, Leander Brooks on the right. This is going to be a real cracker here now. Early stages, the Leander Brooks composite crew, coached by Ross Hunter, just making the early way. Remember, this is the event for club quadruple sculls. And that's really, Alex, the magic of the event. You can get internationals, you can get Olympic champions, all of that out there in amongst the club crews as well.
Yeah, there's not many opportunities in any sport, really, I don't think, where you can race against the very top of the sport with the, you know, juniors or development athletes. So it's a really exciting and unique thing about Henley. These guys in the Leander Brooks crew are lightweights, so it's really interesting to see the lightweights against the heavyweights in the Bath crew. And at the moment, it looks like they're getting out ahead. They're really a tidy crew, and I know some of these guys, and they're tough cookies.
Pushing on hard out towards the 40 mile. They're through the quarter mile now. And the great thing about coming to Henley, if you're down here, you can be right by the course, on the side of the course. You can just hear it, feel it, the power that's coming off. Now both of these crews, as the Leander Brooks composite, one of the favoured crews of this regatta, through on this event, through now the 40 at the barrier mark as we head out towards the halfway mark. Now, at this part of the race, Alex, strategy here, talk us in, whether you're in the 8 for you guys or in a quad, you're really into your race pace.
Yeah, it's about getting off the start where you're high, you're going as fast as you can, as rating almost as high as you possibly can, just to get the boat speed up. And then at this part, just before this part, you're really moving into your race pace, which is the main body of the race, and that's where you have to be most efficient, as clean as you possibly can, and as loose as you possibly can. And I love the way these boys, these Brooks Leander boys, are sculling, because they're so tight, so tidy, and quite quick around the back. And I think sculling is a little bit different to rowing, where you have one oar. Sculling is where you have two oars. And the way you move around the back of the stroke, which we're about to see here with this drone shot, you can see they're quick around the back and they keep the speed on the boat. And yeah, these boys are sculling really well.
Jamie Copus, Sam Mottram, Jonathan Jackson, Steve Parsonage up in the bow seat, making the calls here. And the Leander Brooks, the selected crew, one of the race favourites, showing us why they have been seeded by the stewards here. And again, look at it. We've seen the early parts of the first couple of days. A lot of the crews having problems with their steering. No such situation here with Leander Brooks. I think they've been about 6 feet off the booms the whole way down. This is a perfect shot now. Nice overhead. Look at the rhythm, the movement, making it look very easy, but it's far from. This is what rowing and sculling is all about. The rhythm, the power, the results. There's the blade come out of the water, you're seeing the results, and that is your feedback. Moves away effortlessly.
What a great shot, what a great insight into what it's like in the boat. Look at that, you can see the legs going down together. It's a unique shot, it's brilliant. I love it. I love seeing this view of rowing.
Bath University A, Ben Jackson, Nick Bell, Alex Wilding and Tom Mapp in the bows, struggling from the first stroke here. Perhaps their early form at Marlow, where they were first in the senior quadruple sculls, was one of those things where the stewards just looked through. They're being made to pay, and pay dearly. Look at this view, Alex. This is what Henley Royal Regatta is all about. Just marvellous. All the way down the bank, we have crowds following, everybody here watching the rowing. You look and see as you come along the enclosures, the faces are looking inwards, outwards, should I say, to the water rather than inwards to the bank.
That's why so many people love coming here.
I mean, a lot of people talk about this place and, oh, you only go for the pims and whatnot. I mean, that is a fallacy. That's just not true. That absolutely isn't true here. There are big supporters here. The regatta is well supported, and whether you're coming with friends or whatever, or you're a seasoned pro at this place, everybody loves the racing here.
the atmosphere, whether you're on the water or on the bank, is amazing. It's remarkable. There's so much noise and colour. Colour, I think, is one of the big things. The dresses and the blazers, the rowing blazers, ridiculous. Some of them made out of granny's curtains.
So we're looking here now at Leander Brooks, Oxford Brooks Composites, one of the selected crews. Now they're just starting to ease it down, but when you ease it down, you still want to keep moving, keep that distance. So you move out, continue to keep the pace. And this is a crew that we will see will win. They will race the winners of Imperial College Agecroft.
That's going to be a big battle, that race.
Yeah.
2 lightweight crews head to head. That's going to be a huge one.
Ross Hunter will be sat back in the should be in one of the it's just on the left there to your pit. If you look on the left of the umpire standing up, the first person on your left, that's Ross Hunter, the coach of this crew. Job well done. The semi-finals day tomorrow. It's going to be a whole new ball game. It gets tougher again as we get to Saturday. Very much make it to Saturday, get to the weekend, get that job bit done first, and then really focus on semi-finals, finals later on Sunday. The Leander Oxford Brooks Composite quadruple scull here in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, the event for club quadruple sculls, looking absolutely brilliant as they come up to the line. Safely through to Saturday's semi-final. Job well done. And in the end, they just allowed Bath University A crew just to come back, but they were never, ever under threat. So in the Prince of Wales, Leander Club and Oxford Brooks University Composite beating Bath University A comfortably. The hustle and bustle, the boats out on the water, everybody watching, and this is only quarterfinals day. Alex, sculling plays a big part in winter training for you guys as well, doesn't it, really? I mean, Jürgen Grobler, chief coach, looks at ergometers, gets you out in the small boats, whether it's pairs or sculls, double sculls. You know, it's an integral part of the whole sort of early part of training.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a perfect training tool. It's a perfect opportunity to get your boat skills up to scratch after your small winter break after the World Championships. And it's the only boat, the single scull is the only boat where it's only you. That you can't blame anyone else, you can't rely on anyone else, and you're not affected by anyone else.
So the Olympic champion sits poised on the left of your pitcher, Mahe Drysdale, representing West End Rowing Club of New Zealand. Seb Devereaux from Leander Club, having qualified through to the Diamond Sculls Challenge Cup. This is the open event for single sculls, male single sculls. I can only imagine what Seb Devereaux, Alex, is thinking here, lined up against the great Mahe Drysdale, defending champion in this event.
I spoke to Seb earlier today and he's really excited because it's not often you get an opportunity to race against someone as highly decorated as Mahe, such a good sculler, and Seb grew up watching Mahe race all over the world with his numerous Olympic medals, bronze in Beijing, gold in London, and Seb is just excited. Of course he'll be nervous, of course he'll want to be put in as good a performance and get as close to him as possibly can, but he's really chuffed to be racing him today.
When I see you're both straight and ready, I'll start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
Oh, what a day for Seb Devereaux from Leander Club on the right of your picture. Let's watch the first 100 metres. Here we go. The Diamond Sculls Challenge underway, and already The unleashing of the power from Mahe Drysdale from West End Rowing Club, New Zealand. The Olympic champion just pushes off hard. He grabs the water and gets all the weight and power behind it. But going with him, Seb Devereux, who had to qualify for this event from Leander Club, he's just going to race this. He's got nothing to lose, Alex Gregory. He can just throw it at it. He's got to do that. Go with him, go with him, go with him until you run out of puff.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Look at him. He's just going for it in his green Stamford boat. He is matching, by the looks of it here, Drysdale. And he's
wow, look at
he's
this,
ahead.
it's it! Fantastic, half a length off the temple. He is taking it on now. And what you want to do is say, look, Olympic champion, Mr. Olympic champion, I am going to give you a race here. And if it's only to the barrier, he can say, in the early stages, I led the Olympic champion.
He's got to stay ahead of him for as long as he possibly can. I don't know how long that's going to be, but he's doing a great job at the moment. He put in a late entry. He's at Washington at the moment. He's done his first year at Washington Uni. He just came in for a late entry and tried to get his single going as quickly as possible. He did that. He qualified. And look at him now. He's beating the current Olympic champion in the single scull.
So starting just to come out, stretching out. Look at the long sweeping stroke here. Compare and contrast the stars of the Olympic champion on the far side here. He's picking up a little longer out front, a little quicker here, and the boat is coming through. And he's saying to the young pretender, not today, thank you very much. You've had your moment in the limelight. I'm now finding the pace here, and I'm going to just start to squeeze on. But you have to say, Seb Devereux in that early part, to come off the top of the island and lead the Olympic champion, that is something that it'll live with him, hopefully, and give him the inspiration to move on, to come through the system. These are the guys we want to see coming up through the ranks, because one day you'll retire, my friend, and we want to be these guys to come back up and come through.
No, never. But this is why Henley is so unique and such a beautiful event, because he can be racing, this young sculler can be racing the Olympic champion, and it's brilliant for our sport and it's brilliant for sport. But you can see Mahe is longer, as you say. He's looks like he's in a little bit more control over his boat. Seb's just doing everything he can, but Mahe is looking a little bit tidier. He's in control of what's going on here.
What I love about watching Mahe Drysdale in all the years that I've had the pleasure of commentating on his races is the application of power. There's such a finesse boat here, so it's only about a foot or so wide, up and down on a very thin slide. And it's you really have to be precise, obviously. But this guy moves a boat so quickly. He's powerful and he has the finesse, and we're seeing that now. Look at the boat, dead straight along, perfect timing. But the power ratio that goes on in Mahe's boat is just phenomenal. And traditionally on the 2,000 meter course, what we really see is in the third 500 is where Mahe pushes on. He sits in the pack sometimes because he knows he's got all those miles of winter training in the legs. Great shot, isn't that a fantastic shot?
Yeah, it's a great shot. Well done, Seb, for doing what you did off the start. Mahe was in one of the most, the biggest battles in sculling history, I'd probably say, in the lead up to the 2008 Olympics, when Rob Waddell, you know Rob Waddell, who won the single in 2000, he tried to come back into the sculling team, and Mahe and he had some enormous testing trial battles side by side, just two of them exactly like this, two of them on the lake in New Zealand. I remember watching that and thinking, my gosh, that is hard, that is tough, having to do that. And Mahe came out on top against this sculling legend, this rowing legend. Rob Waddell still has the world record on the ergo, so these two beasts were battling it out on the water in New Zealand.
Look at those puddles coming off of Mahe's finish there, dead straight, 6-7 feet off the booms, just tracking his course down here, the Olympic champion. Now, we had hoped for a real big showdown between Alan Campbell, the British sculler, who is coming back into form and traditionally has won in the past. Alan, this is the defending champion, Mahe, but Alan, give us a little bit of insight here. Jürgen told him, don't race here. Jürgen Grobler, the chief coach here, focus on Lucerne, which is coming on the week after Henley. Focus on that, but we always know Alan loves racing here as well, doesn't he?
Alan does, and Alan wouldn't give up the opportunity to race here, but his priority has to be to establish himself back in the team after missing out last year. He's doing a great job at the moment. Alan is training hard. and he put in a good performance in Varese at the World Cup a couple of weeks ago. But the single is so tough. These guys do exactly the same amount of mileage and amount of training as someone, myself, in an 8 would do. But you're out there on your own, battling against these 8s and, you know, doing the same mileage, and you've got no one to talk to, no one to share the burden with. And it's tough. It's a real tough ask.
One of the traditional shots of Henley Royal Regatta, scullers coming down, split by the umpires, launch. Matthew Pinsent there, the umpire on this race, not really being challenged or asked to get involved in anything because, as you'd expect, Mahe Drysdale, West End Rowing Club, New Zealand, but we know him as the Olympic champion. Stretching out again, just taking the rate down now. He knows he has it under control. And I think he'll be very respectful, won't he, of Seb Devereux. He won't row scull away now. He'll allow Seb perhaps just to come back again, realising the freshman from University of Washington, he was brave to take him on in that early stages. And he'll just be respectful to let the gap close up a little bit.
He will, but you know, it's hard when you take it down, having been at full pace, and you take it down like this. It's quite hard to go back up again, and sometimes people mess it up. So I don't know, you never know. Seb Devereux is strong and tough. He won the quad, the Prince of Wales quad last year with 2 guys, Jack Beaumont and Angus Groom, who are now really incredible scullers and established themselves in the GB rowing team. So, and he is one of those guys. Okay, he probably hasn't been in the single as much, but you know, he's not going to give up. Look at him, he's still going for it and could catch Mahe unawares.
That's the thing, it's cat and mouse, particularly in single sculls. That's what we always talk about on the bigger international scene here. It's moving through 500, moving through the second 500, poised and ready to go and sprint for the last quarter here. The gladiatorial nature of this is that you put a psychological punch in as early as you can to close the door, but sometimes, you're not going to have it here. Mahe's too cute really to allow anything to happen here. But Sev should just keep going, keep on him, because also for him it's a matter of pride. He'll take away a program that will have his name alongside the Olympic champion. And a great day for that for Seb Devereux. The crowd appreciating what they're seeing in both scullers here. Mahe Drysdale, the defending champion from last year, continues just to be long and relaxed. One of the most powerful scullers out there. Psychologically getting tougher and tougher. As we come out now and see Seb Devereux from Leander Club, who qualified for this regatta. He can go out knowing he's done himself and the club very proud. Mahe over the line first. Coming up now, Seb Devereux, Leander Club. Well, he'll live to tell some pretty impressive stories of taking on the Olympic champion that time at Henley Royal Regatta when I led him off the island. Crowds continue to be here. Fantastic, Alex. I mean, you must just be gagging to go now, yeah? What time? Do you know what time you're racing tomorrow?
No, we don't know yet. We won't find out till racing finishes this afternoon, this evening. But that's okay. We're going down early in the morning, 7 o'clock, to have a row, have a pre-paddle, and get on with the day.
And just check the timings of the race. If you can't join us here, come get online, YouTube, join us for all the racing tomorrow, but join us for the men's 8 as well. Alex and his boys coming down here for the first time, racing the Australian squad. Move now to the Temple Challenge Cup. This is the cup for university and student 8s. Again, well contested, Columbia University. We'll be on, or in the white boat there, on our left of our picture as we're looking, as we come out now, Hobart. Hobart are the selected crew here.
Attention, go. Get ready, please.
This should be a cracker.
Brett.
Hobart's ready. We're ready to go. We're ready to race in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Go!
Columbia University, USA on the left, Hobart College University, USA on the right. And the early stages, just in the first 5 strokes, Columbia University easing out there. Hobart College coming out to the middle of the course here, slightly offline here. We know that the water is coming onto the stake boats from the right-hand side in the early part of the races. And now Sam Zuckerman taking corrective action, easing back in, taking the straight line. Looks like a boy there in the middle of the course, and they're being warned here because Hobart continued to come across into Columbia University's water, and every time that Sam Zuckerman puts his rudder on here, that is taking speed off the boat.
Yeah, that's not an ideal thing for a cox to do, because especially off the start, you want to be going up and down those slides on your seats straight as you possibly can, and when you're going full tilt off the start, any sort of movement, and that can come from the steering, any sort of movement might put you off and you might catch the water a little bit, which was happening there a minute ago, but looks like they're back on track and it's quite close.
Columbia University, USA just tracking the booms here, looking a little better. They'll have the better water here. The great thing about these courses that at various parts down the 2,112 meters, you get a little bit of advantage, just on the margins. So in the first part to the barrier, the advantage is on the far side. So you want to be going in and past the barrier with your nose ahead, because you know in the next part, the next quarter of the race, as we veer out towards Fawley, it becomes the advantage of Hobart College. And so in the early stages, the first quarter now down, Columbia University, USA taking advantage of that as they drive out. They've come away from all the crowds here. You can see a little bit of crosswind coming from the left-hand side. So again, tactically, you've just got to think about where you are on the course. Don't use the rudder, pick your line, defend your water. And still we're seeing Hobart College USA just weaving around a little bit. And every time they do that, it just hands a little bit more advantage to Columbia. As we come onto the drone now, overhead here. But it's still close, it's still there tight. As long as Columbia lead by half a length, as long as there's only about that much, Hobart College, sitting to the left of your picture there, are right in amongst it all. This is a great race to the halfway mark. Alex, talk us through now. You're sitting half a length up in your case against the Australia tomorrow. What would you be doing coming to the halfway mark? What's the call? What's the game plan?
I'm not going to give away the game plan right now. My opposition are going to be watching this, I'm sure, and listening. No, when you come to halfway, and whatever point in the race you are, if you're half a length up, you've got to make it a length. And if you're a length up, you've got to make it 2 lengths. In an 8, you've got to get out as far as you possibly can ahead. It's very, very difficult to come back in an 8. A stroke man and the crew that's down feels so far away from the stern guy, the front guy of the other boat. You can't see you can only see puddles, you can only feel puddles, so it's a huge psychological advantage in an 8 to get as far up as you possibly can. So it really is a battle, flat out, as far down the course as you can possibly go. And I think that's what Columbia are doing quite well here. They beat Imperial College yesterday by a length, and it's looking like a kind of similar race at the moment, but they're still in touch. Hobart's still in touch. It's exciting. This is a good race.
So if you were going to call it, it can still go any way here. Columbia University on the bark station as they come underneath us. That's the left-hand side, 3/4 of a length. Coming out a little bit more from their boom. That's what I would be doing if I was steering this boat now, because you're out in the middle of the course here. Just put the puddles down, because you can see, look at the puddles coming down the right-hand side on the Columbia boat here. Make it just a little bit uncomfortable for Hobart, because that will just disrupt their rhythm. And it seems to be working now. Columbia University easing out again, 3/4, perhaps just a fraction more. They need, though, a length lead at the top of the enclosures to step on. They're still in the danger zone. As we come out onto the wide course here, and we're seeing Henley resplendent in all the colours, all the pageantry and tradition, but on the course here it is all about brutal strength here. This is going to be a battle and a fight right to the last line, last stroke. Every stroke now matters, because look how close these crews are here. Right back at it. Hobart now coming back. They've moved from a half a length, 3/4 of a length down to a 1/4 of a length here. The race right on here. They're through the general enclosure. They're now coming into the stewards enclosure. They'll mark every part of the course.
This race is brilliant. Both coxers will be screaming at their crew to increase the rate. There's nothing left to lose. This is the final for them. For one of these crews won't be racing tomorrow, and they just have to get that rate up and sprint to the line now. There's not long to go. Let's do this. This is a great race.
So coming through the progress board, traditionally about the last 10 strokes. Hobart College still sitting just second here now. They're on the right. This is the Columbia University. It's going to be very close here for the very last time. Both coxes, Sam Zuckerman in the Hobart College boats and Waiku in the Columbia University crew pushing the guys on here, but Columbia now holding off Hobart College, and it is Columbia University squeezing away. Well, it was almost overlap, almost level at the halfway down the enclosures, but Columbia University held off a challenge, a valiant challenge from Hobart College. It is Columbia University through to the next round, and Hobart College, well, they ran out of course. It was a valiant effort, but today it's not to be. That's what we come to Henley about, to see those kind of races.
Agony, that's so painful for both crews, but when you're in the winning crew, it's a little bit less than the losing crew. Those boys in that losing crew are going to feel that hurting inside and out, and poor guys, but well done to Columbia. Awesome race.
So we say goodbye to Alex Gregory. Alex, thank you very, very much for joining us this afternoon, and I'm proud to say, and it's a pleasure to sit alongside Alison Mowbray, Olympic silver medalist back in 2004 for Great Britain in the women's quads. Good afternoon, Alison.
Good afternoon.
How's it going? Enjoying the regatta so far, the last few days behind the commentary box, getting in there, seeing it all happening from a retired position now?
I know, and I was enjoying it definitely today, watching from the bank and then up at the start this morning and watching from the grandstands, but I've been sat watching some of these pictures, and I think if anything what makes me want to get back in the boat is watching those drone shots, just watching those boats moving. Heck, that makes you want to get back in a boat.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Still the crowds though are here for us, yeah? They're still remaining.
And I think what's so impressive, I think you mentioned earlier, you know, there is this kind of idea that people are here to drink Pimm's and socialise, and of course there is that going on, but those grandstands are packed and the deck chairs are packed. And there's, you know, you can't take your Pimm's out there. There's not a drinking site. They are packed with people watching the racing, and
absolutely,
and really knowledgeable people. You know, waiting for the races and cheering the crews and giving them their attention and enjoying the sunshine as well, as you can see.
when you come to the enclosures down here, it's all about the rowing, isn't it? I mean, it is a myth in terms of when you come to Henley Royal Regatta. Down this end, this is where the real passionate fans are watching it, whatever day you come down.
Yeah, and Henley caters for both of it, because you've got the nice tea breaks and lunch breaks, and then you can come back and see the racing.
So the next race is the next heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. Well, we've still Hobart go down to Columbia in the last one. Columbia will race the winners of this race, this heat. Princeton University behind us on the next station, but we're looking here, Université de Lyon, France. I've seen the University of Lyon here at Henley for over 15 years. Several under 23 and junior, ex-junior members of the French team on board here. So it should be quick. Alongside them, Princeton. This is the third varsity 8 from Princeton. Okay, they're coming under starters orders. The Temple Challenge Cup, the event for student 8s.
Get ready, please.
Just make your heart beat quicker, just watch.
Boxes not ready, just waiting, getting straight. A lot of water coming off the island to the right, which is affecting Princeton University. They race against the stream here. It's getting a stern warning.
Attention! Go!
So the Temple Challenge Cup is underway between Université de Lyon, France on the left of your picture, and Princeton University on the right. In the early stages, 50 meters out, through 75, out to 100. University of Lyon from France just looking to have the edge here, but we now expect Princeton University just to wind it up. Look again, the crew's starting to just veer out. A lot of water on the right-hand side on the buck station here, and having to just correct themselves. David McFall, the coxswain of the Princeton crew, really coming back on there, and as a result of that, Princeton come away from the Temple Island 2 or 3 feet down, and now having to find their rhythm. The advantage in the early stages here, University of Lyon.
Yeah, so many crews on that buck station have done that a bit off the start. We've seen seem to really
water.
take something. But a lot of water. There was a lot of water here generally.
Just moving off the Temple. They race against the stream.
But look at this. I mean, we've been waiting for a close race. I was commentating yesterday on the protections. I've been waiting for a close race, and I really hope, looking at the form of these two boats, that we would get one. And I'm really, really hoping now that we will get a close race. Both of these crews have come through pretty easily. Université de Lyon beat Eton on Wednesday, and then Lager, the Netherlands, very comfortably yesterday. Princeton University beat Liverpool University, my old, where I learnt to row, so I'm very sad to see that. But they had them by the barrier, really. So they've got the form coming through, but it is now Université de Lyon is inching out. Off the start, they had the lower rate, so it looked like Princeton University kind of really, really hit that start hard. Université de Lyon are just a little bit more relaxed and got out to length a bit quicker.
Coming up now to the barrier. Traditionally around the first quarter mark done here. 2009 was the last time Princeton University won this event here. They're going to have to move in the second quarter of this course if they're going to continue the challenge and put that right. They are down by about quarter to a third of a length from the University of Lyon. You'd expect that though, because the French student crew here packed full of under 23 ex-junior internationals. Pretty good junior system at France here. The French work on. You can see that coming together, a good centre of excellence for student rowing at the University of Lyon. They're now out to about 3/4 of a length, and right on the edge of being warned, University of Lyon. Just a little move there. See that they've come out. They don't need to put the rudder on so quickly. You're okay there. In the middle, you could put the puddles down. Just start to disrupt the Princeton crew here because you're not being warned by the umpire. Now, though, Lyon just easing back in and giving Princeton a bit more of clean water. But the race is definitely still on here, but the run looks better from Lyon.
Yeah, you can see they're just about chaining there, so still at 35 rate, and they're getting there. What's great about these kind of overhead shots is you can see the puddles and you can see where they're putting the blades in, and they're nearly getting the same gap between the new set of puddles as the 4 blades that are in there, but it's still very close. I mean, this Université of Lyon crew is selected crew, I believe, here, and they were silver in the World University Rowing Championships, so this is an academic 8s race, and they've been second in the world at academic 8s pretty much, so you know, you'd expect them to be out in front, but this Princeton University is giving them a good race, aren't they?
Phenomenal shots here from the droners. We are almost in the boat. We're allowed to get in there and just experience what's going on, the drama of it, the brutality, because that is what, beyond the pims and all the socializing and whatnot that goes on, this event is essentially 2 things. It is addictive because it is brutal. And what we're seeing right now is a fight out there. This is the Temple Challenge Cup here. And after a somewhat shaky start, Princeton, who are on the right of your picture, at one point, they're about a third to a half a length down here. They are fighting. They are being made to fight for every single stroke all the way down this course. We are through Remenham Club on the left-hand side. 2/3 of the course done. They're into the final third. The race is going to go right to the line here. And Lyon have just got great composure here. Everything that Princeton are firing at them, throwing at them, they're dealing with it, Alison.
Yeah, I mean, the Princeton crew, from being Harvard, they got back to within a canvas, didn't they? They got back to really thought they might take it, and the University of Lyon, they just kept relaxed, they kept pushing on. I mean, they have looked really impressive through the heats and the races up to here. And now we're coming down to the grandstand, and sitting in there earlier today, what was so fantastic was you can't see anything until they come down, but you have the commentary on the markers. And each time when there's a race and they say it's a canvas coming down, the whole grandstand goes, woo, you know, and it's like they know there's a close race coming and everyone puts their attention. So they'll be gripped in there at the moment now with excitement, waiting for this close race. After a series of processions, here we go.
So now
they're taking it up.
In through the general enclosure, a little under a minute from here. It's just 10 strokes followed by 10 strokes followed by 10 strokes, and just hanging on because Princeton now need to go one more time here, because still composed, the University of Lyon from France here have just been superb. Surely they can't lose it right at the end. They've held off Princeton University. The crowds are now just urging both of these crews as they're getting very close here in the middle of the lane. The umpire now warning University of Lyon that now will just take a bit of speed off them.
Lyon back up to 38 there, back up to 39, but they've had somewhere to go because they've maintained the composure. They've had that extra gear, so when they were challenged, they've got it, they've lifted, they're back up there, they're pulling it back out to a length now, coming into the last 100 metres now.
Through the progress board, and it looks as though University of Lyon have just held off that last push from Princeton University. They came oh so close on the edge there to clashing or getting close into water. They were warned away, but University of Lyon through safely and will race Columbia. And listen to the roars from all of those students. And Anthony Benoit in the coxing seat here has done a fantastic job of getting his crew cool, calm and composed. And remember, look, that's the reaction, and this is only a quarter-final. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the magic of Henley Royal Regatta.
Just looking at that crew there, got Vincent Nairo in bow there. His notes said that he got into rowing because his mother said he was fat.
There.
That's why he got into rowing, and look at him now doing this out here. So inspiration for all the kids out there, certainly.
Sport for everybody, and such an inclusive sport at all levels. I'm always seeing, particularly from London 2012 as well, the participation increasing as well in our sport.
Well, that academic 8, I think 66 entries had to be whittled down to 32 through qualifiers. So, you know, half of the crews that wanted to be in it couldn't even make it to the regatta because it was so popular. I mean, that's the wonder of it. And we've got 2 international crews competing there, which the Temple, it's been, apart from Oxford Brooks, who won it last year, it's been dominated by foreign crews for the last sort of seven out of the last 8 years. So it's, you know, popular all around the world.
There it is. Look, a mixture of emotions there in the boats, safely through to the weekend. Still plenty of races to come. The next one will be the Visitors Challenge. We have another hour's race, and we're going all the way through to 7:20. We're going to finish on that one with the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. And we'll look forward to seeing Ollie Cook and Stuart Innes there from University of London and Leander Club. Squad pairs there. So we're going to close out this third day in fine style. But next up will be the Visitors Challenge. Alison, what are you up to these days, having retired out with your Olympic medal and everything?
Well, I had 10 years of working quite hard because I hadn't any money, and then I managed to save a bit, and so now I've kind of gone freelance and I'm travelling a lot. I'm quite enjoying that. But I'm really looking for next week. I'm going to do my little stint of rowing coaching at Eton Rowing Courses, which
Fantastic.
is always my favourite week of the year. Get out there on a bike and do some shed some wisdom again. I have a week's worth of wisdom, and I have to leave. So
I've only got 2,000 metres worth of wisdom, so I've got to spare it over the 5 days here. Anyway, we're now down to the start of the Visitors Challenge Cup. I'll talk more about the Eton Rowing Course after this race. The Visitors Challenge for top university and top club, Coxless Falls, born out though of the top universities.
Attention! Go!
So Harvard University A on the right, Sydney Rowing Club, Australia on the left. Through that, again, pretty quick both these crews as we get to this is the quarterfinals. We'd expect them to be quick and fast.
Sydney out there, very close. Again, the steering of that.
There's something going on here.
Again,
All
the steering
the
of that
crews.
box, even the coxed boats, and you could just, you could just see it a little bit on the water.
There's a lot going on. So you can see here the island on the right-hand side. Okay, they're going against the stream. The water comes down here, so it's coming fast off the top of the island and pushing the swirl coming around. A lot of the umpires that I've spoken to over the last few days have said they're just having problems in that first 150 metres.
I must say that all these Sydney Rowing Club from Australia crews, the 4 of them here actually at this regatta, the biggest contingent they've ever brought, in that very distinctive pale, they're out, it's sky blue, and you can see today it is exactly sky blue, isn't it? The sky blue and the white is exactly the Henley sky today. They've all looked, really, really good here, and it's a big investment to bring these crews over, and they want to do something.
Well, you're saying exactly, and the investment from Sydney Rowing Club here has been, phenomenal here. Head coach Donovan Chech, 2004, the Olympics that you were at, a bronze medal in the coxless pair there, so a medalist there. They've brought him. The development coach James Chapman. Those of you astute followers of international rowing, silver medalist with Drew Kinn in London. So there's plenty of top quality coaching here for Sydney Rowing Club as we're coming through now the barrier.
So it's interesting, we've still got Sydney really going for it. They're at sort of 36 now to Harvard. You can just see her 34, 35 are just a little bit more, even though they're down, they've relaxed a little bit more. And this Harvard crew, I mean, they're very impressive too. I don't know if you remember, so yesterday they were the crew in the race that had to restart. So the German crew, Rudovine Munster, steered straight into them yesterday, had to restart the race after the end of the island. And that Harvard crew really impressed actually watching them yesterday, because the Germans were then all fired up and really went off, and the Harvard crew just sat down or sat level and came back through to win the race. But I must say they never lost contact, and they've just lost contact here, haven't they? I think there's just a little bit of clear water between these two crews now.
Looks like as we come to the halfway mark through Fawley.
And it's interesting again, just seeing these two crews, two coxless boats, but rigged differently, and that's often to do with the steering, because it's very important with no expert cox like yourself in the boat. They've got to do that all themselves, and you've got often that is real proper distribution of power to make sure the boats go straight. And the Sydney crew, maybe that's why they've rigged their boat in that slightly unusual way compared to the Harvard crew there.
And we continue to say the importance of this regatta here. It's gladiatorial, it really is. All of these guys will be at the top of their game, even though we're early stages, quarterfinal day Friday, they're still top of their game. We're seeing very good top level university crews, coxless fours here. But again, when it comes down to side-by-side racing, when you've done your long winter training, anybody can do good scores on the ergo, anybody can put miles out on the water, but head-to-head racing, match racing, it's all upstairs. It's all about psychological warfare. And at the moment, what we're seeing now is the Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, having the better of it. But Harvard are fighters. They traditionally go over all the Harvards for as long as I've been back in the day when I was racing Harvard. They go off, they stay at around between 35, 36. They go most of the course on that, and then they lift it at the end. But that middle pace is effective. So they're still in touch here, and they will have a sprint. It's not looking pretty, but at the end of the day, as long as they've got speed and they're in touch, that's all they'll want.
This is what they did yesterday. They just rode their own race down, and then they had the extra gear left to come back, and they have been a pip under the Sydney Rowing Club the whole way down. So I think they might have a spare gear. Unfortunately, they've come across the river a little bit, so if they go up now, they're going to be a little bit, they have to steer. That won't help them.
This is not good. This is not good. Boris Rankov just warning the umpire, warning Harvard to come around. He's now showing that that's the middle line to take, but still Harvard coming around again now. Harvard coming out, so we could have a clash here, and if we have a clash, the race will be given to Sydney Rowing Club Australia. But this is just looking, well, it's looking sloppy. It has to be sloppy. And what's happening now is that Harvard have lost their rhythm, they've lost their timing. They've got a last bit here. One final push to recollect, get it back together. They're at the general enclosure, give or take a few seconds, a minute to the line. And we would expect now that Harvard would just be pushing on. But it looks as though Sydney Rowing Club are the more composed here in the Visitors Challenge Cup.
Of course, Harvard are the holders of this event, so they want to come back and they'd have expectations. But in the stroke seat of the Sydney boat, Josh Hicks there, he was in the winning Harvard crew last year, so he kind of knows what he's doing, and he's there and he's still managing to pace it perfectly. They've responded to every challenge. Now Harvard have jacked it up. They've they've got their extra gear now, but it's a long way. They've got to pull back. That little wobble didn't help them when they tried to take it back up last time. They've still got a long way to make up now.
Pure, absolute brilliant conditions. Look at that. Just flat water, a little bit of cross tail here will help them. They're coming up to the progress board though, but Harvard have left it just a bit too late. By a length now into the last 10 strokes, 100 metres out from the line. Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, leading Harvard University, which is their winners of the event last year, but it's not going to be their turn this time round. Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, over by a length, and Harvard University will be bitterly disappointed, particularly with their steering. So the freshmen from Harvard University, the A crew, beaten on the day from Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, in the event for Top University Coxless Falls. Next up will be the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup at 6:30 as we just look at a little re-row there. And lots to do with steering as well, letting these crews down. There's so much going on, Alison. You just got to have your line, stick to your line. We're seeing there, that was in rowing terms, that was a disaster for Harvard.
Yeah, they had those crew. I mean, I don't know. They had the two things, but the fact that Sydney had it absolutely nailed on the steering really just helped them. It just helps your rhythm, because you think you don't lose much by the actual detour, but in a Cox's boat, what it means is you've got someone steering, but you've got to then lighten off a bit on one side to get it back, and you've got to kind of then adjust, and it just disrupts your rhythm a little bit when you want to go for it.
Just a view beyond the start, around the Henley Bend towards Hambledon Lock, the warm-up area. All the crews go down around the outside of Temple Island. The crews you're seeing there just waiting to come on for their race. Next on though,
those beautiful launches, and to be full of people, because you've got the umpire and you've got the spectators from both crews, and then you've got the stewards and the officials and the race recorder all on there.
You've got the ice cream van on the left as well.
And we mustn't forget,
is that the ice cream van?
Well, the ice cream van, but the state boat boys and girls, they don't get, they're there all day now in the boiling heat, and they don't get. We'll have a shout out for the state boat boys and girls doing a fantastic job. It's a very important relationship between the stroke and the state boat, because you're kind of facing each other off that start.
So this is the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, the event for club quadruple sculls. Two composite crews, Cardiff University, Sir William Borlase, the selected crew in the yellow boats. Tideway Scullers School and Molesey Boat Club, also a selected crew. That'll be on the right-hand side as we look at the crews moving away. Dave Bell in the bow seat, Luke Moon, Fred Gill, Mark Kenny. Strokes from the Tideway Scullers School.
Yeah, we've got a lot of GB trialists and a lot of GB juniors and under-23s in this event, sitting in these 8 seats here. These are the moments when you're sat here, and people who don't row, when you ask them what you're thinking about, they think, oh, you're thinking about the victory, you're thinking about the finish. And that's not what you're thinking about, is it, Gary? as a cox, I'm not sure. What were you thinking of as a cox? Because as a rower, I was thinking of the first 3 strokes only. What were you thinking about?
Keep the boat straight.
Exactly.
You just want the boat in the first 5 strokes to go straight.
And that's it. I just need to get my first 3 strokes ready, because if I mess those up, I'm not winning anyway.
Attention. Go. Get ready,
So that's
please.
the lineup. It's going to be a tight race. It's going to be a great race here. Another one here.
Attention. Go.
So the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup is underway. The event for club quadruple sculls with Cardiff University and Sir William Ballers composite on the left, Molesey Boat Club and the Tideway Scullers School on the right here. And plenty of form for your junior trialists, under 23s going in here. So plenty of experience in this, in both crews. So you'd expect a good tight race, particularly out to the barrier, which is the quarter mark point here.
And you can just see there, perhaps, you know, they're slightly different in the technique of moving a sculling boat to moving a rowing boat. They do have that really quick round the turn, finishing front. It's just, whereas in the 8s that we've just seen and the rowing boats that we've just seen, the 8s and 4s we've just seen, kind of perhaps a bit more of a push back off the finish. And here, you finish and get round, finish and get round. You push it on and you get on to the next stroke.
This was your boat in the Olympics.
Yeah.
When you watch this now, you know, again, you know more than any in terms of how it feels when it's just riding high and perfect timing and that release. When the blade comes out of the water and you know that's been a good stroke, a great stroke. Yeah. Must be such a feeling of satisfaction.
I mean, what I can feel when I watch this, or when you watch some good quads moving the boat, what you're looking for really is just that moment of poise actually on the catch. Because you want to be quick in there, but there's almost a moment of pause to get the blade in while your legs, your shins are still right up against, so you've got all your leg drive. And you can see it here in this crew here. Even though they're behind, you can see they get right up there, they get the blades dropped in, and there's just a moment of patience and then a push back. And I can feel that in my body, you know, when I think about that, you can feel like you're pushing that with your glutes completely. You know, again, what people who don't row think is like it's all about your arms. It's a good job it wasn't, because I don't have any, or like I can't do a single pull-up. It is all about your legs, your glutes, your back, strength. That's where the strength comes from, and the arms are just there to to be technical. So
that's the Tideway Scullers Molesey Boat Club composite crew currently struggling in the first third of the race. Little timing marks you can see. Closest left is the mile, back 3/4 of a mile. Front of that, around that point, would be the Fawley mark, which is traditionally the halfway mark here on a course that spans some 2,112 meters. 1,047 to the halfway.
So they're looking now quite comfortable out there. That Cardiff University William Ballers composite. Actually, it's a triple composite. I believe the bow, George Stewart, is Bristol University. I think he's got the black and red of the Bristol University kit on. He's a mechanical engineer from Bristol University. So it's a triple composite, but the Henley rules state you're only allowed 2 in the programme. So if you have more than 2, you always have a bit of a fight about who actually gets whose club name gets in the programme. So I don't know how they decided that one, that Bristol didn't get in, but we'll give them a mention anyway since they're doing so well out here. That's some really beautiful quad sculling. So you can just see the poise of put the blades in, just the moment before you put the blades in, and then the quick round the turn, back onto the feet. So traditionally we might talk about the finish of the stroke. We often think about it, the finish being with the hands into the body. But I always think about it in sculling, and what I teach when I'm going to teach the kids next week is I teach them to think about the finish of the stroke being when you get your hands back over your knees. So you think about the finish back over the knees, and then you've got all the time in the world. Even here at like 34, 35, 36, you've got all the time in the world to float forward, to collect together, put the blades in again, and push them back. Wow, what a shot.
Yeah,
and what a margin. They've really, they're not one to... It's interesting when, they're winning so comfortably by here. It always makes me think that they've got a plan, not just for winning, but for what they're going to do with the race if you are winning. So we also we had this at Henley when I raced here in 2004, and we were the British national crew, so you'd expect to beat some of the club crews, and so you go out and you want to make sure and you want to nail your start, but you have a plan. Right, we will race it too, because it's actually part of your training. So these guys, this is part, you can't have the whole week off, actually.
Well, Jürgen Grober on the men's side as well just trains it through.
So you do.
They take it all the way through because you've got Lucerne coming up the week after Henley Royal Regatta.
So you decide what you're going to do. It's like, right, today is going to be a 1,000-metre piece. We're going to race it. So we're going to race it to 1,000. We're going to do it, and then you decide where it is that you're going to be, and you decide what you want to get out of this row, no matter where you are, and row your own race. But they've looked really good here today.
Cardiff University, Sir William Borless.
They have aspirations in their crew notes. They've all put individually. They're really looking forward to turning Leander over. So we'll see. I mean, Leander are the holders of this event and won it for the past 5 years, I believe. And we've got a Leander crew in this event and the Leander composite that we saw, the Leander composite, Leander Brooks composite that we saw earlier. But I wonder whether this crew can take them on. What do you reckon?
Looking pretty smart now, looking very good. Again, dealing with some of the water, a couple of washes coming in, sneaking in under the booms. Just a little wobble every so often, but the confidence is there. They're out, and you can just compare, you can see. Tight look, wonderful shot, back behind. Look at the hands moving, and the blaze just in sync, perfect unison here. And remember, this is an event, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup for club quadruple sculls, so that top of the game, but they are in the club side, but still plenty of experience in them. Actually, these guys will be on the cusp of the trials for the British team, whether under 23s, whether seniors. Some of these names: Tom Barras, Alex Haynes, Fraser Christie, and George Stewart up in the bows will be names to look out for over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, they've all done well at trials. George Stewart was 18th, Fraser Christie was 15th, Alex Haynes was 17th at trials. So they've all, this is why they're in this boat together. They've done well, they've done really well, and they wanted to keep them together and do something with them. And well, they're doing something with them, aren't they? They're doing something. They've certainly done something today, and be really fantastic. I don't know who they come up against tomorrow, but that'll be.
Well, they're live with race Cardiff University and the Agecroft composite, or the Leander crew.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see.
Well, there we go.
Over the line, second place, tied with Scullers and Molesey. So in the race of two selected crews on the day, Cardiff University and Sir William Borless showed us just how to scull a quadruple scull. They're through to Saturday, tied with Scullers and Molesey. Well, it's one event for them, but we'll see the individuals in that comeback, and they'll be stronger for it over the years to come. Just give you a little update there on the last event in the visitors. Sydney won that event. Sydney equalled the course record. So again, showing you late in the afternoon, a little bit of cross breeze coming in on that station, the station that they were on. It's favoured them there. Not a bad thing to go into the weekend with a new course record.
Course record for the whole course?
For the whole course, yeah.
Wow.
In the event.
Okay.
So listen, just to let you, while we're just watching this in time, if you fancy having a go at the sport, taking it up, and you're in the juniors, you're still at school and whatever, look up the Eton rowing course, please do, because you'll get a chance. They're booked out this year. Look them up, get in there, book early, January.
Get in there early. Look on the website now and put it in your diary and get in there.
So many guys, Debbie Flood came through the Eton rowing course as well.
But mainly, we do. It is, but mainly we just try and give the kids the best week of their lives, and they learn to row. They row 3 times a day anyway, but somehow they have. We also, it's just about a hugely positive thing. But anybody, I mean, that's where maybe the kids can learn to row. But the great thing about rowing is you learn.
You know these two here, a couple of your former teammates.
I'm sure Gwyn's not checking Facebook updates there. I'm sure she's checking something very important.
Catherine Granger contemplating not only the start, but whether or not she has made the right decision to come back a year out from Rio. I know she's made the right decision.
Well, two Henley stewards there doing important duties.
Gwyn Batten, Olympic silver medalist. But in charge of the start. Again, real hands-on job, former and current members of the Olympic team running the regatta here, in charge of the start. And the start that we are looking at is that of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. All these wonderfully elaborate and romantic names here. This is the event for the Open and International Coxless pairs. An event that back in the day, Redgrave and Pinson dominated for so many years. More latterly, it's gone down to Eric Murray and Hamish Bond, the Kiwis. Not here, chosen not to race this time round. They've won this event 3 times the Kiwis between them. Let's open it up a little bit. So Jake Brown and Sam Thornton from Manchester University on the left-hand side. David Hunt and Sean Keeling from University of Pretoria, South Africa. Plenty of form on Hunt and Keeling. I'll tell you more about that down the race here. We're coming under starters' orders. The heat of the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup. The event for open international coxless pairs is about to start, and you can still see on the right-hand side there on the buck station, the South African is just not happy. So much movement in the water.
But otherwise, I mean, that is a beautiful day for rowing. You'd want to put a boat on that.
Attention!
Here we go.
Go!
Just squeezed off, and again, just the power of the South Africans. It's short, it's stabby, but it's effective. They're out quickly. The steering isn't great here. What they're doing is they've overcompensated for the crosswind coming in on the left-hand side, but they're not realizing that there's a lot of movement in the actual water itself in the first 100 off the line, but they're now compensated back on track. It is David Hunt and Sean Keeling from South Africa. Bang, 3 feet off the booms here, away from the top of the island. And on the left-hand side, Jake Brown and Sam Thornton from Manchester University. But these guys from Manchester University won senior coxless pairs at the Pairs Head back in October last year, and they won the elite coxless pairs at Marlow Regatta. And that is an event that the stewards look at across all of the categories here at Henley Royal when they look at the CD crews. But you would expect here that David Hunt and Sean Keeling. Sean lost the final of this event last year. In 2014, he was 3rd at the World Rowing Championships with a different partner, Vincent Briggs. He's changed his partner. David Hunt has come in here now. We would expect this is the pair that will represent South Africa at the World Championships later this year in Egg-Ballet. And remember, Egg-Ballet, the Worlds this year, is all about qualification for the Olympic Games next year. But look, that's just absolutely...
It was a bit of a textbook demonstration of how to do a start, wasn't it? I mean, because we had that real close-up, and you could just see the short strokes, the short stabby strokes. They were up there at 45, 46, which in a pair, it's a brave thing to do, you know, and then they're up there, and then still in the 40s at the end of the island, and you could see there was just one stroke where probably the bow would have called it, and they brought it down 2 or 3 pips, still kept it high, and now they've really settled, and it's taken them out to a significant lead. I mean, you'd have expected it from these rowers, but they wanted to make absolutely sure. They wanted to, practice their start and race conditions.
Look at the flags on the right-hand side, particularly those white ones, just showing you the cross tail that's benefiting the crews at the moment, coming on in the first part of the race. Fode and Langridge are the top pair for Great Britain in this event, and one of the favoured overall favourites. They're safely through to Saturday. For David Hunt and Sean Keeling in the first instance, they will have assessed going down to the start where the wind is and whether it's worth taking it on to the barrier. It looks as though they've just settled down a little bit here. They've come off their top pace. They know they're clear.
Yeah, you've got Manchester University pair. They were still up at 35, 36. They were going to race it all the way. Why wouldn't you? But the South African pair now dropped it down to sort of 30, 31. Just keeping an eye. It's from there. It doesn't look like they're that much ahead, but I believe they are. But they've got the measure of them. They're just taking a good look. It's difficult again to see the distances. You've got.
Yeah, they're definitely.
Yeah, you see once you come side on, it's just it's well opened up.
And quite hard in those circumstances to keep the pace on, even if you've got a bit of a breeze pushing you down. It's cross, but occasionally apart. It can give you a little bit of a push on the tail side here. And it's a mark of the quality of the event that Eric Murray and Hamish Bond 2013, they equaled the course record in this event of 6:56. That course record set way back in 1995 but by one SG Redgrave and MC Pinsent. Get top quality out there over the generations.
And of course, quite unusually for Henley, there only is this class. So if you want to row a pair, this is your event. And as we see here, if you're rowing a pair, and if you're a university crew, then you're going to come up against an international crew, and that you don't have any other choice. So, except yesterday, I do believe I invented a new boat class of rudderless pairs, which a new boat class at Henley, just for that one-off race.
Well, they're bringing in,
under the pressure.
They're bringing in lots of new events, so you can get that in.
I'm not quite as, under the pressure of the commentary seat, Gary, I'm not quite as experienced as you, and under the pressure, I think I got that a little bit confused. But I remember it kind of came back to me on the cycle home with a bit of a like, oh yeah, on the way back. But these, look at that. It's just when you've got a pair going well, that just feeling of that, because the timing has to be so exact, because if the timing's not just the timing of the catch, but the timing of the pressure all the way through the stroke. When you're in a pair, and if you're not getting that together, it's scary, because the kick between, you feel like you're going to tip the boat over each time. So the feeling actually of racing flat out in a pair, which I haven't done many times, but the feeling of is just exhilarating.
Sean Keeling to the right of your picture in the bow seat. Won the goblets this event back in 2008 on that occasion for Trident Rowing Club. So knows plenty about it, lots of experience. Again, this is an international pair. We would see them, although rowing for University of Pretoria, South Africa on this occasion. On the international side, they will line up at Lucerne next week, racing for South Africa.
And this Manchester University pair, this is not a bad pair. They for what they do, they as I said, they won the senior pairs at the Pairs Head, which is pretty prestigious, and at Marlow Regatta a couple of weekends ago, and they won elite pairs. So this is a very, very good pair, and just against international competition, I think you just see, this is what they have to do here. And again, as we say, at Henley, where else do you get to do this? Come and give it a go and say you've raced the best in the world.
That's it. That's the magic of the place, that you can have a top club crew lining up against a top international standard crew here. Give it a go, get out there, try and challenge them. And now they've got great memories here. And hats off to Jake Brown and Sam Thornton from Manchester University, through on to the Friday quarterfinals day here.
This is the one to win, because it's one of the smallest boats. You've only got 2 people in it, and you get 3 trophies. So you get 2 silver goblets and the Nichols Challenge Cup.
Positively giving them away.
So exactly. So it's well worth. I went down again to look at the trophy. The trophies all laid out in the stewards' enclosure. They are amazing, and accumulated over the years through donations. So this originally was the Silver Goblets race.
We need a Herbert Mowbray Invitational Open quadruple skull coxed mixed.
I earned enough money to buy a big silver trophy like that. But here, and now you get the almost processional past the grandstands, but again, people know what they're watching. They know they're watching a class international crew, and giving them the respect and privilege to watch them.
Just a little look at the progress board that we talk about. The camera's on the progress board, traditionally 10 strokes, and come Sunday afternoon, when you hear the roar of the crowd coming, you're listening out on the Cox boats for progress board, 10 strokes out. But today, David Hunt and Sean Keeling from University of Pretoria, South Africa, making it look very easily over Jake Brown and Sam Thornton from Manchester University. But again, the magic of this place is that club against country sometimes comes side by side. And where else? Here at Henley. Thanks very much then, Alison, for all of that, your great insight, and it is a pleasure now to be joined by Tom, our local rowing expert, who has been working tirelessly on all the research here on all of this. So from all of the lead commentators, we thank you enormously for all of that. But for you getting in amongst all the crews and learning all about it, it's been a great week for you.
It's been a really fun week, actually. I've been out in the boat tents a lot over the last few days, having a chat to a lot of the crews as they come off the water. And it's been really interesting to see their reactions, and some of the crews are incredibly focused. They're expecting to get through. They get through, on to the next race, and some surprise sometimes to get through. And it's nice to see those contrasting reactions from the different boats and the different categories here at Henley this year.
Well, Tom, it's a pleasure to have you on board here, and pleasure to be sitting alongside you as we take everyone through the final 4 races, also to 7:20. So the Prince of Wales Leander Club on the left and Cardiff University and Agecroft on the right.
Attention! Go!
Leander, one of the favoured crews here. Cardiff and Agecroft, third in elite quadruple sculls at Marlow, coached by Mike Hughes. But Leander just looking, as you'd expect, defending champions in this event. The selected crew off, and they're on home water here, so they'll know all about it. They'll have practiced all of this again, Tom, to the end of the island, out to the quarter mile, out to the barrier, the quarter parts of the race here. There'll be a well-drilled crew.
They know exactly what they're doing, and this event is their event over the last few years. We're going to have to unbolt the trophy from the Leander mantelpiece, I think. So they're going for number 6 here. They've got 5 in a row. Is it going to be number 6? And at the moment, on the Friday, heading out towards a length lead. Slightly punchier start from Leander, I thought. 45 strokes a minute off the start. The composite crew had an equally highly rated start, but perhaps not quite the punch that Leander managed to conjure up.
Some balmy 25 degrees still here on this afternoon quarterfinals day of Henley Royal Regatta. Heading into the evening, and Leander Club crew just still pushing on. And what I always love again is just the fact that it's a mark of a crew that knows exactly where they are and what they're doing, that they can, the confidence of the crew, that they can hug the booms down. Just get in underneath, give yourself a little bit of coverage there, and really use the dead water, because now the course starts to move out towards the middle into a somewhat no man's land, and so you want to get as much advantage as you can, and that's what Leander Club are doing as we've gone through the barrier marker.
Yeah, it always gets very quiet in the middle of the course, doesn't it? You notice that when you are racing on the course. And then as the course comes back towards Stewards, you start to hear the crowd again. It's always an exciting moment, particularly if you're in the lead, obviously, to hear yourself coming towards your supporters who are usually based down there.
Well, some of those supporters there, a couple of them not too particularly impressed. They're going to get the shock of their lives when the waves come in from the big launches that follow down, carrying the coaches, the crew supporters, and the umpire as we look head on here. This is just masterful here from Leander Club. Remember, this is high quality stuff we're watching here from the defending champions in this event, and this is an event for club quadruple sculls, so they're not the very top international level, but they look like an international crew, and that's what's great about this event. We're seeing the top club crews in the country, and indeed around the it's open to everybody on that side to come in.
It's always amazing to see the quality both in these kind of club crews, but also at the junior level, in the junior events, the school events, and the student events as well. The quality is just top notch. They may not be going quite as fast, obviously it's the international crews, but the quality is spot on. And it goes to show that the level of coaching we have these days at all levels of the sport is really quite incredible.
Just run down in the stroke seat. The great Jack Beaumont is sitting in there. What a season he has had. He's been in the subbing in the men's heavyweight quadruple scull back at the European Championships. Got himself a medal on that occasion. And between him, Jack, and his doubles partner from last year, Angus Groom, they are just having a brilliant. And I was talking to Jack's dad, Pete Beaumont, a couple of days ago. I remember as I was starting out my career back in what is it? The Olympics of Seoul way back in 1988. I didn't get to Seoul.
It wasn't that long ago.
Listen, I look young for my age. You do me a great service there. And Pete was saying of his son that Jack is just having a great year because they're coming out of under 23s, stepping up. They're in the quad, the men's heavyweight quad, which we'll see later on in the regatta, which is having the time of his life, going from strength to strength there, and doing well. That's what it's about.
It's all about having fun. If you're in this sport, you've got to enjoy it, and the enjoyment comes after all that winter training at events like Henley, where you can get out there and do some racing. And certainly the Leander Club look like they're enjoying this race here. A few little words going on between the crew there, bit of a call going on there, perhaps just to control the race from this point up into Stewards.
This Leander crew just hearing that equal the record to the barrier. So again, if you think about it, this is only quarter-final. This is Friday evening. We've got the weekends, we've got semi-finals, we've got finals to go. Now we don't know what the conditions are going to be like over the weekend, but very rare that in the early stages, unless you're going for it, that you see records being broken.
It is unusual, and today has been very, very impressive on that score, hasn't it? In other events as well, it's been a good day for records. Leander winners at Marlow earlier on in the season a few weeks ago, and looking like they might be on course for another win here.
Jack Beaumont sitting in the 3 seat, making a few calls, and again, just calling his crew on. They've done a great job here. They'll know it's going to get a lot tougher here, but the experience that Jack is getting, rowing at the senior quad level, he'll probably end up in the under 23s again, or just around, hopefully as a spare going into Egbalet, but poised. If he doesn't make the Olympic team next year, the next 4 years out to Tokyo are going to be all his for the taking. So it is Leander Club, one of the selected crews here in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, the event for top club quadruple sculls here. Just showing all the spectators how it is done. Always a dream, really, to watch the top club crew paddling up the enclosures. Cardiff and Agecroft, well, they just really didn't get a look in the first quarter. It was all about Leander settling in the middle, 1,000. The last quarter, just enjoying that. But they will know it's going to get a lot tougher here. But they are the favourites in this event. Very impressive. Just a little look over the shoulder, see where the line is. Job well done. Safely through to the semi-finals. Leander Club dispatching Cardiff University and Agecroft in some style. In the 3 seat there. Just as the confirmation of it, and Jack Beaumont in the 3 seat. The crews will just paddle off for their wind down. As we head into the late Friday evening here, the weather, the conditions have all been conducive to keeping the crowds entertained on the banks, supporting all of these crews. Next up, we're going to be the Visitors Challenge Cup. The first time you're seeing Henley Royal Regatta bringing you all the races, all the excitement from day one through to the weekend. And just a time check for you on Sunday, going live on the red button, on the BBC red button, every single final. And here on YouTube as well, so you can tune in wherever you are. There is no excuse. If you're not down here, join us. And by that time, we are going to be we've got great races already, but it's going to be cracking by Sunday.
It's been fantastic racing all week so far, hasn't it? And I can't wait to see what the weekend serves up for us.
Just to remind you again, anything that you've been reading about, hearing about, the gossip about, you can see all the races. They're all out there on YouTube for your viewing desire. You can scroll through the days, and that is past days, that is. And anything you have seen today you want to hear about, tune in, see it, relive it, rerun it. We are seeing rowing here at Henley Royal Regatta like we have never seen before. So the Visitors Challenge, the Cup, the top event for University Coxcross Falls, University of Washington on the Bark Station. They'll be on the left of your picture, and Yale sitting here in front of us. I'll also tell you about the Yale revitalization program as we get underway.
Wind just picking up a little bit there at the start of the last hour or so. Some of the crews just making sure they get their boats exactly straight, so there's no issues at the start.
Last couple of moments before we get going. Always a tense time. When you look back in the launch that follows, you can see your coach a couple of supporters, you'll get the nod, the wink, the good luck. It's all down to you now. I think the coaches can
Washington! Yale!
They're under starters' orders.
When I see that you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention! Go! Get ready, please. Attention! Go!
Richard Phelps, the race umpire, steward himself, a Henley winner, winning the Grand Challenge Cup back in 1991, gets this Visitors Challenge Cup heat away first time between Yale University on the right, albeit they are moving to the left, which is not allowed, and Richard Phelps just giving them a warning here. And on your left of your picture, University of Washington. The University of Washington, no wins in the visitors, but plenty of history here. They won the Temple Challenge Cup back in 2012, and this is part of the group that came over at the time with strong coach. They've got a brilliant coaching system. But on Yale, we're seeing also resurgent, a lot of money put in on the Yale coaching team as well.
Yeah, they're really coming to the fore, aren't they? I was interested there to have a look at the line that Yale took. Yesterday, they were on the other station, and they had a bit of a row over, to be honest, because Eton, Vikings and Griffin, who they raced, hit the booms on the side that they're now on. So do you think off the start maybe they were being overcautious? They've seen what had happened to their opposite crew yesterday and probably overcompensated a little bit and started to head into the lane of Washington University. Interesting to see anyway. The booms play tricks with you.
You know what, you just want to... The biggest thing when you come to Henley, whether in a Cox's boat or a Cox boat, is do not hit the booms. Do not hit because, that's it. You stop. They're unforgiving, obviously, the wood that they are. And
it's
you have to
race
pick
over.
It up again. Game over.
Race over. And I think that was probably playing on Yale's minds a little bit. I tell you what's happening at the moment. Washington University are looking very strong indeed, aren't they? Look at that rhythm.
So University of Washington, Yale University, the equivalent back across the pond of the Oxford and Cambridge clashes that we have seen over the years on the Thames. Here there's great rivalry. They seem to come a long way for continue that rivalry that they've plenty of times done back home. But here it's very special because of all of the American crews. And remember, as the blades get very close here, this is just remarkable. One of two here of 59 American crews, a record entry for our American visitors, all of which are very welcome here. It's a delight to see the Americans out in whatever boat, universities, and sometimes when they send their big international crews.
It's a pleasure to see the international crews here, isn't it? And we always get a fantastic crop, whether it's from the US or from Europe, Japanese. There's crews from all over the world here.
A little bit of dodgy steering going on in that middle part there as they head towards the halfway mark. So give or take, they're coming to the end now of this, what we would say on a normal course of the second 500 meters out to around 1,000. But the halfway mark here is very cruel because Henley is cruel here. You get to 1,000 meters and you've got to do another 47 before you can say, right, halfway, now we move again. But just shy of an overlap here. We've got University of Washington just leading, holding on to Yale University here. And as long as you can have an overlap in the fours, the distance of a four is still enough to overhaul a length deficit, which Yale are.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and you can come back from this quite easily. What I worry about slightly is Yale just keep on drifting into the Berkshire station and in that dirty water, and that's going to affect them a little bit. They're just starting to correct that now and heading back to their station, but a bit of a rickety course being driven there.
Snapshot there, ladies and gentlemen, of what is Henley. If you're going to define it, if you want to see what it is, this is it. What a great picture we're seeing. The brutality of the race going on here, the crowd supporters, the marquees, and just, the greenery of the place here. This is the magic of Henley Royal Regatta, and it's only Friday afternoon. The race, though, still on between Yale. They haven't rolled over. They're still hounding University of Washington. Such is the rivalry that their steering is not helping them walk any bit here. We've got Pelliot in the stroke seat, Kieran in the 3, Smith at 2, and Bath at bow for Yale University. They've now just lost that overlap as a result of having to put the rudder on here. And University of Washington really, who have just steered this course very exceptionally straight down it, should just enjoy it from here on in. They've broken away here. Schroeder in the 2 seat making a call. And then Pelliot in the stroke seat of the Yale crew shouting out, let's get them here. That just shows you there. Gladiatorial right to the end. Never give up here, because anything can happen, particularly when you get to the general enclosure and into the noisy part again of this course.
And it's not a big enough lead to be able to just sit there and start to relax. Yale are giving it everything and are not letting Washington get away with it very easily here. So Washington have got to be on their mettle. They're able to see what Yale are doing, and that's a huge advantage, of course, but they haven't got the distance to be able to just start to take things down a little bit and save it for the weekend.
Tom, Yale are like little terriers, you know, they're just nibbling away at the ankles here. They won't give up, they'll keep going, they'll keep pushing. There's clear water we can just see here now, so Washington have held off what was a big push, a big call there from Yale University, but it's not going to be enough now here, because it'll take a miracle and a little bit more to boot if they're going to overhaul. But still Yale push hard, but it's going to be unlikely that they're going to come back on terms.
Nibbling away, but we need a few big bites really if Yale are going to take the lead now.
University of Washington, calm and cool collective here then. You know, a great combination of guys here, all members of these guys won the IRA's championships as part of the 3rd and the 2nd varsity crews this year, so plenty of race experience here. But again, a measure of the whole University of Washington squad here. This is not their strongest crew. They're not the top part of the Washington squad, but their phenomenal effort here we're seeing on Friday afternoon here at Henley Royal Regatta as they come along the stewards enclosure. Listen to the noise here of the crowd still out, still supporting. That's what Henley's all about here. This is the Visitors Challenge Cup, the top university event for Coxless Falls. And the University of Washington taking the applause, rightly so, from start to finish. Immaculate all the way through, and holding by 1 length over Yale University. Well, they didn't give up, Yale, but it wasn't going to be confirmation there. University of Washington, USA beat Yale University of the United States of America. University of Washington would go on race Sydney Rowing Club. We saw come down just a little bit earlier, breaking or equaling the course record. So what a prospect. All here on YouTube, all live tomorrow. Check in to the websites, the Henley Royal Regatta official website. That will give you the race times, the start orders, the lining up, because Saturday is semi-finals day. So we're down to the last 2 races of the regatta here. And again, we go on about this, but rightly so. The magic of this place is the next one will be the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, one of the newer events by 3 years. It's the 4th year of it for junior girls quadruple sculls, and we're going to finish the regatta with the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup open pairs. Down to the start now for heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, the event for junior girls quadruple sculls, and Y Quad Cities Rowing Association USA, sitting closest to us from Illinois. And on the far side, Latimer Upper School. Disqualification in 2014, winners of the event back in 2013. Bit of experience here, obviously a new lineup. 6th place at the championships, the girls quads at the National Schools Regatta a few weeks back. Seeded crew here. against Wyfold Cities Rowing Association USA. But these guys will be quick as well because they have junior medalists on board. Stroke Elizabeth Sharis, World Junior silver medal in 2013, the junior quadruple sculls. She's going to pair up with Emily Delman in the 2-seat, part of the selected United States Women's Junior quadruple scull for the Junior Worlds later this year. So we should have a real battle here, Tom.
I think these are two quality quad sculls here. As you say, international pedigree in the United States. Boat from Wyfold Cities. Rowing on the Mississippi River.
Great art. Just so romantic. There's so many stories here in all the crews that are coming from our friends across the pond as well. And we had a Japanese lightweight men's pair rowing earlier this afternoon that didn't progress, but they got over the line and they were just beaming. Happy to be here. Quarterfinals at Henley Royal Regatta.
Racing at Henley is really exciting, whether it's the beginning of the day, end of the day, Wednesday, Saturday. It's racing on this course. It's special.
Ready? I'll start you like this. Attention, go. Get ready, please.
It's Matthew Pinson, the umpire. The Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup for junior girls quadruple sculls comes underway under starters orders. Go. And away now. Latimer Upper School on the left of your picture. Wyfold Cities Rowing Association, United States of America from Illinois. Two classy junior girls quad schools. Looking sharper because they have not having to steer so much steering now though. Commentators curse there. Latimer Upper had the better of the first 75 meters, but looking at Wyfold Cities also veering off to the left here. Lots of movement in the water. You've got them looking at, being aware that the crosswind is coming in from the left over, so trying to position your boats there. But the early stages now around the 250 meter mark, away from Temple Island. Wyfold Cities Rowing Association by a couple of feet.
And it's only a couple of feet at this stage. Latimer Upper are actually looking to come back a little bit there. I think their steering move off the start cost them a little bit there. They should be familiar with the course. They were here a few weeks ago for Henley Women's Regatta, got to the final of that. Of course, Henley Women's Regatta is held over the first portion of the Henley course, so they know what it's like to be sitting there on the start line at Henley. But Wyfold Cities moving very nicely indeed. Slightly higher rate than Latimer Upper.
So it's giving them the lead, but will it give them enough lead? Remember, the higher rate taking more of it out of you. This is a long, long course, particularly in the junior events here. Still good speed though, 3/4 of a length. And really, when you get to this, you get to the 3/4 mark, it's a combination of keeping calm, continue with your race pattern, but also the next move has got to be a decisive move, because the next move is to go to a length and break free here. So now they're just thinking about moving out, as they have done now. Look at that, Wyfold Cities Rowing Association jumping ahead now of Latimer Upper School. They haven't waited for the barrier. They've decided to go early, and they have been rewarded for their bravery. There is clear water now as Wyfold City Rowing Association just moves out. We're on board the overhead drone as we just look at this picture. Fantastic there. Down at the start, the Temple Island to the right of your picture there. That's the start, way back. So they're now heading towards Fawley, traditionally the halfway mark.
Really good sculling from both of these crews here. I thought that was really interesting, that move, Gary, because I always think you've got to have a race plan, but then there's tactics as well, isn't there? And I think, was that tactics or was that a planned move? I think it could have been tactics. They looked, they saw, right, let's go. And now look, you've made that decision. And at Henley, that can be crucial. It's different on a multi-lane course where your move might be countered by another crew over the far side. But Henley, make that decision. Look at the other crew. And there's got to be somebody in that crew, in that Wyfold's crew, who's going to be making those calls.
mean, the great thing, Tom, if you've got 6-lane, multi-lane racing, 2,000 meters, the distance was never going to be like this, because you're not fighting one, you're fighting 5, and you're looking left, looking right, being aware. But this is the gladiatorial nature of Henley. It's psychologically, you close the door and then you just drive it, and you can drive it again here. Big statements are being made, and that's the draw. That's why people come to Henley.
And there's nothing else like it. There's nothing else quite like it. It is a jewel, as you say. Fantastic experience for these scullers, and these young scullers as well. It's learning. It's a learning process in some of these junior events.
So Wyfold Cities Rowing Association USA making their Henley debut, and they are doing it in some style here on a balmy Friday evening in Henley. Looking down the course here, that is what it's all about when you're in that crew. And Elizabeth Sharis, World Junior silver medalist in 2013 in the women's quadruple scull. She's stroking this crew. Plenty of experience. She's backed up by Caroline Sharis, their sisters, I believe. Emily Dellerman, 2014, last year, World Junior. She was 7th in the junior quad. Both the stroke girl, Elizabeth and Emily, in the quadruple scull for the United States of America, the World Championships later this year, already selected, and Gabby Scheimer in the bow seat here. As we look at Latimer upper, Georgina, Hella, Tim in the bow seat there. And Latimer don't look bad at all. You know, they look all right, Tom.
Looking very neat indeed. Perhaps just not enough going through the water. Wyfold Cities just a little bit more punch going into each stroke. But Latimer looking very neat, and a real credit to their school and their sculling, looking very good indeed.
In the multi-lane racing this year, they were finalists, but they were placed 6th in the championship girl quads in that multi-lane race. So it's, again, young crew, all about gaining experience, and there is no finer venue to gain experience than at Henley.
Beautiful conditions late on in the evening here. Many moons ago that I was coxing here, but when I was, we often had some races later on in the day, and really relished that actually, because it gives you the opportunity to perhaps go out for a paddle earlier in the day. You can get your nutrition sorted, and then you come back to slightly calmer conditions, often a little bit less heat. You could really perform very well in these later races. So although some people prefer a middle of the day slot, I think an evening slot for the athletes.
Yeah, always loved racing on the evening.
Fantastic.
So we're coming now into the general enclosure. Still supporters here, and rightly so, because this is the event, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, the newest event. This is in its 4th year now for junior girls quadruple sculls. We've come a long way from Illinois. Wyfold Cities Rowing Association. They were winners of the women's quad at the US National Championships this year. Plenty of international experience on board. They must be just loving being out there, and particularly so as they look back and they see Sir Matthew Pinson, the umpire of this race. They can say he started us, but we finished it. This is the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup here, coming along the stewards' enclosure, and still the crowds very appreciative. The noise coming off the bank here. Debbie Scheimer, Emily Delman, Caroline Sharis, Elizabeth Sharis in the stroke seat. The junior quads, lovely tight technique here, boat running on. They have got the pleasure of the middle of the water here, the middle of the course. And listen to that there, rightly so. It's a fantastic job here. Latimer upper being pushed on hard also by the home crowd. But it will be to no avail here. Katie Woolley in the stroke seat, Jess McGrath at 3, Helen Essex at 2, Georgia Helen, Tim in the bow seat. But today it's all about Wyfold City Rowing Association through to the semi-finals by about a quarter of a length Clearwater over Latimer upper. Wyfold Cities Rowing Association showing the stewards of this regatta why this event is just going to get better and better. And it was the right event to add to the program. done for Matthew there. A bit away from Neil Shagani, one of the stewards here. I thought he was waving to me. I waved back at the screen there for a second.
I'm not sure you understand how the screen works then, Gary.
Right, we end on a very big note here. We are back to the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup, the open event for coxless pairs, and we are away with Thurston and Geffen on the left-hand side, Cook and Inns on the right, and as you can hear, the crowd are saying, go on GB, because this is one of the British pairs here, the second pair for Great Britain behind Fode and Langridge, but there is plenty of pedigree for Ollie Cook and Stuart Inns on the right-hand side of your picture. So the Silver Goblets and Nichols Challenge Cup is away. We've got William Geffen and Charles Thurston from Keble College, Oxford. Recent juniors in that boat, but you would not expect them to live with Cook and Inns. And what a year these guys have had here. They're right. It just kind of shows you how tough it is. And good on Keble College here for fighting, pushing on hard. They've just come together, Cook and Inns, in this crew. GB squad, both of them. Stewart was in the men's 8 through the season. Gold in Varese, silver at the European Championships, both in the 8s. Given way to Stan Leludas, who's returned into this, but the quality is just right up there. Ollie Cook, European bronze medalist, 2014 in the men's 8, winner of the ladies' plate last year. Quality, both of these athletes.
And fair play to Thurston and Geffen here. They are really giving it a good go, and that's what you've got to do at Henley. You've got to put the opposition under pressure off the start. That is your chance. You start level. What happens after then is up to you, and you just never know. The booms can come into play. If you put them under pressure, people might react in a different way to how you would expect, and that is exactly what you've got to do in their position. And I think, particularly off the end of the island there, they were really staying with Cook and Innes.
Continue to, don't they? Look, and they continue to. The great thing here, Tom, as well, is that Cook and Inns, Ollie Cook and Stuart Inns, they're professional athletes, okay? These guys are on the money day in, day out. They're under Jürgen Grobler's tutelage here, chief coach of the men's team. And as a professional athlete, they will take nothing for granted. You know, they'll know that they'll be pushed hard by William Geffen and Charles Thurston from Keble College at Oxford. And those guys, William and Charles, really need to know that give them, go hard, go harder, go as hard as you can for as long as you can, because they won't take it. Cook and Inns won't take anything for granted. Put them under pressure.
They've got to leave nothing behind. They've just got to absolutely go for it, and that is exactly what they're doing. Henley experience in that crew. We've got a finalist and a winner in that college crew, so there is pedigree there.
Wonderful shot back down the course here. And remember, these guys are fighting, Ollie Cook and Stuart Inns. They're fighting for their places in the senior team later on for the World Championships. The men's heavyweight team fighting for a place in that. It's very competitive.
Part of an ongoing narrative of the season for them.
Yeah.
One step on the road.
Tight-knit group there at Caversham in the men's squad, but brutal when it comes down to selection and fighting for your own seat. But you can see now the professional athletes of Ollie Cook and Stuart Inns, Leander Club and University of London, through halfway safely by Clearwater now. Continue. Now, again, it's important to say they have not really tapered for this. I was talking to Jürgen Grobler, the chief coach of the whole team. He's responsible for the men's 8s here, but he's also will have a look at all the other boats. He will have them training up until, Wednesday. They did their last big piece on the opening day of this regatta. They were at Caversham, 10-15 miles away, which is the base, the national centre of excellence for the squad side. That's where they're hiding away. They were doing big pieces there, so they've come into the regatta still feeling that in their legs, and Jürgen is training through that because he has got a bigger eye also on Lucerne.
It's the bigger picture, isn't it? And you can only taper so many times in a season, and you've got to choose when you do that. And if you've got bigger events coming up in terms of the World Cups and the World Championship later in the year, then you have to keep an eye on the bigger picture, as you say. I'm sure that just that. Just starting to control the race now, would you say? They're starting to look back and have a look and see what they need to do to keep this race under control.
The thing for these guys, though, also is that when they know they've got it in the bag, so to speak, it still becomes a training piece. They could paddle in reasonably from here, but they dare not paddle. You know, they've got to keep it moving on, looking for good times here at the markers and about distance. Again, stepping on through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Remember, Fode and Langridge, the top GB coxless pair in this event, they're the race favourites. So at some point there'll be a showdown here. The winner of this race will race Hunter Keeling from South Africa in the semis tomorrow. I say this with all due respect. This is a crew that is, you know, on the periphery, and again, say it with respect, because at the moment they're not in the 8, they're not in the 4 and whatnot, but they are on the top of the game. You know, that's how tight. There will be very little between this crew and Fode and Langridge and the guys in the Coxers 4, the guys in the 8. It's so competitive and so tight here, fighting every time for your place.
And it just goes to show the strength and depth in the British system at the moment, doesn't it? It is astoundingly good, which is what we would expect, but a fantastic achievement to have so many good athletes competing.
A mark of respect of these guys, both crews, Keble College, Oxford and Leander and University of London, is that there is still a fair crowd waiting for the last race to come down here. And that's what's brilliant about it, the respect that the crowd have for the athletes, regardless of the standard. And here again, we're getting, where else would you get in the world, a top-class international crew, which is Leander and UL, Cook and Innes, coming alongside a solid club crew, which is what William Geffen and Charles Thurston are at Keble College, Oxford.
And that's the thrill of some of these events, particularly the goblets is an event where that can and does happen frequently in the earlier rounds, and it's part of the magic of the regatta.
So William Geffen and Charles Thurston also being applauded down. They were members of the 2015 Oxford University boat race winning squad on that occasion. There will be names to watch out for in the future, Geffen and Thurston, but the names to think about today are Cook and Innes, Leander and University of London, safely through to semi-final day, dispatching Keble College as the expectation was, through to semis, through to Saturday, and in the end they can enjoy paddling over. And with that, we have come to the last race of the day. That is it. Back-to-back racing, some fantastically close ones. As we see the confirmation there, silver goblets, Cook and Innes beat Thurston and Geffen. So I hope you've enjoyed it. We're just making history every day here, Tom. You know, it's been fantastic that we're doing this. You know, it's been a pleasure to sit alongside you, but we're bringing it out. We're bringing Henley to the world here. And it's been brilliant, hasn't it?
And doesn't it look absolutely fantastic? I mean, the pictures we've had today have been superb. We've had some cracking racing, I have to say. There's been some close races. There's been records tumbling today. It really has been a fantastic Friday.
So if you've been enticed to come down, we look forward to seeing you here. It's semi-finals day. If you can't get down, tune in. Tell everybody about it. It is semi-finals day on Saturday. It is like moving day if we were looking at it from a golf point of view. A very, very big thing here on YouTube. We look forward to seeing you. I'm Gary Herbert. Thanks for your company. Tune in tomorrow.